try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
My nights are empty, missing you every day. I wish that you'd come back to me. It was every weekend, bringing me nothing but joy. I need to get my life on track.
I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, Maddie Betty, feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight.
Recharged, all in for spring split. Euphoria, I can start to feel it. It's time, at least he's gonna give me what I want. I wanna watch PGL and Ready Check 2. I wanna vote on Twitter and talk about who threw. I wanna flame on Reddit and tweet how I always knew.
I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, Maddie Betty, feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight.
Now here comes the new year, new teams and players too. Now here comes the new year, lost some but that's alright. Now here comes the new year, we're getting ready for a long fight.
I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, Maddie Betty, feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight. I want the LEC back. I want the LEC back in my life. I want the LEC back. I want the LEC back tonight.
Heavy is the head that the crown seats soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. They cannot relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in the belly of the beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions.
Heavy is the head that the crown seats soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Thinking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgons. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been given this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks, treading with means and caution. Man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking.
Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah, yeah.
Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in a cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together, whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the head, that crown she's soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Shoes are meant to break, but the proudest wood. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Shaking on my leg, walking down this road. I got late, ain't the same, ain't no debate. Cause shoes are meant to break, but the proudest wood. Get it.
Echoes from beyond the past, the seed is sowed, the spirit knows, may it guide me, for I again will wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows. Our tethers, spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find. We'll meet again. Can't you hear them? The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave us. Collect your silver tears and pray that we are here tomorrow. Can't you hear the The wind is calling my name, a whisper of the souls who never leave me. Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. Said we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. Ha. Break it down. I promise I am the hottest, determined and never modest. The star, a flying rocket, the stage. I always rock it, I lock it in tight. Do it every night. Big dividends, big love, big hype. Pretty lights, fat base, nice body, pretty face. Can't keep up with the pace. Everybody wanna taste. If I show up to a place, you know what's going off. I make money moves, baby. Don't mess with the balls. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Tronic all about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fight. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to shook reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't wanna see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready?
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the upyell, sorry, that's just not enough. Cause we got every team fighting, lighting flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you wanna claim fame. That'd be your main aim, now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take a series, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready?
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward. We are the LEC. We can't be stopped, slowed, or suppressed. This tenacity is EU at its best. It's time for the LEC loyals to show their fandom. Put your hands together. This is your anthem.
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe.
You start to think you're all alone, counting failures, you can't let them go. I can tell you need
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. Choked it down, left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel
back, everybody, to the LEC. A very special day since it's our last day of our first week. And also, we invited all of Jack Spectra's fans to join us in the studio today. There they are.
Wow.
There's one. Let's go.
At least you got trouble on your side.
Yeah. Somebody's
Sorry,
on my
Jack.
side, at least, even if Jokes.
No, I'm also your fan. But yeah, no crowd in the studio today, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to have fun.
Yeah, we're going to have a jolly old time, and I'm excited.
Yeah, I think this should be a banger. Like, I'm actually kind of excited to see how this starts to pan out, especially since we haven't had some of our teams play yet. I think this is a nice little step up to kind of get a taster as to where teams are at before G2 arrives.
It's true, and we could learn something, maybe even from the pros.
We have some concepts of League of Legends that you have to explain to your gold elo friend.
Okay. Split push. So people are on mid and our top laner or mid laner is on bot, pressuring the tower, the split push, and then enemy top laner is trying to defend it, but our guy is stronger, so he's just taking the towers and split pushing while we are hanging around mid.
So, if our comp is not as strong 5v5, then doing this will result in them pushing us out and taking control, taking control, taking control. So we should put one person here, and if they don't respond, we're just gonna keep making progress here. So then they have to send someone there, but if this champ is stronger than this champ, then they need to spend 2 people. And when they spend 2 people here, then you have numbers advantage here. So you can take this space and go here. And that's just the general concept. It's splitting up to make the enemies have to respond to you elsewhere. And then when they respond elsewhere, you take tempo and do something on the other side. So it just gets you more control when otherwise you wouldn't be able to.
So when you're a strong side laner, like for example, let's say Yorick. Yorick is one of the best examples for a split push. You can actually pressure way more and actually threat towers. And when you can threat towers, you're gonna like extend this lead and make it to tier 3 and actually make them have to use numbers on you to kick you from side. If not, you will just keep pressuring and will have the pariah forever. So, and with this, you can have objectives like, for example, Dragon setup, if the strongest, if you can have push deep on the other side of Dragon, or they choose to use TP and be late to the fight, or they will end up losing resources, basically.
Also, if split pushing champions, let's say you play like Camille TF, you don't wanna really contest mid-waves before you get the side push, so what you can do in the game is drop mid prio and play through the side and try to cheat like the side wave, transfer that pressure, walk through the jungle to the mid and help your team get the mid push, and then you can go back to side push.
You should probably do this when you have already minions closer to the tower and you can start hitting stuff. It's always easier to defend compared to pushing a tower, so it should be easily defendable for your teammates to clear the minions that are under the tower, and you can easily take the tower by yourself and get a lot of gold for yourself while no one is defending it.
Makes sense.
Lucio is really good.
He was.
I think Lucio, like, there's a coach.
He could be a teacher.
There. Yeah.
He kind of has that vibe to him.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah.
I mean, English is his first language. Are you dunking on the others?
That was that's a pretty long reach, I'd say.
Okay, well, just make sure you didn't say
it.
Well,
I just wanted to compliment the guy. I'm sorry.
Okay, just make sure you didn't say it, okay? All right, let's take a look at the schedule and at the standings. We had already 2 days, or 5 best of 5. No, 5 best of 3s. Geez, that would have been crazy. And today we have SK versus Navi and Team Heretics versus Vitality. Team Heretics coming fresh off a win versus SK yesterday, so we'll see what happens there. And Vitality, of course, a team I'm definitely looking at. They're chasing that win. First up, though, is Navi versus SK. SK Gaming. Guys, we had Versus. Now we had the first match of Spring. What do we think?
I mean, over to you.
It could be going a little bit better, you know, it could be slightly better. I don't think SK have had a wonderful time. And it just feels to me like they haven't really figured out how they want to try and play together. Like, there isn't really much movement from, like, Mickey, say, towards leader, or, you know, how they want to try and approach things. And especially when you're looking at, I feel like, for me, Mickey is the captain. This is the guy who set up the project, wanted to be the one to take control. I need to see him take control in game as well. He's just not moving to help out people or even really picking up the speed that he needs to.
I mean, the one bright point has been Yopa. I've been really happy to see him as a fellow ADC. He's been positioning really well, playing really aggressive, pushing the leads, and I think it's especially challenging as he's coming in as a rookie, that he's still like really trying to win these games when the veterans are failing to support him in doing so. So I'm really happy with him, but yeah, it's a tough team right now, you know. Like,
It's a hard team.
I mean, even for leader, right? It feels like no matter what you put him onto, it doesn't really seem to be working. Like we saw the Oriana for the first time, didn't look great. The Zed didn't work out.
Yeah.
I mean, the Aurelian Sol last split definitely didn't work out. I'm like, where do you go? You know?
It's true because you're kind of hamstrung in draft, and also obviously it's hanging over their heads. They know that they have to play different champions in the mid lane and the control mages and whatnot. But the Ori Nocturne combo, yikes.
I mean, nothing hit. There were so many times where it's like, okay, either you get the sombrero, or I'm watching Skeens go into the Nocturne, and leader's right beside him, but doesn't press E, so there's just no ultimate
It's
there.
true, but I don't want to put it all on him, right? The whole team seems dysfunctional.
Yes.
It's only Yopa that seems like he's getting somewhere. So hopefully they just find a better form, because if everything works together, then it should be better. But Na'Vi, they are hot to trot. They had a wonderful opening to the split Dagda, and they were kind of the question mark team for us, right? Oh, you did so well in Versus in the best of ones, but can you really have a higher ceiling? Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, this is the team that I was hoping that would really kind of level up the more time they got to spend together. And I think they've been excellent on the way that they're starting to try and team fight. It looks a little bit more cohesive. And I think especially when you look towards the newer members like Relech and that, I think that was where a lot of people are kind of hoping that we'd see that step up, and he's been fantastic.
They did need a little bit of help from a caster curse, though.
With no smite available for Na'Vi, this game now feels done and dusted. Koi just kind of need to cross the T's and dot the I's.
That's another classic one.
Or you think I'm caster cursing them right now?
Yeah.
So I do not think it's possible for Koi to lose this game.
No
from this
chance.
position.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I'm being serious. I'm being deadly serious. Koi can't lose this game from this position.
Yeah, 100%. Na'Vi's chances of coming back are faker than American cheese.
I realize that I am setting myself up for the greatest caster curse of all time. But I truly believe...
We're really hamming it up, yeah.
I truly believe that from this position, this game is unwinnable for Na'Vi. That's my honest take. Wow, I mean, that may have been one of the greatest caster curses of all time.
I love how he changed his mind. It's like, no.
Whoops.
This doesn't happen.
I was on Veri's side. I understood why he said that. I was surprised at his confidence, because it's hard to be that confident about any team.
But if you talk to Betty is confident about a lot of things I'm not sure he should be confident about.
That's true. He doesn't believe that salt enhances the taste of food.
Yeah, that was a weird conversation we had backstage.
Just salt, or like any spices?
No, salt in general.
Salt just doesn't interact with food in any way to make the
It's crazy, like, it's insane.
Yeah.
How?
I don't know.
I'm just completely flabbergasted, bro.
I don't know, the Chef Verius skits didn't teach him anything, I suppose.
Maybe he only does pepper.
Yeah.
Who knows? Anyway, salt and pepper and a little bit of spices all over Na'Vi is Relech. He's been doing amazing. We had him on the desk as well, and he was talking about how for 6 months when he knew he was going to be starting in this roster, he watched every game, he learned, he absorbed, and he kind of had it in his mind palace that he was going to be the best, and he has been great. And Dagda, I love his confidence. I know my potential.
Yeah, and I think that's fantastic. That's what you want to see from a newer player coming in. And it's also, he has run the early stages. Like, he's been fantastic on so many different picks. He's been able to get control for the team. And especially when it comes towards team fights, like, he has been a standout performer regardless of any sort of champion he's on. And I think that's phenomenal to see for a new player.
I love what you're saying, Dagda. I wanted to break down some of Relech's plays here, especially on the Aatrox, which is just a champion that he's gotten way too many times. Like, look at his stats on the Aatrox. He's just an absolute monster on the pick, and no matter what happens in the game, he's always able to find leads and carry. So I want to go through some of the plays here and just highlight some of the crazy things he's been doing on this Aatrox. It starts off with the red buff invade, the Na'Vi MKOI game, where he goes quite on his own lonesome here and takes a lot of damage, but he's quite all right with the Sunder Sky, with the healing. He's okay, so he has to back off, and now he makes a crucial decision here. You see that MKOI and Na'Vi are all grouped up in the red buff, but he sees that Elyoya is split, and he knows that with Poby's help, he can collapse onto Elyoya, and he misses the Q1, but it doesn't matter. Now Poby helps him out here, and he kites crucially away from Jojo Pune and Alvaro. That way, he can take down LUA with Poby, and then now Alvaro's in a terrible position where he needs to flash over, but Relech is there, so he ends up falling as well, which now allows Relech to then go back and rejoin the fight, catch Super off guard, and single-handedly winning the team fight for Na'Vi. And then it's just the cherry on top. Relech is just kind of going 1 versus 5 here. He dashes in, he gets the knock-up onto Alvaro, and he goes for more. He dodges the nice little Cinder EQ from Jojo, and at that point, Jojo knows that it's completely cooked. Even with the Proto Belt, even with the Flash, Relech is hitting the spells, and that spelled MKoi's doom in this one. And yeah, Relech just had a fantastic split thus far, and he had a fantastic LEC versus as well. So now I want to hear from Shox, who talked with The Rock on how does he even keep getting Aatrox?
Well, that is $1 million question, Jack Spectro, and I've got The Rock here so I can just ask him, why do they keep giving Relech Aatrox?
Well, it's not the only champion that he plays good, right? But they can ban it if they want. They're still doing it, so we'll keep picking it.
Yeah, that's a good point. He can play all kinds of things. We had him on PGL. He was very confident. He said, for 6 months I was watching them and learning how I could be better, and he believes that he can be the best jungler. How is it for you as a coach to kind of balance the obvious skill that he has, the ego that comes with it, and the fact that you have to keep that under control?
That's actually a really good question, because I'm doing mostly the individual work with him. So, you know, there's a lot of situations that he thinks he did the best that he could, but I'm bringing him down. I'm like, okay, that was a good play, but you could do better on this and that part. So think about it. I'm trying to build his thought process as well, because there are so many new things that he has to learn as well, right? Mechanically, he's like excellent right now, but about like using fog more and using, you know, brain a bit more.
Brain, yeah.
Yeah, it's something that we need, of course, getting like through the more BO3s and playoffs, hopefully. It's something that he needs to do better. So I'm keeping a good balance, I will say, on that one.
That's nice. He also said that he does have a big voice also within the team, coming into pick and bans. Not to say he's doing it right, but obviously he has a voice there in the game and in-game decisions as such. Is he developing into the captain?
Yeah, he's actually getting on the leadership state that I want him to be.
Yeah.
He already doing like a lot of stuff, especially on the early game. He's super vocal, and he's the guy who will actually guide us through every single aspect of the early game. On the mid game, I need him to be like more vocal. Right now, he's doing like a really good steps on that part, towards that part. But I need, you know, more confidence towards like the mid game, especially on some situations that are not obvious. Because, of course, when you're ahead, it's quite obvious, right? It's like easy to play the game, but when you're behind, it's where he needs actually experience, how he should play the map and all this kind of stuff. But, you know, I was expecting him to be leader, and he's actually getting through that process like really good right now, so I'm super happy.
That's awesome. Speaking of playing from behind, versus MKoi, that was the case. As a coach, does it not make you happy that, you know, oh, hey, we can fight back even when we're behind that much?
Yeah, we were working a lot on that stuff, because, again, when we were ahead, we were a kind of team that we know to pull the trigger and how to be decisive, especially last game versus MKoi. It was like some moments that we were behind, and we're actually talking about this concept, because for me, it's like a huge concept. What you should do, how do you play? Of course, I cannot like spoil everything.
Of course, I know.
But it was quite easy for them to understand, I think, based on the draft that we had, how they should execute it. But, you know, there will be like cases that will have harder draft from behind, and then we need to think more and be more creative.
Yeah.
And that's a part, I think it's part of the process as well, because we're a rookie squad, and it's really good to see that we actually came back from that game. And I was really happy watching that.
I can imagine. Learning as you go. Thank you so much. It's time for your next matchup, because right now it is Na'Vi versus SK. Let's go.
And welcome everybody to the final day of week 1 of Spring Split for the LEC. SK take on Na'Vi right around the corner. Players are taken to the stage, and SK, tough day yesterday, Vedius, as they were able to pick up a game, but were not able to close things out, and things got a little wacky by the end. Na'Vi, though, they're riding a high, having a pretty solid start to their LEC Spring Split.
I'm going to be honest with you, I think Na'Vi is coming in as heavy favorites coming into today's series. SK felt like that they were losing in all 3 games. Wonder, he was a big topic after LEC Versus as being the man to kind of watch, and then he kind of got made fun of a little bit by Trayson, I would say. Like game 3, he definitely got camped a lot by Sheo, but ultimately, we're still waiting to see the magic that this SK roster has promised us, because if you contrast it to Na'Vi, this kind of ragtag combination with 2 rookies on the top side and then kind of a mishmash of experience on the bottom side, it's working. Like, this Na'Vi roster continues to work, and I was a skeptic coming into this split. I thought that they wouldn't actually show much more improvement. I felt like that they would stagnate, because it's very common for teams to find that wall that's very difficult to overcome, but they are slowly but surely finding ways to evolve as a team, and that's very promising to see, especially how strong their first split of the year was.
And even into last split, they had a solid showing. I didn't have faith on them then. I have a weekly podcast, League Rundown. We rate LCS and LEC. And to my, I'll admit, I don't know as much about the LEC. Yeah, my ratings are pretty bad, generally. I'm notorious for having bad ones. And I was also incorrect about Na'Vi. I had them ranked very towards the bottom, because I just didn't see these rookies coming together and actually having the type of performances, and Relech was definitely the standout from Split 1. And also, I mean, we just heard the coach talking about that, like, he's got the mechanics, maybe work on the brain a little bit, but he's showing what he's capable of already as just a mechanically gifted player.
Absolutely, and we'll see what carry performance he can have today, because he is the man that we'll be keeping our eyes on, especially going up against SK, as the bans have already come through thick and fast.
Yeah, we got Karma, we got Orianna, and we got Nautilus. Leader banning the Orianna. There was actually a funny story we'll talk about later on about how that went for him yesterday. On the other side, though, Varus Pantheon with J4, and it's going to be Ryze locked in first pick here for Na'Vi.
Okay, I mean, I think this is a great denial away from Leader, because it is one of his most played throughout his career, and it's one of the more, I mean, Leader champion pool has always been a topic of conversation throughout his entire career, and he's always tried to argue that I can play mages, I can do all of these things, I just have skill on all these other assassin-type champions. I can have these character performances. We saw the Zed yesterday, but it did not have the impact that he promised. And so we'll see if he's looking for something interesting today. Cassio could be a good answer into the Ryze. Right now, it seems SK is instead focusing on their bot side of the Rift. Ashe Seraphine seems to be the direction. And I think it just makes a ton of sense that the current meta, Ashe Seraphine, feels very strong, especially with the Nautilus ban already. I felt like SK could read the play. Okay, well... So he's bringing out another one. He's bringing out another one. We're going to find out.
If you said guess 25 champions, I would not have guessed Yasuo. If you gave me 50, I don't know if I would have guessed Yasuo in terms of what they should go for.
The question is it purple Yasuo or green Yasuo? We're going to find out.
I'm a big fan of purple.
I know you are. But the thing about Yasuo is it's one of Leader's most played personally. I don't know about his all-time career. I can have a quick look. But it's just something where, like, Yasuo, Zed, Yone, like, these are all champions that fall under his wheelhouse. Yeah, so he's got 21 games professionally, and he has a 61.9% win rate.
Okay, pretty good win rate, actually.
Yeah, so it just kind of shows he is a player that when he gets his champions, typically performs very well. That's what he's kind of known for. And so, yeah, he's looking to get comfort. Now, the thing is, I've argued for a lot of this year that there just aren't AD mid laners that enable AP junglers. But now, this opens up the pool a lot.
It does, but you also want something to set up the Yasuo, and that's what I'm confused about. When I see Seraphine, we know the Ashe is going to go with it, so you don't have like a Nautilus to pair. So I'm expecting the jungler to provide that knockup. Maybe a top lane if you want to go like
have you heard of Diana Yasuo?
Oh, you know what? That's a good point, actually. It's been a while since I've had to catch a Yasuo game.
Mean, it's funny because most Diana Yasuo games I think I've cast have been leader games. So, but I think G2 used to do it a while ago back on the Perks roster when they used to play Yasuo bot and stuff. That's neither here nor there. And Best are going to be removed from the pool because top lane is now going to be the focus. The beautiful thing about SK as well is that they've already demonstrated they can play AP top laners. Like you saw the Kennen yesterday, it didn't work out super well for Wonder, but it is something that he's played a lot throughout his career. Also, he's known for playing some wacky picks on the top side of the Rift, so don't be too surprised if we do see something unique up there. But I think right now, both teams are quite happy with the bot side of the Rift that they've gotten. Both mid laners are going to be fighting for that push. The thing about Yasuo is once he gets that level 2, he can actually contest the wave very early on, actually, especially against mages who don't quite have that wave clear just yet. I would argue that Ryze is a bit of an exception simply because he does actually have access to so much wave clear early on, but that comes at the cost of mana. which Yasuo obviously doesn't struggle with. So it's going to be an interesting dynamic between the two mid laners to see who can actually control the wave and actually start moving. Ganks are going to be extremely valuable.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping we do see things like Vi, Xin, I was going to say Pantheon Jarvan, but obviously the Pantheon Jarvan both banned away. So will that Vi be high in priority, or will the Xin instead be prioritized here as SK will get that first choice of junglers if they so choose?
I definitely want them to go. I would advise they lean more towards that engaged jungler with the AP top. We know that Wunder plays them, like you mentioned, the Kennen. The Rumble's also currently still available, unless Na'Vi want to take it away. They take away the Kennen instead.
Yeah.
So Rumble is still on the table right now if they want to go for that. And then that would leave open options for Skeens to be that engage, and there it is. So it's going to be Wunder on the AP top laner. This is what Yasuo allows, like you highlighted. It is an 80 mid laner, so they can very comfortably put AP in that top side. And
the question is, do they put AP
answer.
in the jungle or not? Do they want like a Diana? Do they want a Xin Zhao? Because the thing that concerns for me is I think Na'Vi can just slam by here if they want to. Relech is more known for his unique picks. Like Aatrox would also fit the bill for him very comfortably right now. We joked about it for Mainta. He is branded as a bit of a tank merchant. Like that, it just seems to be his go-to, and Cassante very much fits into that motif.
Yeah, tank, assassin, bruiser, frontline, backline, all the things. But it's going to be locked in for Mainter, and now we get to see what Relech will pull out. Like you mentioned, and everyone's pretty much aware of at this point, loves the top laners in the jungle, but instead is going to go for that Vi, as you had also mentioned.
Well, you did learn recently, top lane in the jungle.
True.
Vi.
Yeah.
What are we going to get? Yeah, we talked about the Xin earlier. Diana was kind of the main AP option that I was thinking about. The number of knockups that SK have isn't exactly abundant.
Yeah.
But Xin has both a knockup in his Q and his ulti. Acts as a knockup as well. So.
True. But the ulti, you kind of want them to stick together because there's always the option where you knock them away and then Yasuo is not ulting everybody at the same time.
But sometimes the tech can be like your Xin, you E into, say, Nami.
Yeah.
Something like that. Then Nami gets the mark on her, so you ult everyone away from the Nami, but then you hit the AD carry, which then isolates the AD, which Yasuo can insta click onto. So
that's a good point.
There's some tech that you can do. How deliberate they are with it, we'll have to see, because yesterday, honestly, like, so you talked about the Orianna.
Yeah.
I was convinced for the first half of that game that Lita didn't know how to do the Nocturne Orianna combo.
Press R when they're pressing R.
I watched this Nocturne fly in with no shockwave.
I was going to bring up, I was like, we did not see synergy yesterday between those two.
So I was legit like, does he know it? Does he know? And then I did see it. I think I forget the exact timer, but I did end up seeing it. He ended up getting a kick, and I was like, oh, okay. So they decided that they just weren't doing it earlier on in the game, and that's fine. But I was convinced, like, I was watching avidly. I was like, is he going to do it once this game? Like,
I'm still convinced some of Skeens' paranoias were frustration paranoias, where he's like, I'm just going to do it myself. Like, I don't need it. Whatever, it's fine. I see ice, I'm going to get him. But this time around, it's going to be a harder combo to pull off, but still, there is combos between mid and jungle. Leader and Skeens are going to have to find a smoother execution this time around. SK yet to pick up a win here, hoping to grab their first one of spring. Na'Vi hoping to continue their momentum. SK versus Na'Vi starts right now.
So first thing I notice, Leader is running the... Excuse me, I had to blow my nose for a second there.
It's anticipation. You're building the anticipation, Betty.
Leader's running Exhaust, which we've been seeing more and more from mid laners. I am personally a fan of mid laners that don't run TP.
Yeah.
Simply because I think the home guard boots, the upgraded boots, it's just so good, man. It's so good. I think it provides Leader way more side lane threat. And I've got to cut myself already because SK off to a pretty interesting start to the early game. They've hard committed into a deep invade onto the blue buff. It looks like Na'Vi is completely unaware of this. They've set up no early vision to track it. The one ward that they did have is the Jolly Man makes his way onto the
Welcome back, Jolly
again.
Man. Yeah, learning about the lore of the Jolly Man this weekend was something I didn't expect.
There's lore?
There is lore, but back to the game. So to your point, he goes for an invade. I love level 1s. A lot of people wrote off level 1s with the changes going into this year, into this season, saying, yeah, with the minion spawning so much quicker, you can't do as much, but invades like this can really set a jungler behind. Relech is going to realize right now that his buff is gone. Oh, but Skeen's not able to smite it away, so Relech actually does pick up the Gromp.
that's a blunder, I think.
That's big.
He used his smite on the blue buff to secure it quicker, but then Relech, I wonder if he had information. He's going for a gank in mid.
He's going to go straight onto leader. That's flash early from the Yasuo. All right, you know what? I'm going to say it. I don't think that invade is going to affect Relech very much.
A lot is happening right now. So there's a couple things to break down. Number one, I don't know how Relech was made aware, if he even was aware, because he adapted his pathing to path from Raptors into his bot side. That may have been his game plan right from the start, to a Raptors into bot side path, but in my head, he wanted a clear topside into bot, which is exactly what Skeen's expected to. So he's thinking, I'm safe. Relech has no information. There's no reason why he would know any of this. As far as we could tell, they weren't spotted out at all.
Yeah.
And so then he... Well, so this is interesting, this quote, specifically because his brain is massive.
That was
right
a
now.
brain move right there. That was instinct. He just knew. Okay, we have a one going in the mid lane as leader's jumping in on the Poby and finds it! Mortal Steel for first blood.
That had to have been a crit, right? There's no way Poby, Poby, he did not expect that damage to come through from the Q. The exhaust doing some work there. God, okay, so there's so much to talk about here in this early game because the invade from Skeens ends up not doing anything. It does split the map in half, isolating Paris and Samdi, which is ultimately what SK wanted, but in an ideal world, they put Relech behind. That they didn't succeed on. Relech is actually in a very comfortable spot right now. Samdi
has already the ghost popped here. We see Yopa looking for a lot of damage out of Paris and Samdi. Stun lands from Mickey, and Yopa not having enough damage to kill Paris, but sending a message in the bot side. Yeah, Betty, I feel like you're going to struggle to get a lot of this analysis out. These teams are here to scrap.
Yeah, I mean, the analyst desk can take their time breaking all of it down. Just understand, the viewers at home, there was a lot of cool sequences that happened in the early game. A nice punish from Na'Vi, but the thing is, this should have been very Na'Vi favored in the early game, but this was all changed now because Leader finds a solo kill.
Exactly. After flashing. Like, he early flash, the Vibe coming in, was still able to find it.
Because him losing flash was one of the biggest problems of that situation. Now they're going for another play in mid. The wave is in a bad spot for Poby, but he smartly hugs the bot side of the river, so because he's expecting the jungler to be on the top side of the rift. So good adaptation there from Poby.
And he's going for more right now. Poby is in some trouble as Leader has the minions to bounce around, using them to great effect here.
Skeens is really committed to stealing as many camps as he can. But you can see camp clear-wise, he is quite behind that of Relech right now. Relech already on a fast track to level 6. He's level 5, bro. He's got a full level advantage over his jungle opponent. But it's SK with the gold lead. So really cool stuff happening in this early game. And the problem that Skeens is going to run into is Vi is just going to be more accelerated. So Relech is just going to have way more options in the early game to actually do stuff. And I promise you, he's going mid.
I'm imagining, as he's currently hovering there with the help of Paris. Anytime I see a Nami in mid lane, I expect just the 1W walk away, but maybe that's there to back up Relech as he's actually invading deep into Skeens, who's on the Gromp right now, and that's just immediate Vault Breaker in. Relech says, this is my jungle. You had your fun with that invade, and from now on, it looks like I will be controlling this game. Another one. Not able to land the damage this time around. Skeens actually tries to trade right on back. He's got Leader coming in as backup. Poby's still pretty far away, so now it's Relech who's actually kind of alone. Rise is level 6. The Realm Warp's going to come in. Vault Breaker back. Relech is just going to solo kill Skeens. No, the knockup Leader had 6! And Wonder gets the kill coming in with the equalizer. Relech getting punished for the invade.
Wow, so Relech just overstayed. He could have just taken the Gromp and then peaced out. That should have been more than enough, but instead he got way too overconfident and he ended up being punished for it.
Yeah.
Nice roam from Poby, thinking that he can use his ultimate to collapse quicker, but Skeens was like, if I can just get the knockup off, my Yasuo can come in, ulti in, turn the tides of the fight. The Rumble also came down as well. So in a situation like this, normally mid and top would have lost some farm, lost some experience as a result. But because Wonder gets the kill, he's not too upset about it. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Leader's able to catch that whole wave. So SK in a really good position here in the early game.
Fantastic start for SK. This is what they wanted. And I got to say, off of another unique pick from Leader, as some trading in the bottom side in the 2v2 yet again here. Looks like Paris is just going to back off. So I want to make a point here because this was something that we talked about yesterday. Leader's champ pool did not reflect what we expected. Actually, we might have to get back to that because there's another invade happening on our screen. Skeens on the blue buff yet again. Leader helping him out this time. They want Skeens to hit level 6. Relech has the backup of Poby this time around, but now he's jumped on, he smites it away, hits level 6, has the cease and desist. Paris with the bubble. Flash forward from Mickey to try and save his jungler, but it's not enough. Skeens will go down, traded for Relech as now Leader is unleashed, chasing down Poby with the Ghost. Sidestepping the Qs and is able to get some damage back onto him. So a 1-for-1 trade, both junglers go down.
Wow, so much fighting, and now it's the top laners.
All out from Mater. Wonder doesn't have the equalizer from the earlier kill that he picked up, so he has to flash to safety.
Okay, so there's a lot of action happening on the Rift right now. Skeens came into today and he said, I want to steal camps. And that has been his whole mantra. He has some bot prio, he thinks he can make this play, he's got his mid laner right by his side, and that win wall placement was beautiful from Leader because it made it super difficult for Poby to actually contribute. The only reason Poby got involved in that play was because of a blast code. So, Na'Vi, they are skirmishing back. Oh, Relech
We got another
well,
invade
you know
happening.
what? It's my turn.
So Skeens was on a control ward, didn't realize it. Now we'll clear that out, but in comes the Vault Breaker. Relech is ready for it yet again. Has Paris behind him. The roaming Nami. Skeens no flash, still level 5. As he will die to Relech in his own jungle. This is bullying, Vedius.
This feels personal.
Yeah.
Both junglers are committed to death. They have set their sights on arguing that the enemy camps do in fact belong to them. And the other one says, nah, I'm coming for yours.
They should just handshake, just swap jungles at this point.
No. They got a fist fight for every single one. But it all comes back to that early game where Skeens level 5 versus Relech level 6. He ends up stealing his own blue buff away. He does die. It's Leader that gets that kill, which is still an advantage for SK, given how strong Leader is now in the 1v1. Like, he's not afraid to go for this scrap at all. But Skeens is just falling further and further behind. Level 7 now ticked over for Relech, and he has his whole top side to clear still.
2 levels up on Skeens, who's now on the bottom side. Hits level 6 right there off of that buff, and is straight onto the dragon. So this is actually nice. He's got the push from his bot side and his mid lane. SK will get the first neutral objective of the game. Even though Skeens is falling behind in his own individual clear, he's still focused on the team play and playing around what his lanes are able to help him out with.
Yeah, it's a good call just because he has awareness that Vi's likely on the top side, given that he did steal away his blue, stole away his Gromp, he's likely just going to path back in that direction. So he's relatively safe, especially with the prio that he has in both bot and mid. And remember, we talked about how that mid prio is going to be super important in this game. Well, because of the lead that Leader has now built up for himself, the fact that he's got the Vamp Scepter to get that extra bit of sustain in the laning phase as well, he should now be able to consistently contest that wave. And you can see he's continuing to build up a healthy lead. How many plates has he actually secured? Looks like only 1 for now.
Yeah.
But information garnered. They can see all the camps that have been cleared. They realize that Vi is very likely on the bot side of the Rift.
So far ahead, just in the individual clear department. Vi versus Zinja, this is not what you expect, but it just goes back to that initial invade. Skeens not getting enough done. And now it's going to be the rest of the game pretty much a story of how can he try and equalize. So far his team and the solo laners in particular are helping a lot with that. Leader did not have a great series yesterday, if we're being totally honest about it. Wonder also was struggling a bit, but so far early on here, these are the rocks for SK. They're the ones that are actually giving them not really a gold lead. I mean, it's basically Leader kind of holding on to that right now as he is the target as well. Relech coming in. That's another flash from Leader. Very preemptive with those to make sure that he's not giving any chance for the opponents to actually get on top of him. As now we actually have another all-out in the top lane. Mainter fancies himself another 1v1. Wonder doesn't have flash, but this time is able to just walk away.
Quite a commitment there from Mainter. Remember, Yasuo has no flash. Vi's in the...
Ooh. And now this time around, no flash. They're just going to pull the trigger. Great wind wall to block Poby. No follow-up damage. So it was only Relech under turret. Leader's playing so much better. This is actually incredible Yasuo gameplay that we're seeing on our screens right now.
I mean, it's just one of his comfort picks. We talked a lot about it in the draft. We identified, like, it's one of his most played in his career. And the placement of the wind wall, again, just beautifully done. Skeens now uses this opportunity to go and grab himself the grubs. But also, like, everything's going kind of the way we expected. Remember earlier we said Relech, when he has that ulti, he wants to invest it into mid because this mid prio is so important. But they get the flash out from Leader. He has to play respectful, but now he doesn't as much. Because with the Vi ultimate gone, Leader can play with just as much confidence as he's been playing with, as the grubs are now secured, and early objectives go in the way of SK.
And I mean, at the top of the day, the analysts were talking about it. They said Leader was the wild card of this team, and I think he's living up to that right now. He had the Zed pull out yesterday. He had the Orianna game. And now on the comfort pick in the Yasuo, he has a chance to carry. But Wonder is currently the target here. Relech is hovering on the top side. Does not have cease and desist, but does have ball blanker and flash, and finds it. Flash response from Wonder, so that is just a trade of summoner spells, but Wonder's gonna have to take a reset now.
Well, Wonder, yeah, he doesn't have his ultimate. They're trying to interrupt it. They're stacking up the wave under the tower.
Oh, he just walks up and smites. Wonder's back is canceled. Mainter's pushing the wave in, and that means Wonder's in the danger zone. It's gonna be Mainter that tanks it up first, and Relech with the kill.
Yeah, so not much that he could have done there, really. I guess you could have argued that he shouldn't have based underneath this tower. He was not expecting Relech to be as bloodthirsty as he was. But again, we've seen this so many times from Na'Vi now, where like when they can't really do anything on the Rift, what do? Gank top. It's like
this is the default, isn't it?
What do we do? What do we do? Oh, we can gank top. It's all good. And it works. Hey, they did it against Mirwin. They're doing it again against SK. They've now actually gotten themselves onto the gold lead. Not that it matters a huge amount. Skins, though, no surprise. Back in the enemy jungle. He has Cryo bot. But this time, Na'Vi's here to respond. It looks like SK's not going to get much off the back of it.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of moments where we weren't invading. And now we are right back to the story of the game being the jungle invades. Not going to work this time as the Enchanted Crystal arrow goes up.
Close.
Not going to land on anybody.
Very, very close, though.
Great defensive jungling here from Na'Vi. It's not just Relech who's kind of sensing out anytime Skeens is there. It's also the rest of the team now adapting. Poby, this is now twice he's left lane to kind of help out, push away the invade. His bot lane was there to help him out now too. So, yeah, I mean, we don't hear the comms, but I imagine this is a team effort here to kind of control Skeens' invades and stop this. Because we did hear from production earlier that they checked the tape. Relech, they didn't have vision. They didn't see Skeens go for that invade earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to know what. Hopefully, we can get a sideline afterwards.
That'd be fantastic.
And ask Relech, like, how did he know? Because it really did shape the other game pretty in favor of Na'Vi. Because imagine you're Relech, you move it. If you do a traditional path, walking your bot side, all of it's gone. You're now like, oh, do I cross map? Like because the map will then be split. Bot becomes easy access. But the swap's coming through mid the target.
And now Samdi jumping onto Yopa. Damage in there initially, and Skeens. Getting flash and heal out from Na'Vi's bot lane.
Yeah, so that did not go the way that they wanted that to go at all. Paris used the bubble onto Samdi to give him bonus movement speed, but then he doesn't have the bubble.
Yeah.
So Yopa then just says, yeah, okay, let's ball, bro. But that's going to be an easy dragon. I mean, no summoners. The Rumbles also come down. Wonder's a little bit paranoid about another dive on the top side.
And SK might still just look for it. Ooh, Encore goes a little wide. Same with the Equalizer. Good side steps from Paris and Samdi, so 2 ultimates used. It's a dragon traded essentially for the top lane because SK sent all 5 members as leader in a 1v1. Again, the exhaust goes down, landing those Qs onto Poby, but not going to find the kill. Now in comes Relech. No flash available on leader. Cease and desist for the lockdown. He's trying to dance around to not give Poby the kill. The Enchanted Crystal arrow almost there in time, but it's Relech with another kill. Oh, in comes Skeens. So Poby was taking damage from the minions the entire time. He's got the Realm Warp, and Relech backs up his mid laner, giving him the escape option. Skeens getting damaged down, but a TP defensively will mean Skeens backs off. Na'Vi defend the play.
I mean, yeah, well played by Na'Vi. They successfully shut down leader on a side lane who was looking very scary. With the Blade of the Ruin King completed, he is comfortably winning out on that 1v1. There's little that Poby can do against it other than run away. Thanks to the phase rush, he does have that additional movement speed, which leader has to respect. And you can see that leader, he was fishing for a knockup. He was fishing for the outplay, but the tornado times out right at the end of this play, and you'll see he stacks it up, the damage looks good, but then the phase rush gets procced, he's got to disengage, and now he's the tornado because he kind of has to. It's about to wear off. And he's thinking, if I can just get a 3rd stack, get the knockup, we're back to live.
Now he's got the backup of the team here. It's everybody on to Mainter. He had already used the flash earlier. There's all out. He's trying to get some damage under the wave because that's all he can focus on right now. 3 members around him. He's taking his time to go down. Leader actually gets chugged. Shut down gold over to Skeens.
I'm kind of surprised that Leader held onto his ult for so long. The problem with this play is it's a lot of resources committed to a side lane with Herald up, with top tower exposed, with basically all options available to Na'Vi. So they push in mid, they push through top, they get the tower. Like, that death really is inconsequential to Na'Vi. I would say the only misplay was Mainter used his flash, but if he thought that he could get a kill in that situation, then like, hey, why not? But yeah, Herald secured. That mid tower is now very exposed. Very easy objective for Na'Vi to play for with the next dragon spawning in about 2.5 minutes. Like, yeah, Na'Vi in a very comfortable spot.
Yeah, I feel like Na'Vi still have enough control of this game. It's only Leader that's the problem. He's the one with the gold lead for SK's side. So when you look at the overall gold lead, it's 1.4K for Na'Vi, but when 1.3 of that is on your Vi, and then also your bot lane is ahead, especially in the Core Keeper versus Ashe matchup, I just favor the Core Keeper the raw damage output anyway when it comes to these team fights. I feel like they're going to be just fine. SK is ahead in the Dragon department, though. So if they can keep stacking these up, Mountain Soul, not traditionally considered one of like the biggest win conditions in the game, but it still feels nice to have, especially when you don't have this kind of dedicated front line. Just makes everybody a little beefier. As the Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands, stun onto Paris, followed up with the charm, and that is a kill for Yopa.
Yeah, easy pick. I'm noticing the one that keeps grouping up with the team does leave top exposed, but I guess he's really paranoid about a collapse on side lane. He now has to go and answer that wave. As
Scenes actually takes the Audacious Charge on Apobi right there. Nobody else was behind.
They're opening up bot, basically. They're making sure the bot can be secured. But yeah, this is a good Herald response from Na'Vi. Should be a trade of towers, with Na'Vi ultimately still being an objective up.
And they're still able to maintain that gold advantage as well. It's shrinking slightly, but still, it's something for Na'Vi right now as they'll ride the Herald now towards the bottom turret. And they're also looking at Leader here as Poby comes in. That's a wind wall early, and the Herald for the knock-up. Leader getting CC'd to death. Relech with the kill. That was pretty creative use of the Herald right there. Very efficient.
It absolutely was, because it completely cut off the escape from Leader, who had pushed an extra wave onto that bot side of the Rift, and he ends up getting punished for it. This does open up Wonder to start actually hitting away on that top tower, but he can't hit it for very long as the resets have come through, and Na'Vi is looking to get back out onto the map. So Na'Vi continuing to find advantages off of every single play that SK is making. But this next Dragon, you highlighted earlier, is going to be a big point of contention. Both teams will want to grab that. SK to put themselves on sole point, but Na'Vi to slow the acceleration of SK.
Exactly. If Na'Vi can pick this up, it's going to buy them a lot more time in this game. And when you have things like the Rise, things like the Cassante, you have decent scaling options for you. And then the Cassante back into the game as well. I mean, he was getting the camps early on, or rather the ganks early on. And Cassante, once you hit that 2-item spike, you're just unkillable, essentially. He's at that point right now. Wonder's still working towards that second item. And it doesn't seem currently like SK have the numbers around the Dragon Pit. It's spawning in 15 seconds. Wonder has TP. He's pushing this wave in, but he's going to have to get down there soon. Yeah, he channels the TP now, so preemptively trying to get down. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow will land onto Paris, plus the Encore. Chain CC, they got the Nami. SK find a pick right before the objective.
Perfect timing for SK. Poby, he doesn't have the Realm Warp. He can't really create a flank. Na'Vi don't have the numbers to contest this. And so SK will put themselves on sole point. Even though Na'Vi are finding overall map advantages, these Dragons belong to SK.
Yep.
And they're setting themselves up nicely for the Soul. 5 minutes away. Na'Vi will have to gain back control over that neutral. But you're seeing just the strength of Ashe, Seraphine plus Rumble. Like, it's just, it's a scary combo just by itself. We'll look back at it. Samdi basically says, hey, I'm going to dodge this arrow. The flash is up from what I can tell.
Yeah.
Actually,
Paris's flash was up, I do believe.
Yeah,
in
it
that
does
moment.
look like it. It does look like it to me.
That's just unfortunate right there, because you know the AD carry is able to dodge it, but the support's not ready for it. No Mikhail's either on Paris right now. I feel like that should be an item that's now on the mind of Paris to pick up. Make sure you're able to deny those arrows coming in, because Yopa, I mean, he's been finding a lot of these arrows now this game, and I got to talk about him a little bit.
I don't think you have time.
Oh, never mind. We have a fight breaking out here. We have a pick breaking out here as it's Poby all alone in the top river, right at the Baron pit. SK, they'll just take the gifted kill and start at the objective. Now Na'Vi look to contest. It's gonna be a 4v5 approach. As, ooh, big bear damage actually right there on the Yopa and Mickey. Mater's gonna try and buy some space to walk in. It's all about Samdi getting the damage down. The Rockets go in. Relech diving onto the backline. Mater as well. Samdi just peppering them down, but they already got Relech. The jungler's out of there as Mater can't get the kill on the Yopa. Ashe kites back. Samdi's got Skeens right on top of him. Wonder roasting him down as well. Flash over the wall so Skeens can finish it off as Paris flashes to safety. They deny the Baron, but SK get a lot more kills.
A monstrous fight going the way of SK. You're right, they don't get the Baron, but they'll be happy with that fight. Securing the top tower as well. They keep finding these picks. They
start this Baron off knowing that they have the numbers advantage. Relech does about everything that he could do here. Gets a flash out from Mickey, ulties onto Yoppa, but the follow-up just can't quite come through. That Rumble ult placement makes it impossible for Samdi to really get involved in the fight. He commits his flash to sidestep the knockup that's coming through from the Tornado. Mechanically, very well played from the side of SK.
Very impressive. When you see 4 health bars at about 100 health left afterwards, that just means that they juggled it perfectly. They're back onto the Baron as we come back to live. Na'Vi will have to find another approach, but Samdi's coming out from base. Mainter's coming out from base. They do not have teleports to get in here. Maybe Relech can look for a steal. He has the Vault Breaker, channeling it right now, but SK just stopped damage on the Baron. They jump over the wall instead. They got Poby, and now they're looking at Samdi. Leader's on top of him. Jumps back to safety. Skeens in some trouble here. Knock up onto a Leader, but Skeens is just fine. It's just Mainter getting damage on him right now. Samdi's been completely pushed out from the fight. SK yet again peel off the objective and instead will take the fight.
I really love the way SK has been playing these fights. Just, they don't waste any time. When they see a target, they throw the Ash Arrow out and they're quick to follow. They convert these fights into huge team fight wins. They're gonna get themselves the Baron. A day difference, but SK look completely different in this game 1.
Night and day. You know, sometimes a good night's sleep's all you need. Let's take another look at the replay here because Poby's just instantly deleted.
I mean, beautiful combo. The Whitmore placed as well, making it very awkward for both Paris and Relech to get involved in the fight. Mainter doing what he can to try and tank things up, but he is not tanky enough. That Na'Vi ult wave hit 4 people, but it just didn't matter. Samdi is too afraid to approach. And this comp from SK is very much just go forward, and they're making it work beautifully.
Yeah, Samdi was not able to get damage down in that fight, despite being up a little bit of gold going into it. Now Yoppa firmly in control. And I gotta agree with some of these comments. They're looking a little disjointed right now. Like, that was such a beautiful tidal wave from Paris. You feel like that should be able to turn a play, but didn't in the moment. SK with the Baron buff will start taking down these turrets. That's the outer turret in the mid lane. They're gonna reposition now to catch this bot wave as it's shoving in, go for a little invade as well. So some wasted time here with the Baron, but still overall they're getting that first turret, which is the first step, now with a 2.7k gold lead.
You mentioned it earlier, but Yoppa, I think he's been so important in this game. Those Ash Arrows have been pivotal in putting SK in a good spot as the fight comes in.
Relech finds Skeens, immediate Ash Arrow on the Poby as now everybody's committing onto the Zinjao. He's got the Crescent Guard. Can't get damage through there, and the Equalizer just roasted all the members of Na'Vi. They could not follow up Relech. Nobody dies on either side, but wow, that was a very efficient Equalizer.
It was party time on the Coles, okay? Yep. That ulti from the Seraphine combined with the ulti from the Rumble was enough to dissuade Na'Vi from being able to follow up. They took so much damage on the backline, and this should be an uncontested dragon. I mean, Na'Vi's going to do their best to get back into position to challenge, but it's SK with full control.
SK have the vision control. Dragon has spawned. If they get this, it is Soul. Na'Vi want to deny that.
Oh, look at Yoppa.
Mainter's trying to buy some space. Yoppa's getting the damage down. Oh, focus fire onto Mainter. Big damage onto the Cassandra. He's just trying to walk forward, but he's just so slow the entire time. The health bars are just getting chunked on Na'Vi's side before the fight even kicks off. As now Relech is looking for a flank over the wall, maybe for the steal. He has the Vault Breaker charge, but SK again just stop hitting the Dragon. Relech is going to have to take the Blast Cone instead. Mainter gets into the pit. Now Relech goes in, Skeens the target. As Cassandra gets out of it, stolen! Relech denies the Dragon's soul, but SK already took down Mainter, so they can look for the fight afterwards. And flash over the tidal wave from Skeens. The arrow lands. Paris falls. Yoppa unstoppable. SK don't need the Dragon's soul. They still have the Baron. They can just push this wave in.
The thing is that this Baron is about to wear off. They need to push as much as they can off the back of this play. But I don't know how much they can realistically get. Na'Vi did a good job of pushing out the side waves, and you can see Poby already pushing down that bot wave. SK wanted to use this Baron to actually secure the Dragon, and I think the reason why they fumbled was not using the Baron to really actually get better control on sides.
Sure.
Because you can see on the minimap, like, the waves aren't really pushed in that deep. Na'Vi's been allowed to approach this Dragon, and they're in position to contest. Yes, the fight is always going to go the way of SK, but the steal comes through, and Na'Vi buys themselves a little bit more time. Like, good play ultimately from SK to find these picks, but like, Na'Vi, they'd already committed to the suicide mission in order to steal that Dragon away, so the fact that it was a one fight for SK, I think SK were just too eager to secure this Dragon when they had Baron. They could have just been using it to create this pressure, create this field of darkness around the bot side of the Rift that Na'Vi then feels super uncomfortable about approaching, and you make them lose the fight before they even get a chance to approach the Dragon. Especially with the lead that SK had built, I think that would have made it much harder for Na'Vi to contest rather than just basically allowing Na'Vi a 50-50.
The only counterpoint I can think is that SK's composition doesn't have a lot of hard engage, so if you're able to get to the Dragon first, make them come into you, that's kind of where your comfort zone is. You have the Encore.
Would you say that?
You have the Crescent Guard.
But imagine Na'Vi has to face check into Ashe, Seraphine, Rumble, which is what happened in the previous fight, right? They almost want to fight exclusively just them trying to approach that objective. So, I mean, Yoppa's arrows have been fantastic. I think he's going to find another one.
He's looking for it right here under Relech, followed up. Chain CC for days, as Relech will get the cease and desist off, but Yoppa with a 6th kill. 6-0-5 for the young AD carry, and SK with that one pick here. They have pushed bot side, they're pushing everybody mid, and Avi's gonna have to try and defend here at the inhibitor turret. Inter slowed down, but I think he should be fine. He's a tanky Cassante, walks back to safety, and SK actually don't have a wave right there, so they're gonna have to back off right now.
Yeah, the awkward thing for SK keeps being they just don't have control over their side waves. So they keep getting these picks, they'll push down mids, but then there won't be anything they can do about it because Ryze is somewhere else pushing another wave. Rumble did finally go and catch that bot wave and start to push it out, but now Poby's here to go and answer.
But Poby was top when he did that, so now the top's pushing out. So yeah, Poby has actually been making this a headache for SK. And that's kind of what the Ryze does in the late game. You're a fantastic side laner. You can always use the Realm Warp to get to safety.
He's helping Na'Vi stall, which is ultimately what Na'Vi need. They need opportunities to get later into the game, and whether they outscale or not, they just need time. It's kind of their best option right now.
And it's so hard to actually get on top of him. We see SK looking to collapse, but in a flash forward from Wunder, flash response from Poby. As now the Enchanted Crystal Arrow will go out, sidestep, not going to land. When becomes Lightning does not land either, so Poby does get to safety. SK just sent 5 members down there and don't find the pick.
And what's happening on the Rift right now? It's push, push, push.
Top push. Yeah.
Na'Vi just keeps clearing out these waves every time SK try to make a play, and yeah, SK really can't accelerate their lead anymore. Baron is now available. They need to be cautious about that area of the map.
That is Ashe leading the damage charts right now. That's actually a little surprising to me. But has been doing a lot of damage, especially setting up a lot of these fights. Now we have another one potentially right here as Wunder's frontlining for SK, walking up into the brush. Mater clears out the vision. Na'Vi have Relech on a flank, not spotted right now. Leader's hovering around there, and we'll now see Relech, who ball breakers back to safety. Baron is always on the table if either team's able to pick it up, but now it's actually Na'Vi in an awkward spot because their bot lane's pushed in. SK has an advantageous position because they don't need to go bot lane. That's in a fantastic spot for them. They can just set up their control around Baron.
The worst thing that SK could do is flip the Baron. They don't have TP available, which makes things awkward for them, but neither does Na'Vi. So they need to fight for midway, but I feel like they should send someone top, but I guess they're arguing that we need to have numbers here to be able to even contest this wave.
I mean, Navi's just sacking this bot wave over and over. That's now 3 waves that have crashed in, and they're just not sending anybody down there. Instead, they're just keeping members in the mid lane, I suppose, to make sure that the Baron can't be taken. They want to maintain control here. It's fun. I mean, we were just saying how well Poby was doing in the side lane, but this is like a 4th wave going down into that bot side. They just haven't sent anybody down there, and now they've lost
It's because of the lack of TP. If someone shows up bot, then it's awkward. So SK pushing that bot wave was a smart thing to do. That top wave is now still pushing as well. SK are kind of gaining advantages.
Onto Schemes, he still has the Crescent Guard available. Encore will only land onto 1. It's Main to the front line, but he has to flash to safety because he was getting heavily chunked down. Windwall will buy space for SK, but in goes Relech. Schemes in trouble, leader the target, he's shut down as the GA for Relech will keep him up. Poby dancing around Schemes on the side here, but it's up to Yoppa. It's up to the young AD carry. The Ashe is unleashed as he takes down 1, turns back on the Poby. The shield goes up, but he goes down. Wunder on a rampage. SK win another team fight.
Yoppa's positioning continues to be so important in these fights. The way that he's able to consistently deal out the damage, the way that he is largely untouched in these fights. Beautiful patience, beautiful positioning. SK able to win out once more. We look back and so it's Schemes that gets rooted up. Mengter becomes the focus, which is not ideal. Leader hesitant to commit his ultimate here because he wants to save it for a better play, but he ends up then too deep because of the knockback. Relech sees his opening, shuts out Leader. Nice Rumble ultimate onto the back line, just removes Sandy from the fight, whereas Yoppa, he's completely untouched. He knows what he...
barely done anything in these fights.
Yeah, it's become really difficult for him to approach. He's a little bit cautious of his range and how easy it is for SK to punish that. And so you're just, again, continuing to see the strength of Ashe Seraphine and how consistently in these team fights it's difficult to navigate around. And yeah, it's one of those situations where Na'Vi have played the map overall better. I think they have played a smarter game of League than SK have. But SK is just playing the team fights better. They just have a stronger team fight comp. They're mechanically outperforming Na'Vi in the 5v5. Wonder's ultimates have been fantastic. And then Yoppa just continues to find these picks. So it's a pretty interesting dynamic. SK, but if they keep fumbling these...
I like flumbling, though.
Yeah, if they keep fumbling these map plays and like actually pushing the lead that they have, Na'Vi might eventually win a fight.
It's going to be harder with the Dragon Soul. After SK got the 2 kills, they didn't go for the Baron. Enchained Crystal Arrow misses onto Samdi. Nice sidestep there. SK, instead of going for the Baron, they just took the Dragon Soul. It's a much safer objective, so they have the shield now, they have the extra resistances, and now they will start up the Baron. The bottom turret will fall just to the wave as Na'Vi again look to approach the Baron pit. It's getting roasted so fast. Rilech cannot get in there. That is the objective secure. It is now, do they want to go for the team fight? They have the death ball composition set up. The arrow's down. Yoppa's been the one to kind of set up the fights every time, and they don't have that available. So instead, Schemes is just going to go in with the 3rd knockup, as well as the Encore again, only onto main turret. The Casante's taking up a lot of damage, a lot of cooldowns as he pulls Schemes back over to Poby, but Schemes is just fine for right now. As in, again, it's Yoppa's show, goes legendary, and they stop the Realm Warp from Poby. Leader getting the kill, 19-7, plus the Dragon Soul, plus the Baron. SK look for their victory march.
In the awkward river standoff, SK finally find an engage that works out for them. They get 2 picks, they've got the Baron, they've got the Soul. This should be enough to close this game out.
And Yoppa is about to end this game deathless. 8-0-7 on the Ashe, finding pick after pick after pick, and team fighting immaculately. SK, the difference from yesterday to today is quite stark, and it's looking good. They'll take down Samdi under the turret. Yoppa will flash forward for more KDA, but either way, SK will take game 1.
It's impressive stuff from SK. Definitely bounced back nicely. The early game was a little bit scary, but the team fights, they were able to bounce back very, very well.
And they also were able to kind of come back from that jungle invade that started everything off. But the man of the hour is Yoppa, and we have a sideline interview with him right now.
Hello, Yoppa. Incredibly well played to you. I was really impressed. I wanted to ask you, because I feel like we were kind of in similar situations when I was playing on Team Radix. I was surrounded by veterans. And for me, it was super intimidating. And I felt like I wasn't able to play with the confidence that I felt like I normally had and express myself in game. Well, I feel like you've been doing the opposite. Like, you're so cocky, you're playing so far forward, and you're really like you hard carried this game. Like, how are you able to do this despite the fact that you're playing with such experienced players?
Yeah, I think at the beginning, I was thinking they're veterans, they know better than me, they're really good, but I just realized they're washed. So I'm just playing my own game. So yeah.
I wish I realized that a bit faster as well. Thank you so much, Yoppa, as we head over to the AD here with Shox and David.
What did he say?
Yeah, he just called them all washed. Everyone on his team, he was like, I know better. They're all washed. I was like, that's fantastic.
Jack Spectra reminding us that he was also once.
Yeah, I had to throw it in there.
No, but actually, I think it worked really well, and I think you're correct, right? Because it is a hard situation to be in, and I think probably specifically when it's not going well, and you know definitely that you can be better, but also that you as a team can be better. But if you're younger or more of a rookie, you probably don't have as much agency to talk about that in the same way and to really push it forward.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I feel like I had the exact same feeling that he had. I didn't feel like my teammates were washed, and I know that he's joking when he says that as well. But it's just this realization that regardless of the experienced players that you're playing with, you know your role best, and you know what you need the most. So I think he's kind of figured that out, and you see it in his gameplay. The fact that he's willing to click forward, the fact that he's the one starting the team fights, it's incredible growth from him, and it's super nice to see.
Yeah, that's the thing for me. It's the fact that they gave him the tools to be like, no, you now are the ones that control when we go in. And he was on point every single fight. He was managing that arrow, getting the setups, getting the picks that really turned this game in their favor. I think it was fantastic.
I think that's a great point. The fact that Na'Vi, after that stellar early game, also had a Rilech who was starting to get going, and usually it's hard to stop him, but that flash arrow, finding Paris. Time and time again, we were lamenting the lack of Mikhails. I think it did contribute a lot to how this game ended up going.
Yeah, I think Paris definitely regrets his build path in this one, because you could see how like it's so easy for SK to play. Like Paris, even though he has the flash, it feels really bad to waste it because that's still 5 minutes now where you're then super vulnerable. And once that initial CC hits, it's just an easy CC chain. And it was just SK's tried and true tested formula for the early game. They kept going on to Paris. And once they found him, it was too hard for Na'Vi to contest.
I mean, especially even the fact as we got later on in the game, they were just picking Mainter. It was like, it doesn't matter that you're the mega tank on the enemy team. We have enough damage to get through you. I think it was just really solid. And for SK, it was a very simplified game plan. Like you heard Betty in the cast talk about it. You know, they're not playing for side lanes. They're not trying to 1-3-1. They're just like, look, if we just death ball, we win the game. Let's just do that.
Yeah, and also for leader, of course, is Yasuo. He loves that champion. He's really good on it. That makes it really difficult for me to make any kind of sweeping statements about the state of SK. What I will say is that the train was going off the rails, and a game like this was definitely necessary.
I mean, you can tell that he is like so much more comfortable on Yasuo than anything else. Like finding this solo kill, I was surprised. Like two parts of me here are surprised that Poby doesn't flash, but the other part of me is surprised that leader even has the solo kill there. Yeah. It's just such a Yasuo-specific interaction. Yeah, it's like he just finds him, and then he's able to then utilize that to impact the whole rest of the map as well. And he was constantly getting good ultis, setting up good wind walls for his team. And I think SK, they just come out swinging in this game one. They don't go for something like the Orianna. They don't get too crazy with the set, but I think Yasuo, Irelia, Kali, that's really where it's at, where you're still kind of playing meta, but it's more comfort for leader.
Yeah, and I think also comfort for other people as well. Like I think Wunder had a fantastic game in this Rumble, like where he's Rumble Ultimates, I think we're the unsung hero for a lot of those fights, especially in that last fight around Baron, where he just completely zones Sam D out of the equation. Like I think he was excellent. It felt like SK across the board were stepping up.
It's a bit of a trend that he's not doing too hot in lane, but that he does make the correct decisions when it comes to the team fights, though. We're in this replay already. I'll bring it up later. But yeah, anyways, they just kept going, right? The Baron, I think this was nice played as well, because you could very well throw in this position, right? Okay, they don't take the Baron in this first fight, but they position well, they play the fight well, and right after, they close the door.
Yeah, it was a really nice engage by Relech, and overall, I felt like Relech had a really fantastic game, but Yopa was just outplaying his counterpart, doing so much more damage in these team fights, and you can't even really blame Samdi that much, because it's hard to get onto these carries. You're up against the Ashe slows, the Seraphine slows, the Sin Sao slow, the Rumble slows. There's just so much like small, annoying CC that makes it real miserable for him to play.
Even then, you're trying to auto attack. It's like, Xin Zhao is ult, I guess.
Yasuo win wall.
And then Yasuo win wall. And then I walk forward. Oh, there's Rumble ultimate. I'm like, how does the man get in to play the game? Like, there's no way for him.
No, it's tricky.
And, yeah, I think it was just a sick way to set this up. And again, like, it felt like a very SK comp.
There's two things I want to bring up still. The first thing is, we saw it in the clip beforehand, but Relech had a really good early game, right? He read the jungle really well. He was on Skeens, but then he goes just a little too far. Yeah. And I'm wondering if that could have made the pendulum swing a lot more into a super might in the early game, because it's something that his coach talked about. Yeah.
I actually like the play. I know it looks dumb because he dies in the end, and it's like, of course it's a bad play, but I honestly, he had the reading that I have cleared more of my camps because I stole away the entire top side. I've managed to clear through my camps. I've got the tunneler advantage, and it's double longsword on the other side. I can play through that, but he ends up going, as you say, that bit too far. I think if he had waited for mid-prio, that could have been the play. So I think it is a double-edged sword, but I understand the thought.
No, I'm not arguing that it was good. It was obviously good, his early game pathing, but the fact that he pushes too far just because his coach just said it, right? Sometimes his brain doesn't catch up with what he's doing, and I'm wondering if it would have paid so many dividends that he could have parlayed into more that wouldn't have put them in a losing position.
With Poby losing lane, he had to essentially kind of bail him out, and then when Yasuo then gets the kill off of that invade, then leader gets even more ahead.
That's more of like a solo queue mentality. Whereas like, I can play through my lead, but in competitive, that's not where it can lean over, because mid lane can come across.
And that is something we do have to say. Poby has not been having a good time in these lanes, not in the first matchup versus Jojo Pyun, not here. And I think it's a little bit of friction, right? Because you see what Relech wants to do, but obviously, if this is happening in the mid lane, it's all a little harder.
Yeah, and it was the same when he was playing against Jojo Pyun. Like, Jojo Pyun completely outclassed him in that mid lane, and it did then cause issues. Like, Na'Vi were able to get the better of it in the end, but I mean, the question mark now has to be, as we go into game 2, can Poby now step up against leader where he's not on a comfort pick?
Whoa, things we're hearing we maybe didn't expect to hear. What does your gut tell you, Jack?
I think Poby just needs to not get solo killed, and it's smooth sailing for Na'Vi.
Okay, easy. Just don't get solo killed. Just play safe on their tower.
But I think he's gotten solo killed every game, maybe,
Yeah,
so
he
maybe it's not so
has.
easy.
Okay, we'll see after the break if someone gets solo killed or not. We'll be right back.
It is new. Okay, we have a one going in the mid lane as Leader's jumping in on the Poby and finds it! Mortal Steel for first blood.
Oh, what? Look at the Cassandra as well,
Yeah. Look why, look why.
Yeah.
On me, on me.
Power one. Double lane 3.
Why dead? Cassandra no flash. No flash.
Kill Cassandra, kill Cassandra. Cock in the W, okay? No W, cool. I'm out.
Yeah, I can play.
Help me there, look right.
Cassandra dead. Nice,
Good
good.
job.
Go with mid wave,
I have ult, we can end.
Yes.
Brother, let me try.
Wait. Brother, let us break this instead. Brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Wait, is he switching lanes?
You start
Hello and welcome back, everybody, for Game 2 as SK take on Na'Vi. And I was just reminded, Vedius, you never brought me a mouse pad.
Why would you have to bring that up publicly?
Me on Saturday you'd bring me a mouse pad because I forgot one.
Sir, I'm 33 years old. My memory is fading.
Yeah, I don't think you get that excuse.
Yeah, I think I do.
33 is still in like the first third of your life.
Respect your elders, young one. Respect them. We're jumping into draft.
Okay,
Let's
if you talk like that for the rest of draft,
can I recall
I'll forgive you.
the bands from the previous game? I don't need
Pantheon
to, 'cause they'll be on my screen.
J4. I know we're on Navi's side. We had Oriana banned from SK side.
Common Orless on the other
That's
side.
half of them that I remember.
Yeah,
from the
okay.
first
There's
rotation.
Common Orless.
Okay.
And then there was
We can piece this
Oriana.
together.
I just don't remember the last one from Na'Vi.
What was it?
I don't remember.
That's fine. Either way, we do know what happened in that last game, and it was SK coming back in a big way. They did not look nearly as solid, nearly as cohesive in their first series. They were able to pick up a win, yes, but then their losses looked very messy. This is a well-oiled looking machine here. They just deathballed. I mean, we heard the analysts talking about it. They were losing some of the side lane pushes, but with Yopa leading the charge with the arrows, they were able to find a lot of picks and a lot of opportunities to just win these team fights, stack the dragons, and played it out cleanly from there. Now, V are going to have to find a way to either deny that type of composition again or win through different means. Either way, we do see a couple bans come through here. And first pick, Nico for SK.
So, the man behind the mystery, the voice in our heads that you guys at home don't hear, did remind us that Varus was the last band that we've forgotten.
Okay.
And it was open, and so I was looking like, is it a Varus first pick? But SK saying, no, we want the Nico instead. Now, the problem for Na'Vi is they kind of have to lock in Varus now because, number one, if you don't, you're now playing into Varus Nico, which is
Sounds
what
kinda terrifying.
in the dictionary under no fun, I would say that these two champions would be there. But
a Nocturne on top
but
of that,
if they
too.
do lock it in, like SK is prepared for it because they first picked the Nico, right? But of course, there is the possibility as well that this Nico is mid lane. Leader has played this mid quite a few times before, and there's always the possibility that they can flex it. We don't see it flexed very often, but it's always worth considering. With the Aurora early lock-in, it seems like that the Bard responds. So I feel like by default, SK should now just slam that Varus and then probably get a jungle to pair alongside it.
I mean, like, Varus Nocturne is where my mind goes. You don't get the Oriana combo, but Nico Nocturne is also a strong combo. You turn the lights off, it's much easier for Nico to get in there, and then also easier for Varus to throw out those chains of corruptions, which will then most likely land on their target. So that's where my money's going to go, but it seems like they're hovering something different as it's Ezreal locked in.
Interesting. So we talked about Varus. They are arguing, hey, you want to play Ezreal. Ezreal Bard is a good combo because Bard can roam, leaving Ezreal isolated, so we'll take the Ezreal away from you. On top of that, now if they do pick Varus, which can be good into Ezreal, you're now playing Varus Bard, which like
you don't like Varus Bard?
It doesn't. You don't get a lot of good peel, that's for sure.
True.
So they're going to have to go for something else. I think Sivir can be a pretty solid alternative. The problem with it is you're quite short range, and right now Na'Vi's composition is quite short range. Like Aurora. Sometimes, like, I get asked this question about, like, well, you say that she's short range, but what do you mean like that? It's so basically, in order for her to do her combo, she has to be within a radius with which the opponent can hit her as well.
Yep.
And so that's what I mean by short range. If your opponent can hit you while you're trying to hit them, that, in my mind, is relatively short range. In contrast to Ezreal, he doesn't need to be in hit distance to do his thing, right?
And Nico as well. I mean, other than the Pop Blossom where you're
Yes.
going to kind of get close, but like everything else, you're going to be pretty far away.
Right, and so that's why when we say, like, you look at SK side, Ezreal plus Nico, a lot of long-range poke, they can play out of your reach, and they can hit you while you can't really hit them. Sivir does have her Q, of course, and then there is the Aurora ultimate, which does, of course, have a very long range. But right now, I kind of like what SK have drafted. They've also taken away Relech's Ambessa from the jungle, which I think makes sense because that is where he'd love to go to lock down a champion like the Ezreal as well. My concern comes from how much... Are they taking too much away? Are they focusing too much on trying to deny what it is that the opponent wants to do? Because at a certain point, you need to figure out the goal of your composition, right?
Yeah.
And if you go too down this rabbit hole, it could just hurt your own draft.
I will say Yopa had a fantastic Ezreal game earlier on in this weekend.
Absolutely.
So I think that it isn't just taken away, it's also playing to what we have seen work for SK. So it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. A lot of bit of top lane focus for this second round of bans. It's Renekton, Sion, and Gnar taken off the table with an Akali for good measure.
Okay, quite a few hovers from Na'Vi. I think we can ignore most of them as they're just filtering through options available to them.
You don't think the Shaco is likely?
No, I don't think so. I don't even know if I've seen a
Italy?
Shaco in pro play before. Was it an IEM like 10 years ago? I want to say it was Kick
I've seen it in Tier 2. I've seen a Shaco support. That was pretty cursed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, that might be where I've seen it before. Okay, so Aatrox. Now, the engage from Na'Vi is quite limited, which concerns me when you're playing against an Ezreal. I think that with Ezreal, you kind of need some form of hard lockdown. Of course, Vi's already taken out, with Pantheon also banned. The jungle options that they have are, well, they are limited, to be honest. I think the takeaway of the Ambessa was really smart from SK because that's exactly the type of direction that Reletch would love to go.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking it's going to be the Aatrox jungle, and then maybe like
that's what I mean. Yeah. But that's what I mean by like they just don't have enough lockdown for the amount of mobility that SK has right now, right? You've got Ambessa, Ahri, Ezreal. Like, that's dash on dash on dash, right? You know what I mean? Like, and so where does your hard CC come through from? Oh, and they're going to pivot and put the... Oh, I mean, of course, yeah, you can comfortably put the Wukong into jungle, and then you can put the Ambessa top.
Yeah. I will say Poppy goes pretty hard here. There's a lot of dashes that are going around. I mean, it's less like hard engage, because, again, that doesn't fix the problem of, like, how do we start the fight necessarily, but it would stop the Wukong, the Ahri, the Ambessa from getting onto your backline, give your Sivir a little more appealing options.
I really like what SK have drafted. They're thinking about a Jax, Zehen. I think both are fine into Ambessa. Okay, Mainta, we're really not escaping those tank allegations, are we?
Okay.
So this is a hard counter pick to Ambessa.
Yeah.
We've seen it brought out by Kana, I want to say, here in the LEC. He brought it out last split. And basically, you just, every time they trade, like the sustain from Rek'Sai just wins
too
out.
much.
Yeah. So they trade even on HP, Rek'Sai then heals.
Over in the LCS, we saw more like Volley Bear as the counter, but I guess it's the same concept.
Right.
Like when I think of that, I think of it, yeah, it's basically the same thing where you're just going to be able to do about the same damage, but you're healing back more than what they're going to be able to do.
Yeah, and kind of as the laning phase goes on and Rek'Sai gets like shorter cooldowns as the Ambessa does as well, you just kind of become more difficult to deal with. So it is a solid side lane answer, but the kind of whole engage is Sivir presses R, run at opponent. You do have the Bard ultimate, so maybe if you can like get some of the mobility used, then the Bard ultimate to connect. But again, like there's so much mobility. You know, it's going to be hard to lock someone down from SK, which I think is the hardest challenge.
Bard is my most played champion, and I gotta say, when I see an Ahri mid, I'm like, well, probably not gonna roam mid. When I see a Wukong jungle, I'm like, well, probably not gonna try and invade the jungle. And when I see an Ezreal bot, I'm like, I don't know what my job is anymore. I guess it's ult my team when they engage on us.
Fortunately for Na'Vi, it's not like their comp is unplayable, right? Like, they've got options, there's plenty of room for outplay, and if all things... if worst comes to worst, you press R on Sivir and you run at them at a dragon, right? Like, so I am just highlighting...
Sometimes the simplest plans are the best.
Sometimes, and that might just be enough, you know? I'm going through all these reasons why, like, on paper, all this mobility for SK should be difficult to deal with, but Na'Vi do still have really good damage with the Sivir. Poby can potentially one-shot anyone on the enemy side, and so there's a lot of threat, and of course, Reletch on Aatrox, he's just good at it, right? He's just really good.
Ooh, good early chunk there from
Very
Paris
nice.
and Samdi onto Mickey. Winning that 2v2 at level 1 already. The Electrocute Bard, man, I love this build. Super fun. I want to highlight something, though, that we had been talking about before going into this series, and that was the experience differential between these two teams, because both of them have a lot of games played, but on different sides of the rift. When we look at that bot lane, Yopo only having 14 competitive games. This is going into the series, so I guess add 1 to all of these from that last game. But still, you see that Samdi, Paris, having a lot of experience, but Mickey really kind of carrying the weight of the game experience here for Yopo.
Yeah, I mean, you can see teams that have played on G2 versus teams that haven't played on G2.
True.
But also Sam D, like, people often think of him as a rookie, but he's not by any means. Like, he's played on a bunch of different teams. I think Rob was also telling me he was on the V5 roster that also came super close to qualifying for Worlds a few years ago. Root connects.
Nice. Tangle Barbs onto Paris as Yopo will jump in for more damage. Paris will take the Wayfarer's Shrine to heal himself back up and try and just keep sustaining his Bard.
But the greater point that you were making is that Yopa is just kind of... He's just a baby in this context, right? Yeah. I mean, he didn't qualify for playoffs, which is kind of the advantage that both Reletch and Mainta did get in the previous split. But
Yeah, I think he was a promising rookie last split. I like what we're seeing from him this split. And he's an exciting player to watch on what is effectively a roster of veterans or players that have kind of been, I would confidently say, looked over in the past. Like Skeens has been given opportunities before and he didn't deliver. Whether that was a team environment or him as a player is always tough to judge. But Leader also been given many opportunities and many didn't want to give him another chance after what he's shown on the LEC stage. It's really Mickey that's believed in this project, really wanted to play with players that he believed in and he got along with, and he wanted to create an environment that was like comfortable to play in. Yeah. Like it's easy to forget how challenging it is to spend an entire year with the same group of people, where often it can feel like you get no break from one another. And he wanted to be in an environment where he was happy and enjoyed the time that he spent with these people.
It's also a stressful environment, you know, very competitive, as right now Stress is under the bottom turret here as the dive is coming through. Relech lands a knock-up onto Yopa. First blood to Samdi, traded right on back, and now Relech will start taking it up. Actually, no, it's Samdi that was taking it up, and that's going to be a double kill to Yopa. Ooh, Na'Vi, not quite the dive they were looking for.
And Yopa has DP, so he just comes straight back to lane. The gold difference hasn't changed between the bot laners.
Yeah.
It's only Relech that gains the gold advantage just because of that first kill that he gets. Now,
Skeens going to stop the back, though, so Relech going to have to jump back over towards his side as another scrap up in the top side here. Mainter's heavily winning this 1v1 right now, but Wonder will not have to flash away. Stays in range to get level 5 right there. But yeah, that again, when you go for those types of dives. Oh, that is a minion for Mickey. Flash out from Poby. Sees it come in time to at least not die.
Sneaky, sneaky. Nice play there by Mickey. We look back at the dive. Ultimately, really well executed dive. Paris willing to give his life up for the AD carry. Mickey wisely doesn't get one more auto so that both AD carries get the kill. And then Relech thinks he gets tower aggro, but it's Sandy that actually ends up sneaking it away.
They even shocked me.
Oh. Okay, I got 2 kills.
Yeah, I mean,
sometimes you just get 2 kills.
Yeah, it couldn't really have gone much better for him. So I think he should be pretty happy with the outcome of that. A little bit more trading here in the bot lane.
Yeah, as now Mickey gets chunked out from Paris and Samdi, avoiding the Tangle Barbs that time around. And coming out of that, the dive bot side, I like that Mickey immediately went mid, gets flash out of Poby, so it's 2 kills onto Yopa, and now a Summoner Spell advantage in the mid lane as well. So Skeens has options, because there's no flash on the bottom half of the map. Skeens is going to be hitting level 6 here within the minute, and he can actually start to look to make some action happen.
Wukong ideally wants to just get to that level 6, similar to what we see from that the Nocturne is one I often compare him to, paired alongside Ahri as well. I mean, back in 2023 is where I felt like we had the most prominent Wukong meta.
Yeah.
Which was the Annie, Wukong, JDG. It was a scary meta when the LPL were involved because of how
it always is
dominant. Well, no, that combo specifically, Annie plus Wukong, I felt like that they just ran it better than most of the regions did. And
oh, Yopa feeling very confident right there. Gets hit by the Cosmic Binding, but not tagged on the wall.
Sometimes confidence can hurt.
Yeah, quite literally in that instance.
Yep. Oh, Mickey.
He's feeling the pain as that Cosmic Binding will land on the wall. Mickey trying to run away, but is going to have to flash to escape the damage.
Cool mechanic there. Mickey moved into Fog of War in the hopes of cancelling their auto attacks, but the ward was dropped by Paris, so he flash reacts to the ward being dropped, knowing that another auto attack could come through. So nice timing there. But with the pressure that's being generated in the bot lane by Na'Vi, Relech sees an opportunity to secure the Dragon. Level 6 already secured for him. Similar spot for Skeens, who I believe was able to get the second Scuttle Crab spawn on the top side of the Rift. Leader is a little bit behind in XP, probably because of that roam that Mickey did towards mid lane.
Yeah, picking up some XP.
But ultimately not to... Oh, Mickey looking for another play.
Yep. I mean, this time around, he should know. That is a very suspicious minion, and he's not able to dodge it. Still gets hit by the Tangle Barbs, plus the Charm. Paris is here to help keep him healthy. Throws down a W, but oh, that was, yeah, he got pretty chunked there.
I mean, he's able to walk away with his life, is the good news for Poby. Paris here to protect. Timing was good. Poby, oh, throws the ulti.
Now he goes between worlds, jumping onto Leader, gets flash out from Ahri. Leader very respectful.
Yeah, he's really cautious of the kill threat that Poby has in that situation. Wants to push out the wave and go back to base. Jungler's probably eyeing that mid lane up right now and realizes he can't overstay his welcome. Bot wave. I mean, I was expecting this to be a lot more favorable for the SK bot lane, but credit to Samdi and Paris. They've done a really good job of just winning out on the 2 versus 2. The push that they've been able to get has really allowed them to set up that early dive. And non-stop fighting as we get more.
And ooh, yeah, nice damage there onto Paris. Yopa fancying himself the wave advantage, so he's going forward onto Samdi. Almost gets the kill with the help of Mickey.
I'm surprised Yopa didn't go for more there. I mean, I guess he'll be happy with the damage dealt.
Really scary in moments like this, though. You don't want to get baited to go forward. Relech is nearby, and Relech will not find an avenue to kill them in lane. Do they go for the dive? Samdi's going to throw out the Boomerang Blade to stop Mickey's back, but he looks like Ezreal. Maybe they think that's the open up. Now they realize that is just Mickey, and Relech goes under the turret, and the Tempered Fate onto the turret means that there's no damage response. Clean dive this time for Na'Vi.
Yeah, the timing was nice. The execution was well done. Na'Vi find themselves another pick. Put themselves in a strong spot on the bot side of the Rift. Skeens yet to really get involved on the map here in the early game. Still waiting for him to look for an ult combo. That bot crab might be his opportunity. Relech, though, is going to respect it.
Yeah, you're too low health on the Aatrox. Your bot lane wants to go for a reset. And again, Yopa gets back to this lane very fast, so he's going to be able to shove this in. Samdi does not have the teleport, so it's still just a small gold lead for this bot lane. As Skeens will now pick up that Scuttle Crab. Gold pretty much even across the board. It's just Relech with that advantage from that first blood, and now with a second successful dive. It seems like we learned where the Bard's going to put his attention, and it's instead of him roaming, it says, hey, come to my lane. I will set up the plays to get Relech fed.
Mickey now very close to level 6. That's another thing that Na'Vi will have to be worried about. Poby's already paranoid about the extra minions showing up as leader takes a nasty trade.
Yeah, Poby's actually getting big damage down between worlds. 2 full techs not going to land as leader just spirit rushes back to safety.
Okay, so Poby really starting to fight back a little bit more. Yeah. Felt like he should be way more behind than he actually is. 87 CS to 88, still not too bad at all.
I mean, speaking of also not being as far behind as we expect, Wonder's doing just fine in this lane. For the counter pick Rek'Sai, he's down 1 wave. I mean, I would say that's a success for the Ambessa, all things considered. Went for the Executioners first, so you could argue like a little behind in build path, but it works in the 1v1, and it's also effective against the Aatrox.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it's been helping him out. Skirmish against the Rek'Sai up in top lane. But I think the matchup's only going to get harder is the problem, especially as more HP starts to come through for Mainta, because he's soon just going to ignore the Ambessa. He's going to keep building HP. He's going to be able to trade against her pretty well, because it's super easy against the champion that basically wants to come into you for you to build your Fury stacks and then just get the true damage. As ult's chucked onto leader.
Tempered Fate, no Spear Rush available, no Flash available. He throws out the Charm onto Poby, but with Relech there as well, there's just too much damage. Poby picks up the kill.
So we talked a lot in draft about how compositionally I felt like it was going to be hard for Na'Vi to really do much when it came to locking down these members of SK, but none of that will really matter if Na'Vi just wins the laning phase.
Yeah.
Which right now they're doing beautifully. Paris is working well with Relech to find ganks both in bot and now in mid. Relech 2-0-2 on the Aatrox. He's being set up to be this massive carry on the champion later on into the game. They've got a 1.4k gold lead. They currently control the dragons, and the timing is perfect. They've got a bot side clear into a dragon spawning in 15 seconds. The enemy mid laner is only just returning back as you've got a rocket belt on spot. Like, it just, everything is perfect for Na'Vi.
And leader still doesn't even have the Spirit Rush, so you're not even in danger of like Ahri finding some big play, big pick. Yopa's chunked down. Na'Vi could not draw it up better than this moment right here. They'll shove the bot wave in, and I imagine Relech will start up this dragon immediately. Skeens is spotted, so they know that the Wukong's here. There's a chance for a steal. Leader is walking down. Poby will answer as a TP in from Yopa, who does get the reset off. Trinity Force completed on the Ezreal. SK might have the confidence to actually go for the fight. True Shot Barrage will land only on the Poby, so some damage down as Mickey will check out the brush. They have the control ward there. Flash forward for Mickey. Flash responsive from everybody on Na'Vi as leader now goes in. Poby gets the kill on a Mickey, but it's traded right on back as a shutdown onto Relech. Skeens diving deep onto Samdi, and he gets him! Double kill to the Wukong as Na'Vi teleport Mainter for a double kill of their own.
Yeah, I mean, a 2-for-2, and because the junglers end up trading, Na'Vi can't convert this into a dragon. Nice decisive play there from SK. Mickey gets, I think it was 3 flashes. Yeah, he gets 3 flashes. I mean, obviously not connecting sucks for him, but the fact that he gets those 3 flashes out is still massive Skeens at the very end commits.
Oh, back to live though. Mainter actually caught Wonder here, who has to flash over the wall, but in comes the ulti. Mainter falls up and shows what this counter pick's capable of.
But I'm really shocked as to what Wonder's doing there. He had so much free time onto the top tower. For him to then die to Mainter after he TP'd bot?
Yeah, and I believe that Wonder had TP'd up to the top side. I noticed that his TP was on cooldown also once Mainter was already down there, so that's disastrous.
Wonder had to have been proxying. Like, that's the only real, it's the only real option that he's, okay, we just got told with the voices in our head he took a tower shot. So, I mean, Wonder, what are we doing, man? Like, what? Like, that is such a good opportunity for you when enemy top TPs to bots, and you have free access to tower plates, but you've got to respect the reset coming through.
Yeah.
Well, in any case, back at the Dragon.
And now Relech back at focus in the mid lane. Tempered Fate lands here onto Mickey, and he's out of there. Zamdi with another kill. 2-2 and 4 now as Na'Vi with the numbers advantage around the Dragon. They could look to start it up here, but again, Skeens is still here. Yoppa's still getting some damage down, so Na'Vi aren't confident enough to immediately go for the objective.
Yeah, I thought that they would just use that opportunity to just force the Dragon, but as you said, it seems like they don't feel super confident about it.
After this wave, I imagine, somebody's going to push us out, and yeah, we actually see Skeens going to the top camp. So, you know, good patience from Na'Vi, all things considered. If they had gone for the Dragon right away, they lose the mid control on that wave, so they just wait for it. Playing a more patient game as Between Worlds goes Poby, throws out the Rocket Belt. Leader's able to Spirit Rush back to safety. Paris, again, just getting chunked as he steps up to Yoppa. Dragon is secured. Mickey lands the Tangle Barbs. Some Blooming Burst damage onto Relech, but he gets out of there. Second Dragon to Na'Vi.
Putting themselves in a good spot here in game 2.
Uh-oh. Mainter with another Umbro. Lands a knockup on the Wonder. Doesn't have the ult. It's 8 seconds cooldown. If he had that, that might have just been another solo kill.
But you're already seeing how much it sucks now.
Yep.
Yes.
I believe you.
Yeah, it's Mainter really winning out. He's going to get a solo tower, the first one of the game. 420 gold into the pocket of this Rek'Sai. I don't think Rek'Sai has the easiest time against an Ezreal, but if he can tick him once, that ulti, the gap close is obviously going to be very valuable. As Relech is positioning here.
Yeah, unspotted. Now he sees Mickey get straight in onto the Nico. Poby missing the twofold hex, but the flash from Relech will be enough. Poby on a rampage. Relech killing leader under turret, and Na'Vi find 2.
Yeah, this game is snowballing out of control now. Na'Vi continue to find picks. Skeens, he had one nice play around the Dragon, but in contrast to the impact that Relech has had, he's basically been invisible. 3-1 and 5 the scoreline of this Aatrox right now. He's been making a bunch of ganks happen. It was really only that Dragon play where Na'Vi ended up falling short, but yeah, it feels like they control pretty much the entire map.
And now Mainter's looking for even more here. He's in a 1v2 with Skeens and Wonder, but Paris in his back pocket will help him out. Warrior Trickster gets Skeens to safety, and now Yoppa's joined up as well. Tempered Fate defensively from Paris, but he's immediately cycloned on the way out. Skeens picking up the kill.
Okay, so the game plan is becoming who makes less mistakes, because Na'Vi just sent 2 top to fight for a skirmish. I guess they were getting ready to set up for Herald, but they walk into the bot lane. They give over a kill, and now the question becomes, can Yoppa carry from this position? It's kind of the player that we're watching as they're looking for another fight.
Yeah, Skeens does not have the Cyclone this time around, so Relech feeling confident to walk in there.
So it's not even that bad.
Yeah.
Like, sure, they lost their support, but they'll end up getting the Herald for it, which I think that's worth. I think Na'Vi should be pretty happy with that.
Hey, they got Samdi's ult there, mid as well, so that's, you know.
Another small W for SK, that is true. But this game is looking rather bleak for them right now.
Poby, Rocket Belt, okay. Man, he's using that Rocket Belt on cooldown right now. He went to the school of Jojo Pion as a teleport in onto the bottom side here. That will be a flanking TP for Mainter. Relech is still pretty far away. So Wonder, I imagine, gets out of this predicament. That's a big wave as well that Mainter's given up for this play with Skeens in the back pocket. Wonder will get away.
All right, so just respect being shown there from both parties. Mainter establishing his authority, whereas Wonder respecting the possibility of a gank or even a follow-up and not willing to take that trade. Ultimately, though, it's Na'Vi that hold on to a small goal lead. Dragons are going to be their priority as the next one spawns in about 2 minutes' time. Both top and bot tower having been secured make it much easier for Na'Vi to get that early push and then move into enemy jungle to fish for some deep wards. As you can see on the minimap, they're doing right now. They've got 1 ward on the red buff. They've got 1 ward just on the entrance towards that top side. And this should make it much easier for Poby to do what he's doing.
Oh, big damage onto leader, as he will just walk away. Doesn't have to use the Spear Rush or the Flash, so saving the cooldowns. But Poby is sending a message right now of how much stronger he is this time around. Yopa now has to Arcane Shift back. Cosmic Binding will not land, so Yopa is fine. But yeah, things are going very different in game number 2. Where to game number 1 as the Herald will crash into the mid turret and crack that. Navi's solo laners are very far ahead. Mainter is winning the 1v1, Poby's winning the 1v1, and that's allowing Relech to have a much stronger game as well. He was more focused on the bot side early on, but at this point, the entire map is open, and the team can start grouping up. So I gotta ask you, Betty, like, what are the options for SK? For this composition, when you're in this position, you're not winning the solo lanes. I don't even know if you win like a grouped up team fight. Like, what do you need to be looking for at this point?
Picks, mainly. You have to leverage leader's ability to catch targets off guard. Same thing for Wonder. They've got fantastic single target lockdown. But that does rely Na'Vi to overstay or be caught out on the side lane. Like right now, Poby's just sitting there on top side. That's the sort of thing that you'd be fishing for. Like maybe while Na'Vi is setting up for the dragon, he oversteps, then you can find a pick, and then you can maybe trade it for a top tower or something. Because right now they've got nothing. Right, your best bet is to try and unlock some towers to get a little bit of that standing gold back into your pockets. But it looks like they're in a position to try and challenge this Drake. The problem is there is just a gold discrepancy. And so I do not know if they have wallets big enough to really fight this.
They're not going to find the pick, so maybe plan B is give Yopa a Red Bull and hope he carries. He's 3-1-1 on the Ezreal, trying to get some damage down on the Paris, but Mainter's looking at him as well. The Tempered Fate gets flash out of Yopa. Flash from Mickey with Pop Blossom onto 3. Public Execution gets onto Sam D. Mickey's out of there. Sam D's trying to get back as Relech will claim Mickey's life. Yopa in trouble as Relech is on top of him as well. It's all about the Aatrox, baby! Double kill to Relech as he'll look for the 3rd on his Skeens. Navi's jungler putting the team on his back and hard winning that team fight.
It looked like a pretty close fight up until it didn't. Relech stamping his authority in the fight as he wiped Yopa off the rift. And he turned it into a winning skirmish for Na'Vi. They'll secure their 3rd dragon of the game, and they're looking to bring us to a 3rd game.
Solid team fighting from Navi's jungler. That was about as good as it was going to look for SK. But still, everyone's focused on diving onto Samdi, who gets out with the Bard Portal. Let's take another look at it, because Samdi actually gets to safety while Relech can just hit onto the back line.
Exactly, and you can see Mainter on the flank as well, trying to find an opportunity. Early flash from Yopa, good response from Mickey. Mainter keeping the jungle mid combo busy, buying a lot of time, whereas Wonder is just deep and isolated. And what does that leave? Yopa, completely alone to have to try and deal with the raid boss of Relech. He says, nah, this time the raid boss wins. You're gonna have to reset, come back out onto the map, whereas I will take my loot, which is the dragon.
And yeah, they got Mainter, so that's 1 raid boss down. What about the 2nd raid boss? Maybe the 3rd. There's so many threats on Navi's composition. All 4 of these members between the Rek'Sai, the Aatrox, the Aurora, and the Sivir can just kind of take over a team fight if they get the right angle.
It's like in a game when the boss, the HP bar hits to 0.
And then a 2nd HP bar.
No, and then the boss music doesn't stop.
You're like, wait a minute. Why am I not celebrating? I should hear the victory song right now.
What do you mean there's a cutscene? This is the good cutscene, right?
Why is the earth shaking and falling apart around me? And the platform raising into the air with an Aatrox lifting his sword.
Bro, I still think one of the hardest quotes in League is, "I'm not your enemy, I'm the enemy" from Aatrox. Ooh. It's so metal. It's so cool. And yeah, right now, Relech is the enemy of SK. He is 5-1-5. He's quickly becoming synonymous with this champion.
Yep.
As he continues to just rule the Rift with an iron fist. Baron is available. I don't expect that to be started immediately. It's a risky objective to start this early on. Navi's best play is mainly just to play for Soul. SK's already behind. You have control over a lot of the map. There's no need to overcomplicate or overforce anything. Just buy time, farm, even be willing to cross map. Maybe you can trade like a tier 1 for a tier 2 down in the bottom side of the Rift, for example, something like that. Or they can just focus on protecting what they have.
They haven't dropped the turret yet. Bounties are up, so SK can get some more gold if they're able to get those, but they're just going to go for a play instead between worlds from Poby as Paris Has Tempered Fate available, but instead will Magical Journey out. Now throws out the Tempered Fate. Not going to land onto anybody. Dodged by Mickey and Leader as all of SK is trying to get out of their schemes. Can't get over the wall. Has to Cyclone. So ult down on the Wukong. Big cooldown for Na'Vi as they could look at the Baron.
So Na'Vi did the opposite of what I said, which is they should consider just playing slow and safe and waiting for the next dragon. Instead they said, or we could fight to the death. Which,
that sounds more fun.
I mean, the fighting definitely looked good for them. They were able to get Leader's Flash, which, hey, I mean, better than nothing. They're not going to... Nah, they're not going to. They're going to. They're just going to stop.
Buddies, do you realize what's happened so far in this game?
They've ignored me. They've
ignored
me.
everything you've said, and they've just done what they feel like doing. Right now, they feel like going for the Baron. Skeen's able to sidestep a lot of that damage. Matrix gets a knockup in onto him. Poby dominating 6-0-2 as the jungler picked off from SK.
Why do I bother? Like, anything I say in a Na'Vi game, the opposite happens.
Yeah, that looks great. I don't know. It's a good thing they didn't listen to what you were saying.
Na'Vi, you should not give me €1 million. Like, you just shouldn't do that. Anyway, Baron going to be started
that's crazy. There's somebody who has a briefcase wearing a Na'Vi jersey walking over to Vedius right now. What's in there? All right, well, Baron started up by Na'Vi. Looks like they will get this one uncontested. No surprise. No jungler on SK means that they're just going to try and get the side waves in instead. Wonder already hitting that tier 2 bot side.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to game 3 based on how this game was playing out. SK has been very quiet in this game. It felt like that from start to finish, it has been simply run by Na'Vi. They have been the one driving the game forward, and they have not really taken their foot off the pedal. Leader, he's doing what he can to get some plates back. We'll look back at this play. I mean, Skeen's cautious of the Baron being started. He saw the Baron being started. He fell for the trap that Na'Vi had set up. He face checks, and then he ends up dying. And this is just another one of the problems with SK's composition, is that they don't have a champion that's started. Okay.
days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin.
Okay.
All right. And
I
it
think
sounds like we're back, everybody. Apologies for the delay right there. There were some technical issues that we had to sort out, but
Seems
we
like
are
a
back.
power outage happened somewhere.
Okay, I would reckon that that could be it. But we're back to about where we were when we left off, so let's just continue on with Na'Vi looking to victory march their way forward. They have the Baron, and they're looking to siege.
So at home, you guys have not missed anything. We have brought the game back. The players on stage have continued their game. This didn't affect them in any way, shape, or form. But we are coming to you from when the pause happened. And so we're now seeing this alongside with you as...
He's looking for the flank right now. Tempered Fate will land, but it's only onto the clone. And instead, Skeens gets out of the back line looking for Samdi, throwing his body at it, and it's worth it. Leader also gets onto Samdi and shuts him down. Meanwhile, Mickey peeling for him. Leader unleashed in the fight and defended by the team. SK actually made some magic happen right there. They might just get Manger. He'll shut down Mickey, but Leader with another one. And it's actually Wonder picking up that kill. Okay, well, we're back to live, and SK are mounting a comeback. Paris almost dying to the True Shot Barrage. Oh, Yopa wants even more. Oh, big chunk from Poby. The auto's not enough.
That was
Yopa barely limps away.
Very, very, very close there for Yopa. But wow, SK, they're able to punish a dive from Na'Vi on the bot side, which means that now they've bought themselves a little bit more time, and the timing couldn't be better for them. Because Wukong is back alive, the Dragon is up, there's no smite available right now, but Skeens is on his way.
Yeah, so Poby's still here, still deathless, by the way, but I don't think he was able to get a purchase off there. No, he did, he TP'd back. Okay, so Na'Vi might still be able to turn this, but Wonder gets straight onto Paris, and Yopa's on him as well. Paris is down! So Poby has no backup, and that is Dragon to SK. That is, what a time for a pause to happen. SK just immediately roar back to life and are kind of back in this game.
So it's Skeens that sees an opportunity onto Samdi. As the dive comes through, the ulti from Poby doesn't really connect onto anyone. Samdi then gets knocked up. He takes a ton of damage from Skeens. And while Skeens does lose his life, Leader then comes in from the flank, uses his mobility to get a pick. Then it's Relech that finds himself isolated against 4. He can't lock anyone down because of the mobility that we were talking about. Mickey tries to play fake with the clone, but doesn't end up working out, but it still works out in the favor of SK as Wonder picks up another kill.
So now Na'Vi's right back to this bottom turret. It's so low. Poby just one auto, will take it down. It's nice for SK to get the Dragon. It's nice for them to get some shutdowns. It's still a 4,000 gold lead for Na'Vi overall. It is still, okay, 3, oh, sure, it's shrinking, but it's still an advantage specifically for Poby. This Aurora is about to become a monster once that Rabadon's death cap is finished, and we're right around the corner from that.
Yeah, I mean, the 10 stacks on the seal, still there. If he upgrades that to the Mejai's, then that could very well be scary.
But Leader did get a lot of assists and some
yes.
kills, so 8 stacks on that Dark Seal. Like, Leader's back in this game with 3 items completed already.
He absolutely is. I mean, that's the thing. In terms of items, AD carries look very similar, mid laners look very similar. Of course, when that death cap comes in, it's going to be quite scary to have to deal with. But really, the only main advantage I see is in favor of Relech. And again, the key thing is that SK bought themselves a little bit more time. When you're this far behind, the best thing you can do is just stall the game out longer, because then gold matters less, right?
True.
Once these items are completed, having that gold advantage just doesn't mean anything. And it's when two compositions, like, when you argue like a composition snowballs better or something like this, then if you can level the playing field by equalizing yourselves in terms of items, then it's not going to be a problem. So that's what SK is playing for right now, playing for time.
Yeah, I will say, usually I don't hear colorcasters say, let the Sivir keep scaling.
Well, no, I mean, I would agree with you, but the key thing here comes back to range.
True,
right?
yeah.
So how comfortably can Sivir actually play in this game?
And right now, it's really just the Mbessa and the Wukong you're hitting. But we saw what happened in the last fight. If Skeens can get on top of Samdi, you're in a lot of trouble as that Sivir. You get the one spell shield, and you have barrier as well to try and stay alive. So that's a great point, Vetty, that, you know, we think of Sivir as this, you know, if you get to that 6 items, you just clear waves with one auto and then win team fights. But it's going to be hard to actually get the ricochets because everyone's going to be spreading apart and also just diving on top of you.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if Sivir can hit, hurts.
Yeah.
But the question becomes, can she hit? Because we saw exactly in that bot lane fight what I was talking about when Relech, he's in the middle of 3, and everyone is just dancing around him, and he's just awkwardly kind of trying to get in range, but he can't actually hit anyone. So the mobility is SK's biggest compositional strength advantage that they have over Na'Vi, but the biggest problem they have is just gold. So there's the death cap finished in the mid lane for Poby. 3.5 items finished for Relech. They still hold on to that item lead, and that could very well be enough to be the difference maker between the outcome of an upcoming fight.
And we have Baron spawning here in 10 seconds time. Na'Vi still can use the gold advantage while they have it to make sure that they can win team fights around these objectives. Use them as the magnet to pull SK in. But SK, I mean, Wonder's still focused on this bottom side. This is multiple times he's just pushed in this wave. Somebody from Na'Vi is going to have to go answer that. Right now it's Paris heading down there. Okay, Mater is actually heading down in that direction, has the TP available. That makes a lot of sense for the Rek'Sai. But this gives a small window where SK can now send Wonder up towards the rest of the team, and they can group up to try and get vision control around the Baron.
Okay, so, I mean, I wasn't expecting this game to be in this type of state. I really thought that...
I'm just pointing out, Wonder was spotted also by that ward, so they know that Wonder's there.
Okay, okay. Well... Do you hear the boss music?
It did actually pop up in the game right there, yeah. Anytime the chorus comes in, the choir, you know, that's when you know you're in.
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna if they've done their jobs, it'll queue just as the Aatrox ults. All right, Dragon, 30 seconds again. So SK's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place now because there's always the risk of the Baron being started at the risk of a Dragon Soul, and whereas Na'Vi, it seems that their sights are very much set on this Dragon. Mid wave is secured. That tower's still up though.
Yeah, Mainter was able to push the bottom wave, go for a reset, and TP right back to the rest of the team.
Miles away from the Soul right now. I think Na'Vi should genuinely feel okay with this trade.
They take
Soul for Baron, I think is worth it, yeah.
But it looks like they want to contest instead. They don't want to give SK any other tools, any possibility to come back in, because if you give that Baron, then suddenly the team fights, maybe they are able to win one and just end the game right off of it. Mainter has a flank right now. They're checking as Mickey flashes forward, gets flashed out of SomD. Mainter, meanwhile, jumps in onto him. Tempered Fate will land onto the damage. 1v1 of Poby versus Wonder, but Mainter gets the first kill and able to flash out to safety. Now, tag in the boss. Here comes Relech. The Aatrox unleash as SomD can finally free fire and hit. Flash from the Aatrox, gets the clone out of Skeens. Poby with the kill, and Relech will chase down Yuppa. Leader will try and help out his AD carry as he jumps over the wall. The charm will land. Relech actually in some trouble. Yuppa feeling confident to go forward, and he gets the kill on the Relech. Boss down. Yuppa stands. Poby across the veil. Oh, doesn't have the damage. Weirdning's gonna miss. Mainter gets a knockup on a leader, but Yuppa is now the boss! Yuppa, the main character! True Shot Barrage not gonna land. Paris is able to live that one, but Yuppa keeping SK in this.
I mean, Yuppa is the hero for SK right now, but I am shocked that Na'Vi chased so deep for those kills. There is a soul on the Rift available for you to take, and now your jungler is dead, whereas Skeens, I mean, that has to, oh, I'm getting confused because it's Mickey turned as, I thought the Skeens was back on the map. I fell for it again. So Mickey doesn't connect the engage onto anyone. Double flashes a burn from the carries, which might be helpful later, but then a beautiful ball ultimate connects onto the damage as you identified. Wonder's trying to threaten Poby, but it's Wonder that's forced to retreat, and straight from the offset, SK's on the back foot. They weren't able to get good damage down. They're forced to retreat. The only shining hope is that Yuppa is still staying at arm's length. But then Na'Vi get greedy. They're hungry for kills. They think they can get more. A good charm here comes through from Leader, getting good damage, and then Yuppa sees his opportunity.
And again, he's able to dodge once over the wall to get away from Poby's Weirding, again over the wall to get away from the Cosmic Binding. Yuppa played this fight so well, but is it enough? They get the Dragon afterwards. We see SK with the second one, but that means Na'Vi get free reign over this Baron, so once again the soul is denied. But once again, Na'Vi will pick up a Baron buff and can try and use this to attempt to close out of the game. But, I mean, like you'd highlighted before, Vettius, I mean, Wonder's going to get a turret down here. The later this game goes, the less that gold lead matters. Yeah. Because the closer that percentage is going to be.
I mean, like, when teams are kind of at 4 items each, usually items on top of that end up being like luxury items.
Sure.
Not that they,
Zonias.
Not that they can't be additional damage, especially for AD carries, but like look at, there's the 5th item now finished for SamD. Like it's a GA, right? You know. Yeah. And obviously that's going to help a lot in terms of, but
We're
That
also
is-
seeing double Sinner's books, by the way. I just want to point that out.
Sinner's books.
Yeah, that's
I
what
like
we call it in LCS here. Leader and Poby feeling confident enough to pick those up. Poby's still deathless, by the way.
That ward. Oh, I thought they were face checking into an Ahri there, but Leader was in the area. Ult used.
Set is just everybody onto Roulette. Paris will drop down the portal and try and give him an escape tool, but the charm lands. Roulette can't quite get in there, but he's still alive. They barely take him down, but it takes so long that Na'Vi will answer back in kind. Yopa's trying to get back to safety, has Mickey there. The auto from Paris will slow him down. Samdi's running forward, has the portal. Yopa, Arcane shifting it back as Poby will look to take down Mickey, who baited him being the Ezreal. Na'Vi, though, I mean, they've separated all members of SK, and they have a wave in the mid lane. They're just going to push the end. Paris is going to stop the bags, but the True Shot Barrage will get a kill. Yup on a rampage. Mickey with a flank onto the back line. Leader with a shutdown onto Poby, and SK will defend at the base. A Tangle Bars perfectly timed. Second shutdown to Leader. SK win the fight.
What is happening? What the hell is this? Like, this is insane. So this is the worst possible position for SK to fight. They are grouped up inside the jungle, and Samdi just gets to unleash. Look at the bouncing blades. Look at the damage he's dealing to everyone as SK simply melt. They have to retreat. But Yopa, this man is not missing his cues. Connect after connect after connect, chipping down onto Paris, who's trying to interrupt his base. Na'Vi think if Yopa doesn't get back, we can end the game. But then Mickey with an incredible play connects double ult into double root, into then Leader coming up and getting a double kill.
Wow.
Just beautiful, beautiful stuff from Mickey. SK hold on to this game.
And the perfectly timed Tangle Barbs afterwards. Double shutdown to Leader. 20 stacks on the Mejais. Poby just sold his. This game has completely flipped on its head.
And again, the gold means less and less. That mid tower, will it finally fall?
Na'Vi getting a little desperate now. They throw the Tempered Fate. It's dodged by Leader and Yopa. Relech now taking a huge chunk of damage. And that's not even Flash's burn. That's Spirit Rush. That's Arcane Shift. Yeah, SK, they absorb it.
That was very cool from Leader. He rocket belted forward, ultied backwards. That was very nice to sidestep that ulti. Then connects the charm. They finally get that mid tower. Again, this gold just matters less and less the later into the game we go. But Na'Vi, against Koi, they found an impressive comeback. But with a lead, they've made too many overconfident plays, and they haven't respected the playmaking potential of SK.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like SK, they've unlocked their limit break here. If they're fighting the boss, they got through the first health bar. They're over halfway through the second. The combos of this team and what they're pulling off right now, very impressive. Wonder's back is stopped, as Relech is able to get on top of him. TP in from Poby. This would be a massive pick for Na'Vi. Wonder's gotta live. His team has put in so much work to keep them in this game. He's on the Ambessa. Flash forward from Relech. Will land. Poby with the kill.
What can they convert this into, though? It's a minute until Wonder spawns.
40 seconds till Dragon, though. He won't be up for it.
But he has TP. So there's, what, a 12-second desync? So they would have to stall for 12 seconds. And before he could join. And then, of course, the actual time for the TP to arrive.
12 seconds is a long time against 5-item Sivir, against Poby, who's still 8-1-3. Na'Vi have a window here. How do SK delay those 12 seconds to get Wonder back on the map? Mainter TP's back in. Na'Vi are just going to control the mid wave. And Leader currently is shoving that top lane in.
And remember, Soul here for Na'Vi if they can lock this one down. Top seems to be the focus. They're trying to trade gold. It looks like they've just abandoned the Soul.
Yeah.
I guess they cannot yet. So, Dragon spawns, the timer starts, 9 seconds, 8. Yeah, they're not even going to attempt to stall. They'll just give over the Soul, okay.
Tough timing for Wonder to get picked right there. He's able to get the wave shoved in, but Relech stops the back, and that rewards Na'Vi with the Dragon Soul. Baron's going to be coming up in 1 minute's time. I gotta say, though, even though that was a slight blunder there in the very tail end of this game, the fact that we're at this point in the game is still impressive, Vetty. SK have not given up. They've held on for much longer than I expected. I thought that 2 Barons ago this game was going to be wrapped.
Well, I think it was over-aggression on the side of Na'Vi, and also Yopa just being a bit of a star. So impressive stuff from him. Let's see if he can continue to work his magic here is Mickey. Mickey is a plan.
There's no way.
That won't work, Mickey. They're not going to go anywhere near it.
I mean, they might.
Look at the minimap. You just see
They might.
a honey fruit.
Look at it. Okay, there's a chance. Although they're not looking at Baron at all, right? I mean, it's coming up in 15 seconds. This is a long con
It
to
absolutely
end all
is a
long
long
cons.
con.
He's going to have to stay there for quite a while.
Yeah,
Okay,
they're
now
recalling now.
That would have been good, though.
That's
that
way
would've-
too
that would've been
ambitious.
fantastic. Leader has a flank right now, looking at Mainter. One charm.
Is he spotted on
all the
vision? Oh, wait,
follow-up.
is Mickey just... Wait.
Everyone's looking at him. Skeens is also deep in enemy territory. He's definitely spotted out. No, it is actually just Mickey on the
Oh, he's
Nico.
so
Temper
dead.
Fate will land. Cosmic Binding, easy follow-up. And Mickey in enemy territory trying to find a game-winning flank will instead get picked off by Na'Vi, and that might just be the Baron for Na'Vi. He's buying a lot of time. So SK will have some time to get some waves, but they're not even pushing top. They're not pushing bot. That is just a pick for Na'Vi.
Yeah, he overcooked, and he ended up getting punished for it. Has Poby now overcooked? Is he in no man's land?
Oh, big chunk on the leader. The charm will go wide. Poby's able to sidestep that one. Across the veil between worlds, blast cone, and Yopa continuing the chase. I mean, Ezreal can follow that up, and he's got the damage. Shut down for Yopa.
I mean, kill for kill, but it's a Baron secured for Na'Vi, and I think they're happy with this trade. They can just wait for Poby to come back to life. A minute will be lost on the Baron, but they'll be able to, I mean, I think close out the game off the back of that.
I mean, that's more gold on the Yopa. He's getting close towards that full build, but it is still a gold lead for Na'Vi plus the Baron. This game, man, this is just a pendulum swinging back and forth. Na'Vi have yet to give up that gold lead, but it just feels like there's this magic in SK's hands right now. I don't know what to call it. Maybe it's main character syndrome?
It's Yopa.
It's Yopa.
Yopa is the name of the magic. He continues to land these skill shots, and he's making it difficult. This is a
TP, double TP? That's a double TP in.
That was a choice, yeah. I mean, I guess they thought that they could catch Sam D out. They thought that he'd overstepped, but they walk away to safety. Na'Vi's completely fine. That's both TPs now gone. I mean, there's no objectives on the map, so like, what are you really going to use those TP for anyway?
Yeah.
The next fight is probably going to decide the game.
We got Elder Dragon in 3 minutes. We got Baron in 5. We got Samdi pressing the R button, running at Leader. Tempered Fate will get out the Spirit Rush. Leader's able to dodge that one easily. And Na'Vi do not find their engage. Meanwhile, Poby is able to TP back onto the Rift, and we'll start hitting this inhibitor. It will go down fast.
So that's going to be another inhibitor as well. Na'Vi taking their time, picking apart the base of SK, realizing that they've thrown one too many times this game, and they instead just need to do it piece by piece. Are they? There's no way they're going to wait for Elder, are they? Do they need Elder?
I mean, maybe they do. We do have full item Samdi. Sivir has reached critical mass. All 6 items plus the boots. Yopa's just finished there, so Serpent's Fang picked up for some of the shielding coming in from the items, as Poby has a big flank right here. I mean, if he's able to unleash everything onto Yopa and just eliminate this Ezreal at the start of the fight, that's huge. And he's sticking in that brush. Poby's not moving.
I mean, Aatrox is top, so is Sivir. I don't understand. He's been spotted. They've pinged him. They see him.
I don't know where he's going at this. Okay. SK's ended up in the bot lane. We're just kind of like passing, waving each other.
I mean,
Ships in the
so
night.
SK is pushing out mid and bot as much as possible so that it's easy to defend top. Na'Vi, however, are just kind of a bit of everywhere. They need to get to top lane relatively soon. I don't know why Reletch is doing Grom. Like, I really don't think it matters when you're about to end the game, but all right.
Okay, he's close. He's close to that final item. Is a flash engage on a Samdi. Skeens just finds the AD carry, and straight out of the GA, he's in trouble. Samdi full health bar back, and he's going to go down. Wonder picks it up, but it's a heavy cost as Reletch and Mainter, the bosses, step up to the plate. Poby with a double kill as Wonder and Mickey will fall. Na'Vi absorb the engage. Their AD carry was the bait, and the solo laners plus jungler close it out. Na'Vi in a banger of a game will even this series. We're going to another game.
We had a lot in this game too. We had a lot happen, and we don't need to yap about it. Instead, the devs can. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much. Hello? Yeah, thank you so much. We see Mainter having a sip of his I don't know what. Red Bull, water,
I would
after a
definitely
game
need
like
something
that.
stronger after that game. That game was so back and
That
forth.
was crazy because after that start from Reletch, you thought, oh my God, this is going to be easy. I have to say, this was one of the weirdest broadcast experiences I've had in my life, right?
Yeah.
Because we're watching the game go, but they're ahead because something happened. I don't know what. So we're watching their portraits and like how they're feeling, but nobody's emoting at all. So
I've
we actually
never
don't know
felt
what's
more
happening.
like a therapist. I'm like trying to psychoanalyze every mod facial
Are
expression. to be
they
like,
done?
Are
Did
you,
they end? Did
is
they?
it? Are you happy?
And then he
But
was like, I heard somebody say we're going to end.
Yeah, I mean,
and
but
then,
you could see that they thought they could end multiple times and then they couldn't. But I like also how it turned into the biggest Fiesta game of all time. Right as we lose like power or whatever it was, like it couldn't be more picturesque.
It's
like,
crazy.
It should have just been a free win for Na'Vi, and now I'm starting to lose.
I don't even know what
faith in
reality is
them.
like.
I don't know.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're losing faith?
I'm losing faith. Like, what was this?
Why?
Because this was such a weird game.
Let's
Like, you
show the
have
replay.
Reletch. He gets
Yeah.
really fed on the Aatrox, right? And the game looks really good. And then it's 40 minutes of just the most clown fiesta back and forth. Everybody throws.
You're talking about LEC, the second best region.
Second best, yeah. I mean, if you put either of these teams against BFX.
When we become the second best team in the region, it becomes we're outplaying now. We're no longer throwing. So you have
it
to
was a
get-
high degree of mechanical display and maybe not
you.
so much brain display.
Yeah, I want to take a look at the failed end from Na'Vi because this one, when we were watching and we heard
Okay,
somebody
this one
say,
was a bad mechanical display.
Tell
Like, if we,
me.
let's watch this.
Let's watch
if we can
this,
get
okay?
the replay up. Because there is no world here where, okay, this is not
this is not the right replay. Whatever.
Well, this is a team
What is this
fight.
one?
I don't even remember.
Look at the plays.
this.
Look at the moves.
I think it's going to happen. It's going to happen.
Okay,
Then-
yeah, so they get a bunch of kills. They're chasing SK down. Yoppa is super low, so really all they need to do here to actually win the game is just have Yoppa not be able to base.
Yeah.
And Paris has the right idea in like stopping him. And he's like 10 HP. Maybe you even... I think you always try to cancel him here. If Paris dodges the Astral ult, then I'd say the game is 100% over because Yoppa can't base. But even then, you can still probably end the game. But we get two-man ulted by Mickey. We are under tower, getting chunked. Everybody's just dying.
The hilarious thing was the Ezreal ult helped to clear the wave. So now you're under tower with no minions left as well. It was like a picture-perfect scenario. I mean, I suppose if you're an SK fan.
Yeah.
But yeah, heartbreaking for Na'Vi.
But you can't, like, when you're up against the Nico, you just need to not group up. And then
Yeah.
you can't get the two-man ulti. It's just...
You've been seeing a lot of things like this. It was the Drake yesterday, I think, or the day before.
I mean, I think also just like these teams that don't want to end when they can end and messing it up at the finish line. Like,
I feel like they are trying.
They're trying. They're trying. Okay, we're a bit too toxic. I mean, Reletch on Aatrox is always a joy to watch.
He was crazy again
I'm
on
happy
Aatrox.
about
Oh
that.
my gosh.
I think like there were a few moments he got a little bit overzealous and he died quite fast. But in the fights where he actually got one reset off and got the Sunder Skyprox, he was just unstoppable. And you saw that the early game impact he has on this pick is bar none of any other jungler in the league on Aatrox.
And I love that they just kind of went, what went wrong in last game? Oh, Yoppa was doing well.
Yeah.
What can we do in this game? Target Yoppa, just completely ruin his day. And it was like several ganks onto this bottom lane. There's a really nice gank after this with the Bard ult as well. He was playing so well around just every side lane. And I think it says a lot that so much of that early game, you were like, oh, I want to praise, you know, Poby gets a kill here, or the bot lane gets a kill. But it's always at the hands of Reletch. That man's name is never out of your mouth, it feels like, when you talk about Na'Vi.
It's true. I will say to Yoppa's credit, he still made this playable, despite being ganked so many times. When we had, I don't know what happened. I don't know if it was a power outage or whatever. Whatever happened, I went on Reddit for a second, and there was a comment from someone called I'm Poppy, and they said, as long as Reletch, as long as his mid doesn't get rolled harder than Reletch rolls down the enemy team, they win. Thoughts?
It's kind of accurate, to be honest.
It's pretty fair. I don't know what happened to Poby. Honestly, it's like it's feeling like Vladdy 2.0 for me. It's a bit straight shots here, but both of them, they had really good start. They looked great. LEC versus Poby. Even Cap said he was one of the 3 best mids, right? That he played against.
No, that's the thing.
Maybe.
I think what happened was that Jojo Pyun heard this, was like, I need to create some sort of dark ritual for the first game. I'm going to steal all the power from Poby, because Jojo looks absolutely insane. And now Poby just looks like he has no idea what the hell's going on.
I'm not buying
Yeah.
it. Jojo's doing some
It
dark
is,
magic.
yeah.
I don't think so.
That's how he wins, and that's how they do it in
That's-
NA.
yeah.
or-
That's how they
He's
do it in
Canadian.
NA.
That's what they do
For
over
sure.
there.
Okay, game 3. What do we got? Because you lost Fate at Na'Vi, so...
I mean, okay, I still have more faith in Na'Vi than SK. I think.
Really?
Actually,
SK
you know
won
what?
like 1.5 games.
How many did Navi win then? 0.5?
Yeah.
0.5? I mean, I think...
they got dragons this game, though.
I'm still sticking with my theory of if Poby doesn't get solo killed, Navi wins. But get Yoppa on a good team, because this man is doing so damn well, no matter the circumstances. Even in this one, as we pointed out, when he gets shut down in the early game, he had way more impact than Samdi. So if there is a player that's going to carry SK, it's going to be Yoppa.
Yoppa, gotta go hoppa. We'll see if that happens. We'll come right back with game 3 between Navi and SK.
Wukong is top.
Yeah, Wukong
we can die, we can die.
maximum. It's Nord.
Nice, nice. Nice, good job, bro. I will give E. Sandy, you can take it. Ambessa.
We got Ambessa. Wukong, no direct node. We kill Ambessa.
We win or no?
Yeah.
He's in trouble. Samdi full health bar back, and he's gonna go down. Wonder picks it up, but it's a heavy cost. Navi and a banger of a game will even this series. We're going to another game.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. Choked it down, left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts. To
Hello and welcome back for game number 3 of SK versus Na'Vi. Odd one to say the least. Yeah. Last game, that is. The pause in the middle. Thankfully, we were able to get back into it, but then SK held on so much longer than we expected.
Yeah, they absolutely did. That bot tower, by the way, just bot lane in general, Baron buff plus bot lane, it just, teams throw. They just do it. Every time, I've seen it so many times throughout my career. It's teams need to get better at that.
And we also think we're seeing some of the growing pains of a younger roster like Na'Vi as well. Like the late game, the difficulty to end it multiple times with multiple Barons. Side lanes have been kind of non-existent through a lot of this series from both sides. But in that game as well, we saw that Na'Vi just like weren't able to get their waves in a position where they could actually push in and go for this big end. Instead, both teams are kind of opting for death brushes instead and just trying to catch people out of position. So sometimes that works. You can find a big team fight win, or like one pick to close it out. And unfortunately, it was kind of Mickey getting picked off towards the end of that one.
So it's looking like Na'Vi do have first pick. SK, because they lost the previous game, should have had choice of choosing red. Clearly, the counter pick is something that they value, especially when you have a player like Leader on the team. Even Wonder, who have their eccentric picks, stuff that wants to see what they're playing up against before they decide. Akali is something I would always be mindful of for Leader. Both his Akali and his Aurelia are kind of just two of his most successful champions throughout his career and two of his favorites. That's why I'm kind of always surprised that they ban Ori, because I feel like you would love an Ori into Aurelia matchup. But they are going to take it off the board. Sion also going to be removed from main turret. I think we can confidently say he is just a tank player at this point. Like, I think the evidence speaks for itself. Jarvan, Nautilus, Pantheon being banned suggests, well, all sorts of things, really. It looks like they're thinking about 80 carries.
Yeah, the Jhin would be surprising to see locked in so early because you can always just counterpick it with other tanks. Instead, they're going to go for support lock-in. Lulu on the board.
Now, Leader, we talk about his champion pool. We sometimes talk about Wonder's champion pool. Mickey is no stranger to Pyke.
That's what you're feeling?
Hook champions into Lulu, I think, are very good. But blind picking Lulu, at first stand, teams look at it and go, oh yeah, that like, there's what are you going to do? Range supports, like Nami's gone, Bard's gone, Seraphine gone. This makes the most sense, right? Lulu blind, it's the scariest thing. But yeah, Mickey does like his hook champions. So they're going to deny the Yunara away. I'm mindful of Thresh, Blitz, and Pyke, all possibilities.
And Mickey, we know, plays those. He's had a long history. He's got a lot of champions. But Yopa, very young player. So playing in lane with stuff like that can sometimes be very different. And so instead we're going to go Janna.
Mickey? Playing Janna? What?
If you're not on the mobile stream, you didn't see Vedias. He just did a full 180 and looked at the stage straight at Mickey.
Mickey, I've cast Mickey at the start of his career. He and I started at the same time, 2016 summer. That's when we both joined the league, right?
Okay.
So I've cast pretty much every single one of Mickey's games.
Yeah.
I think this is the first Janna game I've ever seen from Mickey.
We can check, yeah. If production can check,
I'm actually like, I'm
make sure we have that stat
because
down.
like people joke about how like, has he ever played?
Pulling it up here, we have 6 Janna games. 6 Janna games with a 66% win rate. So that means 4 wins, 2 losses.
Fair enough.
Okay.
It was recently. It was spring 24. All right. Well, clearly my memory is. I'm getting old. You're right. Voice in my head.
You know, yeah. 2015. That was many years ago. You know,
yeah. In my head, Mickey is not this. He's a melee engaged player. Like you heard, I was telling you about Pyke and Blitz. That's who Mickey is to me.
You're getting me excited. Yeah. This is like the opposite. This is probably the furthest away from that you could possibly go.
It absolutely is. Well, Na'Vi's decided to go full scaling. They're going to go with the Mundo plus the Aphelios. I think it makes a ton of sense when you've already got the Lulu in there. Their engage is a little bit limited, but similar to what we saw in the last game, their whole composition is very much run at opponent. And I would also say Mundo, generally good into CC, right? So he can block one of the knockback.
Janna Tornado is not going to do much.
Yeah, but she has 3 of them, right? She's got the slow from a W, the knockup from the Tornado, and the ultimate as well, on top of the shield that she does provide. So you can't block them all. So I think Janna is just, I mean, it's one of the best peeling champions objectively in the game.
Like, she basically has a reset.
Hence the opposite of the hook champions.
Yeah,
She wants to do the hooks are like, come here. She's like, nah, stay away. Stay on that side. And I got to say, these fights have a chance of going very long. Mundo just big health bar with ult. The Lulu shielding and wild growth. Janna heals, shields, knockups. Zahen with the passive. Like, these first champions logged in for both of these is just hyper carry, enchanter support, and like unkillable jungler. I'm going to start warming up. You know, I've had a couple of warm-ups already for the vocal cords, but I'm going to get prepared for long, drawn-out team fights because I feel like that's going to be the name of the game here. As Azir Yorick banned off, and there's the Akali ban that you were talking about, giving respect to leader.
I'm kind of surprised that Na'Vi banned Akali. I feel like Akali hates playing into Lulu. Like, the whimsy is just so good. And every time Akali gets in range of executing someone with her ult, Lulu ult then says, no, you will not be given that opportunity. So I feel like the Akali ban, I mean, it's very much out of respect for leader. I do not think leader will go for range of
And we are back. You should be hearing us again now, everybody. Thank you for sticking with us through more technical difficulties, but we should be hopping back into Champion Select any moment now. I believe where we were last at was the Anivia locked in, which me and Vedius just spent the last 5 minutes talking about. We had some great points.
We did.
There, Vedius. Wow.
And you guys will never hear them. But
I know.
do know that just like the greatest song that was ever written, we can only
Jack Black wrote
we
that
can
one.
only pay homage to the points that we made, rather
We
than
can't
actually
make the
repeat
same
the
points.
Yeah,
But we can
You
try.
guys had to be there. Sorry.
We can give a tribute.
Yeah,
Tribute
that we
to-
can.
yeah.
That we can.
So as we'll get the picks up on screen again here shortly, just a reminder that it's the focus so far for both team comps is heavy team fight. It's going to be junglers that are hard to kill, enchanter supports, hyper carries, and then again Anivia for leader. And I feel like Na'Vi's running out of picks that can kind of answer this energy. I'm wondering what do you put Poby on at this point?
Before we get there, I need to update the audience at home. So the outages affected the draft. So right now the players are remaking the draft. The picks and the bans will remain the same. What you guys will get back on your screen will be when the Anivia was locked in, and then we will continue from there.
Sounds
so
good.
right now we're just kind of waiting for that. I'm also trying to get back into the climb, but I can't, so I'm just going to give up on that futile effort.
In the meantime, what I'd love to do is pull up Poby's champion pool so far, what Poby has played, because I'm thinking like maybe a Syndra if you want to be able to find like a way to get a pick.
I mean, Azir is probably the thing he's most likely to
Azir
go
was banned
towards.
already. It was Azir plus the Yorick as the last two bans.
That's a good shout.
Yeah.
Then into Anivia, I mean, you could... No, Cassio's going to suck later.
It's tough to know, right?
You're probably right with the Syndra, but like Syndra into Janna's horrible.
It's hard to land the Scatter of the Week just because of the range Janna can play with, but my thought is if you land one Scatter of the Week, maybe that's what sets up the big execution.
I don't know. I don't think they'll do it, but like I'm also thinking of like Yone might also be decent, because the thing that they have right now is like there's no real way for SK to play on side. Their whole comp is about grouping. They kind of have to play around neutral objectives. So a champion like Yone could really shake up the draft, because not only does he have great scaling, but he just has this massive side lane threat that like Anivia cannot deal with.
Yeah,
like
if you're ever alone there, it's a bad idea.
So the Yone will just run the Anivia down, and also like it's all well and good you setting up a wall, but like I can use my Q, I can ult, like there are things to get onto the backline. I can maybe force your Janna ult out early. I can maybe like make the Anivia really uncomfortable, get it to use a CC on me and stuff, and then try and snap back.
True.
There's I think Yone could be pretty interesting.
Okay. You're selling me on it, Vetty, so I'm getting excited. Also, I want to update, because I'm hearing this from production as coaches are giving fist bumps on stage, so it looks like we have finished up the Champ Select. Hopefully we'll be able to see that on our screens here soon.
Fair enough.
Into it.
Cool.
But I'm hearing that this is Leader's first Anivia career. He played his first Orianna career game yesterday, and now he's on his first Anivia career game.
That really
this guy is beating the allegations. I'm going to say it right now. Everyone was like, his champ pool's weird. He only plays the melees, the wacky stuff.
Well,
He's playing standard right now.
No? The argument is not he only plays.
Okay.
The argument is he's only good.
Okay.
The argument
There's
is
a distinction. I had my narrative wrong.
Because he's played like 14 Azir games in his career, but his Azir win rate is 42%.
Okay.
In contrast to his Yone, which is like 64%. And so like that's the thing. I think the discussion has never been mechanically is he good enough to play at the LEC.
Yeah.
I think the conversation has always been he comes across as quite stubborn in his approach to draft, in that he wants to play his champions, and if he doesn't get his champions, then he doesn't look as good when he's not playing his champs.
Sure.
And so then people feel like that you can just target ban him, you can limit his pool, you can make it much harder for him to actually have impact in the game, because not only can you ban out leader champions, but you can then also draft around them. And in Fearless, the argument was it was going to be even harder for him.
Yeah.
Because once you've played Yasuo, you now can't play Yasuo again. So
or Yone, or Zed, or Silas, or whatever it is.
And so the question will be similar to what it was yesterday. And like, I didn't love his Orianna, is the truth. Like, I was waiting to see the Nocturne Orianna combo, and for the first like 20 minutes or so of the game, he just didn't do the Nocturne Orianna shockwave.
I'm pretty sure we never saw a successfully executed one, because the one time that they pulled it off, it was flashed.
Right.
So like I don't think they ever actually hit the combo.
I think like during the game, like I think they hit it once or twice. Like
Maybe,
I won't speak on how confident I am in that, but the question is always going to be how good does he look on stuff that isn't Assassins, which is why him playing Anivia, the question is very much going to be how good does he look and how much of an impact can he have.
So what I'm hearing then, Vedius, because I've heard this conversation said before of like typically, I think maybe in recent years it's not as big of a conversation, but typically the team that wins Worlds is just the best at that meta.
Sure.
So am I hearing then that if that's the meta, that Leader's going to win Worlds? If it's like Zed Yasuo meta,
Well,
like that's his time.
While you contemplate that, I'm going to read that the draft has been completed offline. We are going into this game with the completed draft. So we are in for a surprise, just like you all are. And we'll talk about the draft when we get into game.
I'm excited. I'm excited.
The voice in my head said they're going to show the draft. I think you just drop us in the game.
Honestly,
okay?
I'm down to just be shocked when we hop into it.
I'm ready to. I'm really hoping that the last three
Leader's ready.
are just crazy. And to be fair, this has now been quite a long series. So in game 2, when we had the outages, it didn't affect the players. They kept playing.
Yeah.
But it's been it was still a 40-minute game, 40+ minutes. So now they're going into game 3. It is it's going to go on a while. So, yeah, it's been a long day so far for the players. We've still got another series to go, remember?
Yeah. We got more League of Legends ahead of us. I feel like opening weekend has blessed us. We've had almost all three
Depends on your
series.
perspective.
Well, do you like League of Legends, Vedius?
Yeah, it's more like the...
What's going on with the LEC casters? I come in for a couple weekends. Everyone's like, more League?
For me, you got to understand, from my POV, I just came back from first time, brother.
You know, fair. I'm fresh.
tired.
Yeah. My jet lag's pretty much beat at this point. Yeah.
But, I mean, it's always a pleasure to watch the second best region in the world, of course.
Oh,
so,
of course. Hey, that's why I felt honored to come.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
watch
and SK and Na'Vi gave us a very
Jana,
entertaining game,
Nikki.
too. So, we get to see the draft. I hope everyone at home can also see the draft.
We're seeing it right there on
We're
screen.
seeing picks locked in.
They're going fast, thankfully, because they did it offline already, just to make sure we got through it. That's what we heard from the voices in our head, as Vedius likes to say. You just never name drop the producers?
No.
Well,
they might not like their name out on the
Let me
public,
check.
Voice in their head. So he's going to ask if you guys...
It's a fun name, too, because...
Yeah, it's cool.
All right, there we go. Thank you, Finn. It's going to be confusing for everybody.
Well, see, because now we've also got Analyst Finn as well.
I know, but that makes it exciting, because then people can think, like, wait, did Finn become
Your
part
definition
of
of exciting is very different to mine.
Well, yeah. I think we're learning that we have some differences. Not many, actually. We have many similarities, too. But
yeah, we're also learning the biggest difference is in the skill gap of our Riftbound skills. Oh, the burn.
He is currently beating me in our game that we're playing. But here we go.
Okay.
So let's catch up. It's Victor. Of course it's Victor.
Okay,
Why did that not immediately come to my mind?
It took us so long. But hang on, the Yone hover and the Yone lock in. So I was right, but for the wrong reason. It's a Nivea top. He's actually playing a Nivea top.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and actually, the voice in my head just confirmed this is also Wonder's first Nivea top.
So funnily enough, this is crazy. So you know how I was shocked by the Jana support for Mickey? I'm not actually shocked by our Nivea top because we saw this last year from Nako. He was playing this as well. I think he was the only person in our league playing a Nivea top. I don't think anyone else was, but this was a thing last year, 2025. I think it was LPL that popularized it.
And we're hearing from our stats guy Molecule that Wonder's also been playing this in solo queue.
Yeah, so I think it's actually very good into Renekton. Early on, I don't think it does anything. But I think that once you get to level 6, I think Renekton really is very, very sad. I think the way that they flip this around, but again, so what you're seeing is super interesting because this is the environment that Mickey talks about when he says he wanted to create a pro player environment where like people could just kind of express themselves and play the way that they think they want to be able to play. And Yone is very leader, like as we were talking about, right? Like he's been known as a player that wants to play his champions. And so the expectation was that Anivia was going to go into the mid lane. It caught Na'Vi now completely off guard. They blind pick the Renekton because they think it's a safe blind. And then they pivot, send the Anivia top. And I think Yone is a good answer into Victor for the same reasons that Yone is a good answer into Victor. Because in a side lane, Victor just can't deal with it.
Yeah, whether it's the Anivia or the Victor, either way, you know, you're feeling solid as the Yone. And SK's composition looking very exciting. Game number 3, Na'Vi versus SK. Winner takes all here. As leader, actually going to be in a bit of a 1v2 situation. Will the Q land from Relech? No, he's not even going to go for it. Actually, I mean, leader sees him. He's got the ward in the brush.
Yeah, he's going to be zoned away. It looks like that, honestly, it could go either way now. I mean, Relech wants to invade. Ooh, but look at the adaptation from Skeens. He's reading the play, he sees it, and here comes the collapse from Mickey as well.
Mickey and Yoppa gonna punish Relech for the attempt. He drops down the ward, will flash over the Dragon Pit wall, and do the walk of shame back to his own jungle, falling behind in the jungle clear.
Yeah, so that ward from leader did a lot of work there, because not only does it spot out Relech, I don't know if Relech knew that he was standing on a ward. I'm gonna assume that he didn't.
I imagine not, because leader kept kind of walking back in range.
And also,
for the
we can see that the ward wasn't pinged out either.
Yeah.
So because of that, they had no idea that he was on a ward. And so Skeens now has the information. If he's sitting here in the river, that he has to be going to invade my Raptors. So he then paths down. He's in a position to challenge. Recognize the Raptors weren't started, which means he has to be on red, which means that he's then able to work with his bot lane to then challenge and contest it. The problem is the bot lane then gets zoned away from farm because they moved up to try and help. And so now they're conceding in the push. They're a little bit behind. Leader's taking a lot of damage in the mid lane, kind of what we expect in the early laning phase, just because Victor is actually a very oppressive lane bully.
I love the Victor taking the Ahri into these melee matchups too, because just your autos are going to start doing so much damage as well. And despite the fact that Roadtrips had to flash over the wall, he's actually farming a little bit faster than Skeens, who went from Raptors to Krugs to camp and now going to the top side. So Skeens is actually a little behind on the timer here. Interesting to see.
But the pathing will mean that his Raptors spawn sooner.
Fair.
So in theory, he can clear out his top side, go for top crab. I was wrong, by the way. Top matchup I thought would suck early for Anivia. It is very good for Anivia.
It's gotta crush.
We got solo queue stats from our team behind the scenes. I don't know. I'm assuming they're from Molecule.
Yep.
But one does Anivia top solo queue, 25 games, 14 wins, 11 losses, 2.2 KDA. His average gold diff at 15, 1,293.
That's pretty high.
That's his average.
That's with 11 losses too. You'd think that the average would not be that high as Skeens spines at Roadtrips.
No flash.
Who smites away the Scuttle Crab, but Skeens winning the 1v1 so far. Poby walking up to make it an unfair fight. Flash from Skeens over the gravity well. Gets first blood onto Roadtrips as Poby knocked up by Leader. Has the flash available, will flash back to the turret. Skeens has the revive, does not land a dreaded return. Will go back into the passive resurrection and walk out with first blood.
Okay, I mean, really nice adaptation from start to finish from Skeens. Everything that he's just done. The fact that he adjusted his pathing to be on the bot side of the map. The fact that he took the Raptors first, ready, expecting a full clear. The TP then comes through, of course, is a very slow TP. Skeens doesn't have a smite available to contest. So even though he's a level down, he knows that there's no flash available. The gravity field looks great from Poby, but a flash from Skeens allows him to get over it. And then they came super close to actually getting this kill, but Skeens' cooldown's very long in the early game. He doesn't really have anything left. He also doesn't want to be stuck underneath the tower when his passive gets procced, because there's a risk that Poby could actually outplay and do something there. So really awesome stuff from SK here in the early game. Hasn't really resulted in a significant gold lead really either way. But still, a nice advantage gain from SK early.
Yeah, first blood over to the Zehen feels fantastic. Leader also, meanwhile, was able to kind of equalize the lane because he TPs back to lane and is about even in CS clear. Top lane Mainter was able to get the wave shove. We didn't see exactly how the trade happened, but Wonder very low on health. Will have to go for his first reset, TP back to lane with just the tier.
Well, Renekton does have, he does have sustain, right? Both thanks to his Q. And on top of that, Anivia only has so much mana. So once the mana's gone, you're just kind of, well, you're susceptible to a Renekton all-in. So that's probably what happened. He's still in a very comfortable spot, though. We'll see if he can build the sort of solo queue leads that he's able to build in the early game. As Skeens off to a fantastic start, has now cleared his bot side, pathing back up towards top. He's a little bit behind in camps, but still in a good spot.
He's able to hopefully not have those mana issues anymore once you pick up that tier. Didn't quite have enough for the Aegis, but going to be building towards Rod of Ages, I imagine, based on the Ruby Crystal plus.
Ooh, did miss a cannon.
Sapphire. Oh,
that's
-1.
not going to help there, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's going to hurt the plus 1,293 gold average.
He's going to be like 1,233 now.
Yeah, a good fast math there. That was nice.
Yeah, so this is the part of the matchup where it gets super annoying. Leader has ult.
Ooh, immediately drops down the Arcane Storm on the Leader. Poby's got to run away, though, because Skeens is nearby. He'll just clear the wave and back off. So ultimate used not to much effect, but Na'Vi will immediately send Roadtrips down towards the Dragon, and they have their bot lane there as well.
Nice secure.
The Leader sticking around. He just flashes in. Fate sealed. Knock up on the Poby. Skeens there as well, but Paris keeping his mid laner safe. So Leader not able to find the kill. He thought he had the damage, but Lulu shielding's too much.
So I thought that Yone did basically 0 damage there, but what I failed to recognize, Poby Q shield, Lulu E shield, and then Lulu heal on top of that as well. So that's all the things that they actually went through, which is why it looked like Poby's HP didn't really move.
Yep.
But close to a kill. Nice idea. Nice I guess punish in a sense. Leader still hasn't based though. All right, that's a little risky now.
Yeah, I mean, one Q auto from Poby could be enough right there, so Leader's going to have to...
There's no way he's sticking around, really?
Yeah, the wave's pushing away from him. I think he wants to
He wanted
just...
XP, he wanted level 7, that's why.
Okay.
And so he's thinking if he got level 7, maybe he could do something. But now the wave is slow pushing away from him. He needs his jungler to help him fix it, but his jungler can't afford to fix it because Rolech is threatening an invade, because Rolech recognizes enemy mid still hasn't based. So, yeah, I think Leader really needed to look for an opportunity to go back to base earlier, because it's kind of messing with Skeens a little bit now. Skeens just felt,
Ooh, Mainter going for the all-in here onto Wunder. Flashed early there, trying to slow down Mainter. Does not have the wall anymore, but Mainter just can't get through that Anivia ulti. Such an annoying matchup for Renekton to deal with.
The early Merc Treads, I think, makes a ton of sense, though. It's helping him out. He is going to come back to base. Oh, no, he's going to push out another wave. Anivia doesn't have the TP available. And now that Wunder has a little bit more HP, thanks to the Catalyst, he should feel a little bit more comfortable in this matchup. I wonder if he'll go for early armor boots. I felt like it would really help him against the Renekton, but at the same time, does it make sense? You know, the other thing I was thinking about, well, I didn't get a chance to say it. In the old days, you'd swap Renekton to mid. And
you can't really
put,
do that
and you'd put Victor top into the Anivia. That's what you'd do back in the day, back in my day.
Back in your day.
But now they've got
back
wall
before
crests,
2026.
so you can't do that anymore. Yeah, you just, you're not allowed.
Yeah, that's changed a lot of matchups. Counter picks are real now, as another Arcane Storm will go down here, clearing the wave and getting some damage on the Leader. But it means that these like hard counter picks, you can't just dodge them by moving around on the map, because you're going to put your quest behind so much.
All right. Well, taking stock of the state of the game right now. Grubs are available. Rolech is fishing mid as Leader continues to lose HP.
Yeah, he's so low. He has a Fate Seal. Will go in for big damage on the Poby, but he does not have the backup of Skeens because Rolech is playing bodyguard. Just a trade of health bar. Leader did heavily chunk down Poby.
Yeah, I mean, remember Poby was full HP and Leader was like 30% as the bot lane.
And nice knockup onto Samdi right there. Yopa jumping away. Has used the Transcend oneself. Arc of Ruin onto the wave just to clear it out. So no one's going to go down on the bot side.
Oh, dear.
Oh, wait, that's a TP from Leader straight into the gravity field, and Rolech on top of him. Poby stuck around because his jungler was nearby. Soul Unbound will go right back into the waiting arms of Rolech. Skeens is now here to pull him back. Will lose his mid laner, but if Skeens can trade it, it could be worth. Rolech gets the kill. Skeens does not go under the turret. It is just a kill for Na'Vi.
I mean, that was just a terrible TP. That was a really bad choice by Leader. There was no need to TP to the wave. He completely disrespected the possibility of a jungler being there, and Na'Vi happy to pick up that kill, especially with how the trades have been going in favor of Leader. Normally Blade is when it gets really, really bad for the 1v1s. But you can already see that Leader comes close to basically 100-0ing the Victor, even at this point, because no armor has been picked up by Poby. I forget the name of the rune. You know the plates you get when you get
bone plating.
Bone plating. That's what I was thinking.
It saved his life earlier.
Yeah, so bone plating is super effective against a Yone specifically, and basically Leader, as long as he plays around that, like procs it with a cheeky Q or something, and then he knows he has the potential for the all-in.
Because there's not even like health picked up on Poby right now, so
yeah, exactly.
Very squishy.
But yeah, so getting this advantage, getting this kill, really helpful for Poby. I mean, he doesn't get the kill obviously, but he's got enough of a lead now that with the Lost Chapter completed, he should feel a little bit more comfortable.
Mainter looking for that
Can he just get
second
stunned?
plate. We'll take one turret shot. Yeah, I don't think there's enough mana on Wunder right there, as Leader now going in has to deal with Paris as well as Poby. And again, the gravity field for the Soul Unbound. He's going to get stunned up there. Oh, nice. Gets the Q out of there. Mortal Steel back to safety. So supports roaming in to help out their mid laners, and Poby taking the better of it, as Leader's going to have to go for another reset.
He should have lifesteal at this point though, so that'll help him a ton. The lifesteal in conjunction with the fleet footwork will do a lot to help support him as the dragon. Second of the game now spawns, and look at the positioning of Rolech. I love how Rolech is leveraging the mid lane matchup specifically to know that it's very difficult for SK to contest this. Yone is just weak this early on into the game, and it's not like Victor's a monster or anything, but his ability to get this mid-wave control makes it so much easier for Rolech, knowing that with the bot power that he also has, they can comfortably secure this objective.
Oh, Wunder was never able to get it back off here. Mainter gets the passive, so we have Anivia egg, but Skeens is in the neighborhood. And now Mainter's gonna have to try and get out of here. He has Slice, he's gonna try and dice over, and then maybe flash. The knockup still lands from Skeens, but the dreaded return will not. He goes forward with the ultimate and finds the kill, flashing for it. SK will get a kill for Skeens as Yopa jumping away. Flash follow from Relech as Yopa flashes the wall. He's kind of in no man's land right now. On the wrong side of the rift, Relech can just continue the chase. Yopa has no backup. There's a TP from Wonder if maybe he can get a ward down, but instead he's just gonna look for the execute. Can Relech land a Q? The cleaver? Oh, it's just a smite. That's easier to land, and that is a kill for Relech.
So the reason why this mega sucks for Yopa is because not only did he die, which obviously sucks.
That sucks.
But he lost like 3 waves bot, I think. Because he got zoned away by 2 because his jungler was ganking top. And then he gets zoned away by a 3rd one because while he's running, a whole other wave has made its way bot, and Samd clears it all out. There is a 30 CS difference between the 280 carries, and it is simply because of Skeens' presence and appearance up towards the top side.
Yeah, and also just Relech always being in the right place at the right time. He gets the dragon, shuts down Yopa in that bottom lane. And if we go back to how this game started, I did not think that Relech would be this far ahead and clear as well. Let's get another look, though, at what happens topside, because Mainter spends a lot of his health bar just to get the passive of Anivia.
Yeah, I mean, his goal here is to...
Oh, Leader almost dies.
Is it the Scorch gets the kill? No. But yeah, fortunately, there's not a lot of breakdown here in this replay. Skeens kind of has to commit his flash because he just fumbled, so he doesn't connect the pullback. And then Yopa, you see him. He's isolated away from the tower already. Relech does the smart thing of just pathing bot, threatening the possibility of a dive. Yeah, and then it all goes pear-shaped.
Yep, and he can't even get the execute either. Just, bam.
The good news for Wonder is he gets more gold because he gets to hit the top tower.
True.
But yeah, Samd now is what we would define as a problem. Because he has the Storm Raze is finished, and this Aphelios is quite far ahead.
Yeah, I went to the problem club. They had a picture of somebody up there. President of the problem club.
The gold is a little bit inflated just because Yopa hasn't finished his role quest yet. But yeah, I mean, Lulu Aphelios is strong. It's pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, Leader and Yopa both not finishing it because they've officially lane swapped here. Leader now still losing the 1v1 versus Poby. The Victor heavily punishing the range advantage, and that is ultimate to safety. Generally, you want that to go towards the enemy, not away.
Yeah, so the thing is, like, Victor's just, he's not weak. Like, he's a good laner. Like, this champion, he's got long cooldowns, but especially when you get level 9. I mean, he's level 11, so he's got 3 points in his Q, 5 points in his E. Like, he can trade. He's happy to go back and forth. And I think he may have even had his... Is it ambitious to say he's got a 2nd upgrade already? I mean, he's definitely got his E upgrade, but I haven't been keeping track if he's actually at the 2nd one.
I mean, this would be a pretty fast one, but he was part of 1 kill. And if he's just hitting all the cannons, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, actually, with 146 CS. I play some Victor, but it might surprise you. I'm a little behind the typical pro for upgrades. As Samd, big trade on the Yopa. Not enough damage to kill him, but SK's 80 carries gonna have to go for another reset here as Leader. TP back into lane and still stunned up by Poby. No ultimate available this time around as Poby will get the flash out instead, and it's just the same story from 30 seconds ago.
Trade your flash for a plate? I don't know if I agree with that. Well, I mean, Poby is kind of making fun of Leader right now. He's been so put behind securing that Blade of the Ruin King. Normally at this point in the game, I would argue he should have it by now. But yeah, he's behind the clock, absolutely. And Poby's very comfortable in this matchup. He has a full level over Leader now. Leader is very reliant on, like, when he gets Blade, I think he still just wins. Yopa gonna face check Relech.
Relech gets the cleaver and a slow and a heart steel proc. Big damage from just the tank. As the spell shield immunity goes away, and Leader again in the gravity field dies in the 1v1. Poby just crushing this matchup. Wonder, meanwhile, finds himself in a 1v1. Mainter's popped the ultimate, but Skeen's coming in for backup. Mainter will just walk up to hit the wave and has Relech in his back pocket as well. So not a lot to be done about this top lane. SK will just lose their mid lane or bot side and find nothing else.
thing is, conversations about the draft don't really matter anymore because leader's just losing.
Yeah.
Like, he's just, like, it's not a good look when you go bot lane 3 times, you lose the trade. The first loss of the trade is fine. I'm willing to give you that, right? Victor, not that weak, especially like if he's able to land absolutely everything on you. Fine, you come back, you then lose your flash for a plate.
Yep.
And then you go back a 3rd time and you die?
He still doesn't have Blade of the Rune King. Now just finished it.
I mean, yeah, it's... he's insanely... Hextech alternator now picked up for Poby. The thing is, I don't know if Yone is so OP that with just Blade alone, he now suddenly wins this matchup. I couldn't tell you. But
I would be surprised.
I would also be surprised. But now that's 3rd dragon. I think that SK is not strong enough to contest this.
Especially with Samdi having red-white on Aphelios. This would be a miracle fight for SK to win it. Wonder doesn't have TP. I mean, he's walking down here, and SK is positioning like they maybe want to take this. Teleport is available for Mater, and Wonder is making the trek all the way down. Schemes can't find the dreaded return, already down to half health. Will go for the Grim Deliverance, big damage, and then he steals away the dragon. Will give his life for it, but objective denied.
Yeah, they get the TP out from Mater as well. Wonder decided to roam down. He's going to catch that mid wave, but okay, so SK buy themselves a little bit more time, stealing away that objective. I was kind of waiting to see the Janna ultimate, but I guess Mickey didn't really see a good angle to do it. There was a world where maybe he could flash in and then ult to try and create space for his jungler, but I guess they just made the call, you know what, let's not risk it. Yeah, let's not risk it. Let's instead just get the dragon, get out.
Mater will catch Wonder trying to hit the wave. I mean, at this point, yeah, when you're the Renekton, you're just like, I know that if I stand too far away from you, you're just going to chunk me. I can't stand on the wave, so just go in for it. But yeah, let's take another look at this replay here.
So an early flash from Poby, he kind of has to do it. Grim Deliverance connects on the 4, he gets a chunk of HP back, but then polymorph into Gravity Field.
Oh, and we see live, Poby roams up here. Mater plus his mid laner will definitely have enough damage to get through that Anivia. And also Mickey dies in the top jungle. Na'Vi finds 2 and will get a turret.
I mean, this is just kind of disappointing to see from SK because I felt like in game 1, they showed up. I felt like all of the players were really locked in and they were having a good performance. Game 2, they fought back.
Yeah.
They punished the mistakes from Na'Vi. Even though they didn't end up winning that game, at the very least, they showed... well, they showed something, but here in Game 3, they're just losing.
Yeah, and Leader, okay, he's actually scaring Mater away a little bit.
Yeah, so
Mater
Blade of the
did
Ruin
back
King
up.
Yone, I mean, it's a thing. Yeah.
That did a lot more damage than I was expecting. I will give you that as Poby hitting that turret. Leader going to go for the TP, and Mater will cancel it. So now Polymorph onto Schemes. He's got a Grim Deliverance back away, as well as Flash. SK do not have their ultimate available on the Zehen. And Na'Vi can just take these jungle camps away. Relech actually hit by the wall, but he's fine. He can walk around it.
So I am criticizing SK a lot in this cast, which shouldn't take away from the fact that Relech is really just running the Rift right now.
100%.
He is working super well with Paris. He spent a lot of his early game playing around bot side. Mickey gets caught on awards, and then Mickey, he has his ult available.
I guess he just saves it.
Oh, yeah, I guess he chooses to save it. I'm a little bit surprised he doesn't use it to get away to safety. Even doesn't commit the Fash either. Just says that him dying doesn't matter that much. But there will be more gold over to Relech, who Dead Man's plate now finished for him. A little bit of extra speed on this Mundo, who's level 13.
And I got to remind everybody that that was a disastrous start for Relech. He went for the invade, spotted out, had the flash early, and he still put on this performance. Very impressive from this jungler.
Absolutely. And Samdi's still this massive threat. 229 farm at 20 minutes. He's well ahead of the clock. Infinity Edge already finished for him. And Mater, even though like counterpick came through, he's down 8 CS. He got a nice gank from Poby while we were chatting as well. You did call it out earlier. So he's in a very comfortable spot. And SK quickly running out of options to turn this game around.
And gold leads on all the key targets. It's Poby, it's Samdi, both with 2.3 thousand gold advantages. That's hefty for the 2 carries of the team. And even the big front line, Relech being this far ahead means that it's going to be so difficult for SK to get through the health bars. I mean, maybe like an insane Zehen engage getting onto the back line, shutting down Samdi, and then having your passive. If Wonder's able to control the approach of Mater on a flank or something like that, but I'm just not seeing enough damage right now, but it's never impossible, and we're not going to caster curse anybody, Vedius.
Right.
I believe
because they're not
learned our
real,
lesson.
because caster curses aren't real.
Yeah, well, Baron attempt is real here, as it will be spotted out now. Wards dropped down. Schemes take some damage from the death laser of Poby. Na'Vi have it down to half health as SK will approach. Now Mainter takes a blast cone in for the flank, gets onto Mickey, gets onto Skeens, polymorph onto the Zahan, and he just can't get the passive off. Grim Deliverance away again as SK are in full retreat mode. Mainter still has the flank angle right now. Na'Vi will decide to back off. They just clear the wave and look back at the Baron.
That was a really good example of how limited Na'Vi's engages. They kind of have to run at their opponent, and so Janna provides a lot of value in her ability to create even more space and make it even harder for Na'Vi to close that gap. Renekton on the flank looked really scary. Oh, a bit of a knock-up. But you could see how difficult it was into Anivia Janna.
Yeah.
And you're starting to see elements of how this composition is supposed to work. The problem for SK is just how far behind in gold they are right now. But if they get to close that gap, if they can keep stalling, you can see the idea behind how this comp is supposed to function from SK.
I'm just confused as to what happened after that. SK were able to get multiple plates mid. They're controlling mid and bot wave, and now they have priority at Dragon.
This is their ideal spot, by the way.
Yeah,
they
this
love
is
to be
fantastic for SK. Na'Vi are going to have to approach. Mainter still has a flank angle, but with no Renekton ultimate, it's not going to be as scary. He still takes a blast cone. He still gets on. Flash from Wonder as Leader goes in, immediately CC'd, snaps back. Flash from Roulette. He's chasing him down, and once again, it's the jungler of Na'Vi that is the boss. Mundo gets the shutdown. Skeens goes to the passive, and he steals another dragon. SK, that's the second one. They'll trade their jungler's life for it, but Yappa is still alive, still healthy enough. Stun lands on the Mainter. He's stuck in the Glacial Storm. Relech has no ultimate available, but he does have the Heartsteel stack damage. Wanders into the passive. Yappa shut down. He tried to hold the line, but a double kill to Relech seals the team fight for Na'Vi.
That fight felt so hard for Na'Vi to navigate, but they still managed to get 4 kills for 0. The blast cone from Mainter was absolutely perfect. It put him in just the right spot. Wonder had to flash immediately, and while they do lose the dragon, they're able to secure the Baron.
And this time it should go down. No contest available. Let's get another look at that. Beautiful.
Fantastic blast cone, puts you straight on top of Mickey. He has to flash away. Now Yappa doesn't get any peel. Leader's diving in by himself. The Grim Deliverance gets used at the very end to just help fill up that passive of Skeens. He then comes back to life, secures the Smite Steal. But Na'Vi's saying we can still go for this fight. Mainter's doing such a good job of finding ways onto the backline. Good angle inside the Dragon Pit, uses the E over the wall, comes close to dying, but his Dominus comes back off cooldown. And then Wonder gets chased down by the Mundo. So it's a really interesting back and forth where I think if the gold was closer, you can see how SK's composition could have been thriving, but the gold gap is simply too big.
Yeah.
And Relech is simply too much of a meat shield for SK to break through.
Yappa could not get through Relech, and then Samdi hit a big one right there onto Yappa, onto Mickey, on the Wonder. And at this point, with a 9.3 thousand gold lead, yes, Na'Vi have lost 2 dragons in a row. But now with the Baron buff and this massive gold advantage, you have to imagine that they're going to start cracking this base. It's going to start with the tier 2 turret in the bottom side. They're going to push this wave in. Wonder does have a lot of wave clear as the Anivia. The Glacial Storm is annoying to get through, but the Baron-empowered minions with more magic resist will be hard to clear. They do go down fast, and actually a big double stun from Wonder right there. Grim Deliverance onto Paris and Poby. Mickey going forward as well with the slow. The Tornado's not going to land, but the Frostbite will. Yopa damage on the Poby. He's still safe. He's into the stasis, but a shutdown for Yopa will finally go down. But now Leader's in there on the Mainter. Poby killed Yopa, but it's still good for SK in a 1-for-2 trade.
That bot tower, I'm telling you, it's a scary place. It is a scary place for all pro teams to go. As SK, they show a glimmer of hope, a small opportunity, but the tower still falls. They get a couple kills, they'll burn a couple flashes. Taking out Samdi and Poby will give you some shutdown gold as well.
It's Wonder. He sets it up with the Frostbite here. He throws up the wall.
Oh, I mean, the knockup from Mickey as well, though. I mean, the combination between Wonder and Mickey still going strong after all these years. They're able to find a nice play, buys a little bit of time. Yappa, though, goes absolutely crazy here.
Yeah.
Dashes over the wall into melee range of Samdi, who then gets one shot. He now has nowhere he can go because Mainter's on the flank. Leader tries to collapse onto Mainter, but he's able to walk away to safety. So it ends up being a 2-for-1.
But both carries going down. It was the Victor and it was the Aphelios that had 2,300 gold leads. Okay, we're back to live. They still have massive gold leads, but the fact that they're fallible, like they're killable, SK is able to find these ways to get onto them is why you can never count out SK. Last game, we were in a similar position and they somehow scraped together a couple of comeback fights. They have a lot more work to do, but it feels like you can just never count SK out.
I mean, look at that Red Bull Baron power play, minus 1,500 gold. So ultimately, yeah, the gold leads are still there, but damage was done to the economy. And SK have been given a glimmer of hope. The GA, once they get stunned for Skeens, he's going to have a lot more backline threat. Just don't look at the levels, okay? If you just don't look at the levels...
See, I hadn't until you mentioned that, and now I'm realizing.
Yeah. That's almost a level 17 Mundo.
See, I feel like when you say don't look at the level, it's kind of like you're telling me the opposite.
Yeah, but I was kind of hoping that you wouldn't do that. Okay. I was kind of trying to give you advice.
Oh, okay.
You know how like in games, when they're just like, hey, don't go in there? And then
well,
normally
the moment
when
you tell
go
me not
to
do something,
yeah,
I'm going to want to do it.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Right. We're going to have to work on that.
I've been trying to fix that my whole life, Eddie. I don't think we're getting through that in 1 week. But Na'Vi continue the sieges. They will take another tier 2 turret in the mid lane this time around. So there's only inhibitor turrets left. As Mainter getting in onto Mickey. Na'Vi in the jungle, but Mainter's all alone. The wall pushes away Relech, and Yopa gets the kill. SK find their pick.
Is this a dragon contest for SK, or is this just a stall? Getting a pick onto Mainter is good. They still have the Mickey ultimate. They still have all their ultimates.
Leaders TPing to the bottom side, so I guess they want to front the back. Skeens is already in the pit, but he doesn't have the whole team ready for it. Now Wonder and Yopa are joining in. Skeens is going in for the dragon, but he cannot get it this time. Relech will secure it as SK are now in a 4v4. Losing their jungler, Na'Vi will back away instead. Not pushing for more. They got what they came for. That is sole point for Na'Vi.
So you know how there's like stigma against Chemtech Soul?
Yeah.
I think it's good on like front to back comps, just because it makes you way more durable, right?
Yeah.
Now
this looked like a pick on a Mickey.
I thought Mickey was dead, bro. I really thought he was dead. He doesn't even use his ult here. Instead, Mainter's isolated. You made a good call there with the wall recognition. Wonder throwing that down, making it hard for the rest of Na'Vi to follow up. But it ends up being a 50-50. Skeen's kind of trapped in the pit. He doesn't really have any HP. I think there's a world where maybe Mickey could have just ulted earlier to give him more HP. He also had the Grim Deliverance. I feel like in this situation, SK kind of need to commit to the fight a little bit more.
Yeah.
But the downside of this composition is their engage also isn't really that strong either. It's kind of just two teams looking at each other and kind of hitting one another.
It's almost leader. Like, you kind of need the Yone to find a big engage.
Yeah. Well, Lida is very weak right now. He is about to take over to level 16, which will be nice for him, but he still ways away, I think, from that Infinity Edge. But Yopa, again, like, he is kind of the man I am watching once more.
3 items complete on the Inara. This is a big moment for Inara to fight. They find another stun out of Samdi this time around, plus the Fate Seal, but they just don't have the damage to get through the Wild Growth. Lulu keeping Samdi alive. Poby getting huge damage AoE onto all members of SK. That's flash out of Mickey. And SK have to back up. It looked so good at first, but you never kill the Aphelios through the Lulu unless everybody gets on him.
Yeah, I mean, so we're just talking about how for Leader, he doesn't have Infinity Edge and he doesn't have level 16, and then they try to go for a fight. They think that they've caught out Samdi, and now they're just going to give up a Baron. I think they're going to be way too slow to get back onto the map. Yeah, I mean, the jungler is on the bot side. He's clearing out Krugs. He doesn't care. He can't fight for this. And Samdi, they do get both his sums, which you could argue is a good idea, but the way this comp from SK wants to play is front to back. Ideally, you should be playing Mundo. Like, it's cool if you chunk out Samdi, but committing that hard, I think, was just a mistake. And it's funnily enough, it's SK that lose 3 flashes on that play.
They almost killed the AD carry, but almost is not close enough, as now Na'Vi with another Baron buff will look to make this one a positive Red Bull Baron power play as they take down the middle inhibitor and still have a wave crashing in on the top side for a couple of plates picked up. SK are going to have to find more and more fight inside of their hearts to actually turn this one around. It's been a tough series so far. Multiple pauses, delays, comeback attempts, and you got to wonder how much more do they have in the tank.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to find a big miracle. But from this position, I mean, it feels like a pretty guaranteed one game for Na'Vi.
We see here, yeah, I mean, this was like This is almost what happened with Na'Vi last time too. Like they're doing a good job winning early games. Sometimes they throw, but like this is 3 games in a row now where they've had the early mid-game gold lead.
Oh, absolutely.
Game 1 wasn't a demanding one, but still they are playing a very solid version of League of Legends, which is around Relech. It is around solo laners finding their advantages themselves, and they've again double counterpicked basically, and they still were able to find this massive gold lead in this game too. Just impressed with how things are coming together for a young roster, as now they look to siege on this bottom side as well. Oh, Relech is level 18 to leader's 16, and is able to just kind of bop him down in the 1v1. That's not where the young
I think he looks at leader like he's a mosquito or something, just swatting him away.
Oh, but this time he doesn't have the spell shield anymore, so he is actually taking some damage from leader. Half health. Has the ultimate available.
Yeah, leader just needs to do that like 3 more times, maybe? Yeah. And then Relech can ult, and then another 3 more times.
It's a start,
Sure, yeah.
You got to take it one step at a time.
Every difficult journey requires a single step. You are right.
As it's so difficult to actually get these waves to crash anytime Wonder specifically is there. The Anivia wave clear, legendary. And even Yanara wave clear very strong, as Relech again just chunked out by leader here. This time Skeens is around. This time the Fate Seal will land, but Skeens doesn't want to commit to it. And Relech didn't even pop the ultimate, so Mundo is still going to be tanky.
And I think they're going to get sold. I think that they are just going to do exactly what they're supposed to do. I like their use of the Baron here, just push in mid, push in bot. And this is what I was talking about game 1, remember? Where you basically just keep those waves pushed, you suffocate the vision, and now SK can't see anything. So approaching the Baron becomes very difficult. You don't even need all members of Na'Vi to do the Baron. You can basically just send Sandy alone. He can blast going over the wall, he can take it, or they can all just rush it down the second that it spawns, which is also just fine.
They don't need carrots, it's fine. Yeah, he's just gonna go for the early back. There we go. Reset as the Lulu. Dragon Soul secured here for Na'Vi, uncontested. SK, all they can do is catch these waves. Too much pressure being put on them, and that is Chemtech Soul. Vedi, you were talking about. It's oftentimes not considered the strongest Dragon Soul, but in these type of situations, when it is these front-to-backs, when you have a Renekton and a Mundo, it just makes it a lot harder to actually finish the kill.
Insult to injury, for sure. Yeah, and so Na'Vi, I mean, the question is, do they wait for Baron, or do they just try and end-suit? I think that they could kind of do either, to be completely honest with you. The wave clear from SK is the most annoying part, and Nivea's just, I think he's just pissing Na'Vi off, to be completely honest with you. He's like, I ult, I Q, I ult, I Q, I wall, I ult, I Q.
And at any moment, if you overstep, he walls and Qs you.
Yeah.
And then you're in trouble, which is what set up SK for a almost comeback play. Like, they were able to get the goal, I believe, towards like 7K deficit. Now Na'Vi has won that back with another Baron play, but Wonder has found a couple of moments in this game and in this series, and often SK kind of rely on this guy. Like, when their backs are against the wall, it is Wonder that often steps up and makes that pick, makes that play happen for them.
I feel like if anyone's going to carry, it's going to be Yoppa. He's got the items to do it, I think. Getting level 16 would help him a lot as well. But really, like, because the Baron is still 1.5 minutes away, SK at least have a little bit more time to finish more items if they can. There's level 16 now finished for Yoppa. So 3 points in the ulti is going to be a value upgrade for him.
Yeah, I mean, the super minions coming in has just given consistent XP and gold to the carries of SK. So we're in this really like delayed stalemate. The carries are at like max level almost. Samdi's 1 level behind 18. Poby's 18. Leader's going to hit 18 this game, I bet.
That is a GA now finished for the Renekton.
Also, just noticing, Relech is 10 CS away from a Flame Horizon in the jungle.
Oh yeah, so he is.
A reminder, he level 1 had the flash away from an invade that he gave, and then still got ahead of Skeens in the clear.
Yeah, Mundo likes farm. Mundo going for flank.
He's going for the flank right now, lands the first cleaver onto Yoppa. That is a slow, as well as the Moonlight Vigil. Yoppa's got to get out of there. Dodges the Death Laser, and the Anivia wall will help him out, but that's Transcend oneself down on the Yanara. Will not have it available for the Baron in 25 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're contesting Baron. I think that they're hoping for a fight when Na'Vi go for the siege. Na'Vi are taking their sweet time, though. Yoppa going to try and lifesteal back, but here comes Relech.
Yeah, it's scary to be up here, but he is able to back away. Again, not a lot of hard engage on the side of Na'Vi. It's just Mundo running at you, and Renekton had no flank angle there. He wasn't even close by, so Okay, we're back to the Farm Fest. We're back to a bit of a mid ARAM here as Wonder throws up the wall onto Roulette, who will flash forward. Poby as well, trying to get in on them. Just running forward, so no flash on the Mundo, but they will just back off towards the Baron, which has spawned. It's about sending a message.
Wait, can they contest? Oh no, Leader doesn't have TP. They can't contest this. Yeah, Leader has gone full, what I would describe solo queue, in that he is just power farming, trying to get strong himself so that he can try and maybe be useful later. Get mid tower, get a little bit of gold back. He's set his sights on the bot tier 2. I mean, if you can steal this, that's a nice injection of gold.
Yeah.
Can't afford to overstay. He'll just take the plates for now.
2 plates, but they got the mid turret, so that is actually technically currently a negative Baron power play.
Hey, Hex Optics now done for Yoppa. So like this gold, I mean, we said it last game, right? It just means less and less the later into the game you go. Because the 80 carries are actually even on items, by the way. I mean, you can't see it right now. But that gold graph is deceptive because all that really matters is the items. And I will say that, yeah, Reletch's items are probably the scariest.
Oh, Mickey yet again, pretty far forward here, throws up the Tornado, has the flash available, but won't have to use it right now. As Na'Vi pop the Shirelias for the move speed, get some damage on the Yappa, but it's all about this inhibitor, and SK seem like they are fine giving that up. Again, it just means super minions will keep shoving in. Reletch hit by the wall, has the CC immunity from the passive, and we'll pick that back up to heal. As now they look to use this third Baron buff to start sieging onto the Nexus turrets for the first time this game. The 2 cannons are cleared out as SK now look to defend the bottom side here. Nature push another wave in with the 2 cannons as well. Flashes forward onto Wonder. No flash on the Anivia. Damage on the Schemes, but Wonder's able to back away. Roulette actually heavily chunks down as Yappa was free firing for quite a bit. Na'Vi will just get the inhibitor and then go for a reset. And we got more League of Legends in front of us, Betty.
Slow and steady is the game plan from Na'Vi. They are just walking at SK. It feels like SK really just don't have the damage to really stop Roulette. Remember, he didn't ult now. He got low, did not ult. So
I think maybe he's got a mission. He's like, guys, I'm not going to need my ult for the rest of this game. I'm just not going to press it.
Seems like that is his game plan.
Yeah.
He is another raid boss. We keep seeing them in this series.
And Vetty, I don't want to like, I don't know if this is considered a caster curse. Well, first off, curses aren't real. You firmly have believed that
correct,
and have
yes.
tried to convince me. It almost feels like we're in one of these games that's just never going to end. The wave clear is too strong, but sometimes...
No, I'm saying it right now.
Yeah?
Na'Vi can't lose this game. It's literally impossible. They will win.
Betty, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Look, they're ending the game right now.
They are trying to end the game right now.
Look at where SK are.
Elder Dragon's up in 10 seconds. SK are setting up for the objective. Na'Vi are instead pushing in with the Baron buff. But they're also looking at this top turret instead. Mainter was not grouped up with the team. He will just take the turret down. The inhibitor is still up, and he walks away. Split from the team, but has the GA available, so Na'Vi could always back him up if SK oversend onto him. Mainter's just going to be a thorn in the side of SK, while Na'Vi now head back towards the Elder.
3 inhibitors down, inhibitor unavailable. Why did I say inhibitors twice? Elder Dragon now being secured.
Started up by Na'Vi. Leader does have the teleport, and there is a flanking ward available. Instead, he's going to TP for the front to back. Mainter as well TPing into the pit. Na'Vi controlled the approach. They have the banana bush, and SK just can't get in there yet, but they push back Na'Vi with the Anivia ultimate.
Mainter flank.
Mainter has the flank angle. Yoppa is in trouble right now. Watch for the Yanara. Mainter just walks at him, but is not able to get onto him, but the dragon is secured. That's Elder for Na'Vi, and that means a teamfight win. The Fate Seal from Leader looks fancy, but it's just not enough damage. Too little, too late. Shut down on the pairs don't mean much. Na'Vi with a double kill to Samdi will take the Elder, take the fight, and take game 3.
Excellent smite from Roulette to help secure the Elder. Both junglers were locked in to securing that objective because it could have been the difference maker in the outcome of the fight. But Na'Vi, it'll take them 40 minutes, but they'll close this one out and they'll go 2-0 up on the weekend.
Elder Dragon can end games, and that's the story of this game. Na'Vi take game 3 in the series.
Whew, a long one. Longer one than expected,
yes,
for sure. But Na'Vi, they walk away victorious this weekend as SK drop down to 0-2. So, very different weekends for both teams as Na'Vi starting their spring split off strong. It's single round robin best of 3. And so,
the fact that they've already beaten Koi is huge for them.
That is massive.
In the context of contesting those top of the spots. But for SK, these losses, I mean, they can have huge impact as we get later into the season.
And reminder to vote for your player of the series, Relech, Poby, or Paris. I mean, I feel like it's hard to not go Relech for me if I'm voting on it, but I think also not the Poby, not the Paris as well, as Na'Vi take a bow well-earned there. Whew.
Yeah. We need to
The
take
game
a breather.
ended.
Yeah, it finally did. It did finally end. A lot more questions raised around SK and their approach. Did they overcook? Or perhaps was it just a bad day? Meanwhile, for Na'Vi, optimistic expectations. Like this, I would say that their Koi series was almost cleaner than this one was.
I would agree, yeah.
But yeah, so still a couple question marks, but we are only at the start of the split, and I'm sure teams will continue to ramp up.
I think Na'Vi showed that they can get leads. Now it's ending games a little faster, but they can still end games with wins. Let's hear from some of the players because we have Mainter and Relech at the desk.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Congratulations, you two. That's a 2-0 on the week. Let's go. Mainter, did you expect to go up against an Anivia today?
Yep. I mean, I saw a lot of Anivia in solo queue. I know Wunder is the type of the guy I know who can pick like Soraka top, Anivia, Garen, every like random champ. So yeah, the moment they pick Anivia, we insta said it's flex. We know it can be top. So yeah.
What was the difficulty in playing against it?
In my opinion, it should be harder.
Yeah.
But it wasn't easy as well, so it was okay.
It was just okay.
Yeah. I think if I don't eat one time when they can kill me, I would be in good goat lead. But yeah, it was just even, I hope.
Yeah,
I didn't see gold.
I mean, it's always dangerous against an Anivia when the game goes very, very long, but luckily you guys closed the door. But I do have to ask about that, Relech. Sometimes you guys weren't that clean when you had a lead. I'm thinking of the Aatrox game, etc. What's going on, man?
I don't know, comms were a bit messy today. It was like a lot of confusion in game. We were not like playing clean enough. Games were, I think, too long with that early leads.
What do you think the reason was for that?
Sorry?
What do you think was the reason why things were messy?
I don't know. Like, we just wake up like this, I think.
Yeah, I mean, for us it was entertaining to watch. But Mainter, overall, how have you felt about stepping back into the LEC? What are the kind of things you're focusing on after your first split, where Na'Vi actually had great success, but obviously fell in those playoffs?
We for sure more focused on like best of 3, best of 5, because before we won like a lot of best of 1.
Yeah.
And then we lost 2 best of 3 out of 3. So yeah, we were more focused on long term, like picking like a lot of champs, not only like Rumble, Xante, Cyan, Renekton maybe sometimes.
Yeah.
So yeah, just more champion pool and more confidence, I guess, is the main point for me.
People are starting to say, oh, he's just like a tank player, he's a Xante abuser. What do you say about that?
Yeah, I like to abuse Xante, I like to abuse Cyan, OP picks. But yeah, I think the more people believe that I'm full-tank player, the easier for me to ungo like good angle like Kennen or Gnar, like I did yesterday.
Tell every picks.
Tell them
I
all
will
the
not
picks.
say other picks.
So not the Anivia, no, you're not.
Yeah, maybe even Anivia top, you know.
Yeah, maybe. Relech, I got to talk to your coach earlier, and I told him what you told me. Yeah, I was yapping a bit to him about how he said, you know, I'm very confident, I believe I can be the best. And he told me that you are developing into this captain, but that sometimes your brain doesn't like completely follow all the mechanical plays.
Sometimes, yeah, sometimes.
Do you agree? Did that happen today?
I think first
Remember
game.
when you chase, yeah?
First game, Aatrox game, it happened.
Oh, yeah.
Like, actually, it's our second game. Yeah, Aatrox game, it happened when I chased, like, oh, I got ultra set with Aatrox. Oh, I need to kill them. Like, I kind of had like this a little bit. But yeah, overall, it was a slightly bad day on this.
Were you frustrated because we were watching that and you know when you went to the Gromp, right?
Yeah.
How did you know it was there?
Like, Y game?
Yeah.
I mean, I knew because of the, like, he invaded me, the one he tried to cheese, like, then I stole the Gromp. It was kind of lucky.
Yeah?
I wasn't expecting him to do this, but I was just lucky there. Then, like, I kind of snowballed through it, even though I died early game. I was, like, 30, 25 CS up. I was, like, 1 or 2 levels up. I was really ahead. It was same last game as well. Like, I died on Crab, yes, but I got double Crab in the end.
Yeah.
It's jungle mentality. And I get like free 2 day tricks because of just the double crab.
Yeah. Is double crab more important than dragon for you?
Of course not.
No, it's a running joke we had.
was like, no.
No, it's a running joke we had behind the scenes. We were like, okay, what would be more important for Rileche or for Navi? Like crab? No. Like missing a wedding? Still getting dragon probably. Like winning worlds? Or probably,
If I'm getting that Drake and crab plus crab, I can give everything.
It's so good. Yeah, let's take a look at some of the replays because you secured the series thanks to the Euronics play of the day. It was when it was a little close to Agda, but here at the Dragon, they just closed the door.
Yeah, it got very dicey towards the end of this, but it was really just a big play from Sandy at the end of it with the affiliates to carry it through. But also, Mainter, you had a fantastic blast cone at the start of this, which I think really set yourselves up for success.
Yeah, I'm a bit blast cone abuser. I like when I play, you know. I will sometimes use it for fun and scrims as well. I was learning. Now I found my few angles. Yeah, it was good.
Nice. Rileche, you happy with this one?
Sorry?
You happy with this play? I can't even remember if you secured the dragon or not.
No, he stole it. Like he was dead.
Oops, I did remember.
He was like reviving. Oh, I know he cannot smite in revive, guys. Finish Drake, finish Drake. We hit Drake. We cannot finish on time. He respawns and takes it. It was a bit unlucky, but we killed them all, so it's worth.
Unlucky. How do you feel about the week overall?
I think it was good week. Even though we had like some silly games because like 2-0, and that's what is the important because only 6 teams are going to the playoffs and every win is really, really important.
Yep.
I'm happy overall, but we need to improve a lot.
Okay. There's no surprise, but our key player of the series is Rileche. Are you surprised, Mainter?
Yeah, I'm full surprised.
You were also in it, actually. But people didn't
Second
vote for you.
time.
Yeah.
I will be like DiCaprio, you know? Nominated a million times. 1-0.
Yeah.
It's okay, that's
I
like
believe you will get your time.
one
Yeah.
day.
Yeah.
One day.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you play your cannon.
Yeah, maybe when I rolls up to jungle.
At least you get to play your
He will
champions.
start playing jungle champ.
Yeah.
I will
When he
become
gets
better,
MVP.
people will be shocked, you know?
Like, you actually played Rek'Sai today. Like,
Yeah, oh my god.
That was actually really good, yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Fun. Nice. Okay. Well, thank you guys so much and congratulations.
Thank you.
2-0 on the week for Navi. That's a great start. And next up, we have Team Heretics versus Team Vitality. We'll be right back.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
In an interview, Pad said that we lost to ourselves. After a tough best of 3 with KC and Vitality, went all the distance. Usually when coaches make statements like these, it's copium to the max, right? They're saying it because they don't want to admit defeat. But in this instance, it's so true. This was so frustrating to watch. It starts off, this is a 50-minute game. Vitality had multiple chances to end, but we don't need to worry about that because it's checkmate. I want you to just think about the fact that they have 2 inhibitors down. You see the fact there's 2 inhibitors down, which means minions will end the game for you. All I want Vitality to do is just chill. Force them off the Elder, and as long as Casey cannot flip the Elder, it's GG for Vitality. They will eventually be able to TP to this wave with Knock-Knock. He has the TP, and Jax takes towers so incredibly fast, but you can see that already the Elder is 6k. Vitality has not zoned them off, and Carsey's hitting the Elder. We're hitting the Elder. I don't understand. This is like you have the game in the palm of your hands. All you need to do is just not hit the Elder, and you win the game. You just TP to the minions. But they flip it, and you're up against the Smite King, and yike, bro, he's always gonna get that Elder, and then they lose the fight. Knock-Knock still tries to TP, but at that point, you didn't delay enough. Now, Casey can just match the TPs, and oh, like, it's so frustrating to watch. They really, really lost to themselves here. Like, this was a tough watch for Vitality.
It was a tough watch. So Pat did apologize.
Pat did apologize.
Well, actually, not for the draft.
Not for the draft.
He actually said the draft would work fine if you weren't 6k behind in that article, didn't he?
He did say that.
We can't be drafting like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I like it. This draft was fine. I mean, the Bronze Seraphine.
Yeah, the Bronze Seraphine was like, all right,
it was fine. It was others. Yeah, it was unfortunate. And I think it was definitely unfortunate for someone like Knock-Knocko, right? Because we talk about him every segment, but Dagda, he is not giving us any reason to shut up about him. He, again, had Monster Series. The problem is, it's becoming more and more normal for him to sometimes have an overstay or an overpush because he feels like he has to push that advantage home.
Yeah, I mean, when you're in the only person on your team with a lead, you have to. But it's become very clear that Knock-Knocko is the best top player that we have in Europe right now. He's been absolutely insane. He whooped Kana 3 days till Sunday, every single time he faced up in that matchup. And especially when you're playing on a Jax, the fact that you could make plays like that define the game, it was nearly bin level.
Well, yeah, but after first stand, we said, look, top laners can carry the whole game for the team. BLG does it. Why can't Vitality?
I mean, they couldn't do it because they lacked the macro, but it was not because the individual players. Like, normally in Europe, what I feel is that our top laners simply don't play the team fights well enough to have that carry potential, but Knock-Knocko does. And as we transition to Tracin as well, who I've been really surprised by because he had a fantastic performance up against Wunder, who is a veteran in the scene, right? And maybe Wunder isn't so good anymore. I don't know what's going on with him. But Wunder had a good LEC versus, right? So as a benchmark, it felt like Tracin is coming off also a very young player into our league. And maybe in general, it's a sign of top lane leveling up in Europe.
Ooh, fun matchup either way.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got Knock-Knocko's aura farming. It's going to be Tracin to see if he can upset the apple cart. And I'm all ready for it. Like, it's such a sick matchup to watch.
It is. Team Heretics, of course, they want that big scalp of Vitality, and Vitality wants a win to show for what they've worked on in the in-between season, I'm going to call it. We're going to dive straight into picks and bans. It's time for Heretics versus Team Vitality. Here they are. I don't know, because there's currently no crowd. Did you hear our stage manager, Elias, go players, go players, go, go, go. We should put a camera back there. It's really, it's something. It's something to see.
Yeah, you unlock new shades of red in faces that you didn't know existed with the
exactly.
screaming.
Go. You'd think they know when to go, when the music down. Anyway, we're going to do the draft, guys. You ready?
Very exciting. I mean, as we head into this matchup, for me, I really want to keep hammering on the top lane. I really want to see what we're going to see from both of these top laners. I want to see Tracin in a winning matchup, because otherwise I'm scared of what Knock-Knocko will do to him.
Yeah, and I think you do have to try and put some focus on it, but I think it does kind of work out in with the way that the drafts have been going, we see a lot of focus on towards like junglers and bot lane early. So it then becomes a case of, do you try and give up one of these like power positions to try and secure something early in that matchup for Trayson, or do you just kind of hope that you can continue to get that counter pick later on in the draft?
Yeah, some good questions there, Dagda. We'll also see what the mid lane jungle priority situation looks like. I'm starting to think that Aatrox maybe is just quite an OP jungler. Of course, he's
I heard him talking about Own a Pixel earlier.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I think that's where he's getting his inspiration from?
I don't know. I'll ask him later, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely very hype.
Yeah.
Very hype. Despite the lack of crowd, he still seems to be really feeling himself, so that's nice. I mean, Carsey with energy is just...
I was going to say, I never really felt like Carsey needed someone to bounce off of.
Yeah.
He would just find a wall to do that.
That's true.
That's humanoid, actually.
Yeah,
true, actually.
Humanoid is the wall.
Yeah, he
But
is.
it still works so
Yeah, look at him.
well.
He's just like, oh my god, this guy. I don't know.
He's just getting tilted from Carsey.
Whatever. Funny. An unsung hero. I think Lince is kind of an unsung hero on that roster.
I agree. Yeah.
He's going top a lot, guys.
He's going top a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, he killed Kana on the Aurora, which just set up for Nak to have that snowball. So definitely think he's been having a great performance. But I think it does speak volumes to the what has been created on Vitality, which just feels like this bunch of friends who are playing League together. It feels like old school, like back in the day, 2013, 2014, where it's just we're hanging out, we're having a good time.
It feels like the Mad Lions squad really brought back, because that was the energy they had as well. And we'll see here. I really hope that we're not going to get like Cassandra Rumble trade or Sion Rumble, something like that. That would be pretty disappointing after we've been hyping up the top laner so much. But with the Orianna and the Ryze taken out, looks like they're just going to go for the Azir. So high DPS mid for Humanoid here. We'll see if Saren has a spicy pick up towards him.
Yeah, I mean, with the Kali as that first ban there for Vitality.
It's kind of setting up that
Yeah,
Azir.
it feels like the Azir should be in a decent spot. We've kind of seen some people going back towards like the Silences and that can answer for it. Ari can kind of be there. But Saren looked very good in the Akali the other day, so I do like the priority here from Vitality.
Yep.
The Ashe here.
Seraphine.
Are we doing the, you want to do the yay or nay again?
No,
you like
it's
the
fine.
Ashe?
Yay, because I just saw Yoppa going absolutely
True, actually,
insane on it.
I'm actually
and to set up
usually
plays.
a bit of an Ashe hater. I feel like it doesn't do much. But after seeing Yoppa, he was doing so much damage. Usually when Ashe is picked, she doesn't really provide that raw
But
DPS
it's just
that
so
you're looking for.
circumstantial, right? I think they can pick all kinds of things to make our life hell.
Yeah, I think Ashe here, and then maybe even going for the Seraphine, or just going Ashe and then jungle, and then Seraphine on 3. It's going to be the Jarvan, even though you see a dash from the Azir. But maybe they're thinking that they're... Either they want to force them to pick something like the Corki or the Ezreal, or they're just like, Jarvan's OP no matter what.
Yeah, I thought they'd actually just go for something like the Vi. Like, I think you can do that
instead. I think
instead.
and Sao would make more sense.
The only other thing is, like, maybe they're trying to go for an immobile mid here for Saren on 3, and they're just like, okay, we need to get rid of this Jarvan, so then it's not locked in.
Yeah.
Yay.
But it does feel awkward to be playing Jarvan now into the Ezreal
Especially
and
the Ezreal.
Azir.
Yeah.
At least you have the Nami that you can always look to collapse on, and I think with that Nami lock-in, it's probably 99% going to be Seraphine here on 3. It's kind of a crazy enchanter meta we've ended up in.
Do you like it?
Mixed bag for me. I like the variety. I think you kind of get bored of seeing engaged supports every game, but I think after if it's a full season of this, people will get really bored.
I'm just banning Karma every game. It doesn't matter.
The thing is, it's like
Screw that champion.
you just have so little agency. I think Seraphine a little bit more because you have the big ulti and you can make a huge impact, but Nami is like, unless you're Busio, the bubbles are kind of whatever, so you're just healing people and buffing them up that way. But it seems like we might be getting a more spicy top lane matchup as we head into second phase here, and both teams can start to look to target that top lane role.
If I'm Vitality, I feel like I just target mid though. Like, I already have the Azir, just get rid of more matchups that it can do well into.
True.
And you just set up Humanoid to really be a carry, and Humanoid has looked good on the Azir in the past. But I also think when a Humanoid has been set up for success in mid, like through draft, like they think of picks like the Zoe in that, he's been fantastic.
You
and as you can see,
can't set him up for success. Nako's on your team.
Why not both? Maybe.
Maybe.
Sometime.
True. Have the ultimate 1-3-1
Yeah,
with both soul
wow.
laners. G2 2019.
Music to my ears.
The Naknoid.
What? Alrighty.
And Aurora being taken out here. So you're right, Doug, that they are looking to target mid. We'll see if they ban one more out. And actually 2 jungle bans from Team Heretic. So they're trying to target Linces. It's going to be the Gnar ban, which makes me think probably either a Renekton, Cassandra, or Sion blind pick is the most likely here. But knowing Nako, I think he's more likely to maybe go for that Renekton pick. Although I do think Vitality really wants some sort of front line, so maybe he's then gonna decide to go for the Cassante instead, but doesn't really. He's not a Scion guy. Naknako. It's very interesting. We looked at both Kana and Naknako, and Kana loves the Scion, while Naknako just plays the Cassante instead. But actually, LeBlanc for Seren. Tough champ to execute, I must say.
Yeah, it's not one that I expected with the Arch Seraphine as well, because I traditionally think of like consistent DPS, because your whole goal is kind of to win out on those longer engagements.
Yeah.
But LeBlanc just wants to blow someone up, and she's not exactly going to have a lot of help to do so. So I'm curious exactly how they want to turn around, even against, again, like we're kind of talking about, a lot of mobility on Vitality.
Yeah, I think the nice thing about LeBlanc here is that there's not a lot of lockdown. The only thing you're really worried about is that Pantheon W, but it's quite short range. So LeBlanc can kind of transition into playing like this poking champion later on. And there's that Renekton. Naknako's had such great games on it. I think one of the few people that can really justify pulling it out because he's actually able to win lane and then leverage that into being useful later on in the game. We'll see what Linces has into it. Not Linces, Tracyn rather. He could pick something a little bit more spicy, but it could also just be a tank, because Seraphine really wants some tanky boys in front of her that she can buff and shield up. So yeah, it looks like it's just going to be the
I mean, not Boo, because it's a good pick, but I always feel so cheated when we get like the last picks and then it's for Nect and Cassante.
Yeah, it's not the most exciting. I do feel you there.
But it's fine. Okay, whose comp do you prefer, Dagda?
I think I prefer what Vitality have. I think they've got like good ways to try and play through their mid lane and also through their top side. And Pantheon should be able to have decent control in the early stages. I think the only threat really is Heretics trying to play heavily through that bottom side with the Ashe Seraphine. Maybe look for some invades and try and make the Pantheon's life miserable early.
Pretty hard to play for Ashe, no?
Yeah, I prefer Vitality as well. I do think if Team Heretics can get the ball rolling, that they can. They have a lot of engage, right? With the Jarvan ulti, with the Ashe ult, and then follow up with the Seraphine ult as well. But I prefer Vitality. They have more range, easier execution, and as long as Naknako's winning lane, I mean, we've seen it before.
It's also just if you fall behind it, you just don't have any damage with this Ashe Seraphine LeBlanc. Like, you kind of need to be ahead at all points.
Let's see if they are ahead and they stay ahead, or if it's going to be the Naknako show once again. Take it away, casters.
Thank you very much, Desk. They seem to be favoring Vitality's composition. Vedius, what are your thoughts on who walked away from pick and ban with the lead?
Well, I'm a contrarian.
Oh, I have learned that about you. Yeah.
The word that Jack used that I think I agree with the most is easier to play.
Okay.
And I think Vitality's comp is easier to play.
Sure.
But I find that in a meta where mages kind of run the Rift, I think LeBlanc offers way more kill threat than people give credit for. But I think you have to be really good at LeBlanc.
Okay.
So if we turn the nameplates off, if we just turn the nameplates off, I still favor Vitality's composition.
Okay, okay. The old bait and switch there. What if we turn the nameplates back on?
Yeah,
do
we turn the nameplates back
do you
on.
believe in Seren's
really favor Vitality's composition.
Oh, no. Hey, Seren had a good series just recently, and I actually want to start off by talking about that because I think that, like, outside of lane, this was where a lot of it came online. In terms of at least like damage per minute, I was very impressed. CS per minute, he was playing a lot of melee champions, so that's not going to be as high up there. He was getting kind of bullied in lane, but he was racking up kills, KP, and also I think once he got out of that laning phase, got much more comfortable. Can he do that with LeBlanc? Do you think that this champion will allow him to do that into the Azir?
I mean, again, on paper, yeah. In theory, but I like it. Like after our first series today, execution has just kind of been a raising question in my mind. You know, your ability to pilot the champion is pretty key in actually making things work out. So that's what I'm going to be tracking, keeping my eyes on. I do think that Heretics basically won 3-0 yesterday is kind of my take. Like, they had such a good lead that they ended up throwing away. Credit to SK for coming back in that game one, but I really did feel like Heretics were just playing super well. And, like, Ice was someone I was keeping my eyes on, but also Tracyn had a really strong performance. I will say that Tracyn now going up against Naknako, like, I mean, you guys probably have had similar experiences in North America. Like, you've probably had it recently with, like, Thanatos, where it feels like Thanatos is just so much better than every other top laner.
In lane, yes.
Yeah, exactly. And so, Naknako, the conversation all of last split was very much about him versus Kana, who is better. And then we got to see them play. And I'm telling you, it was close. Bro, like, they were back and forth. It was super exciting. But, like, the game, I don't think was really determined by top. It was kind of determined by everything else that was going on in the Rift. But Naknako has just taken the world by storm in a sense. People are so captivated by his impact and his ability to carry. It feels like it's been so long, I mean, outside of Kana. I mean, because he's a European talent, right? We haven't had to import a talent. So it's he's a really exciting player that so many people are excited for.
Knock has been performing incredibly well, but Trayson had a great first series. So these are the stats from just the series that they've played so far this split. And I think it goes to your point that they basically 3-0'd. They did throw one of the games, but like Trayson was a big part of why they were able to get those leads in the games that they won and even that game that they lost. So that made this matchup topside that, you know, going into the split, I think everybody would have said, oh yeah, Knock takes this easy. But now Trayson put like a little asterisk on it. Like maybe he's got what it takes to actually step up. He is getting shoved into the top lane. It is K'Sante versus Renekton, so probably not going to be that much excitement happening in the 1v1 right now. But it's something that we'll keep our eyes on. As the best of breed
it's one of those top lane matchups where, again, like not to glaze Knock even more, but just the way that he lanes is actually worth watching. Like, because normally domestically in EU, we pick K'Sante because it's like kind of safe into Renekton and you go even. Knock is one of the few Renekton players that really makes you realize why this is Renekton favorite. And look at what he's doing. Yeah. He's standing on the melee minions because he knows how short range K'Sante is. And so he is perma trading to make sure that Trayson is punished for every single CN. And like, look at his positioning again there, standing on top of that melee minion, and the wave is coming towards it. I mean, like, it's a bit of an awkward spot for him. He's going to push this wave underneath the tower now. The TP is available for Trayson, so he can just come back into lane. But like, that's now a full wave advantage that he has over, and he's utilizing the minions to make sure that they still die. So like, there's nothing that Trayson's inherently doing wrong. Yeah. Okay, like this is not a flame to Trayson anyway. He's doing his absolute best in this situation. The fact that he's only a wave down is pretty good, but it's a great demonstration of how impressive Knock already is during the laning phase.
Also goated observers for showing us that, so we can actually break it down. As Sheo's looking for an invade here on the Raptors. Linces will just walk away, actually.
He just kind of got away with that. I mean, that's a good use of your mid-prior right there. LeBlanc, it does have the advantage against Azir early on. Humanoid's forced to go back to base, and so Sheo recognizing that, hey, my LeBlanc can come faster, my LeBlanc has more HP, your Azir needs to base, this is good for me. And Seren's also placed the mid-wave in a really nice spot. It's going to slow push back towards him, so he's pretty happy about that. And ultimately, the bot side of the Rift going very favorably for Heretics here in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, he's at least able to get back to his own side as well and keep farming up, but he's just kind of walked up with the lane push of Saren, and now Saren's back to wave.
So you'll notice he's gone back to base, not taking his Gromp. You might think, why? Well, Crab is spawning in, well, what? Less
30 seconds?
Well, it's less than that, I think. So what his plan is, take the Gromp, potentially, or just go straight to the thing. So the pings are coming down. It looks like his plan might be just to go straight towards it, or he's just letting his team know that the jungler is likely there as the bot lane looks for a bit of a fight. But that bot side Crab, very important. So he wanted to go back to base, spend the gold before contesting the Crab. Lintus doing the exact same thing. The only difference in their build is a Ruby Crystal versus a Longsword. But Heretics bot lane taking such a fantastic trade.
Great bubble from Fleshy, because that double root onto Karzi might have spelled his doom. But yeah, because of this push on the bot side, yeah, Lintus just completely leaves away that Scuttle. Shea will pick it up, hits level 6.
I love this. Yeah, so this is great adaptation. Love what I'm seeing from both junglers right now, specifically because Lintus is saying, I don't know if our bot lane can contest, so I'm just going to clear my jungle, go back to base, spend the gold, threaten the counter invade. But he's realizing, oh, hang on a second, I think I'm too slow. I think I'm too late to the play.
Yeah, the red buff wasn't spawned yet.
Yeah, and so they do get a bit of information, but he can't actually steal anything away. So ultimately, this is a net win for Sheo. He now has a half a level lead. He stole away Lintus's Raptors earlier as well, which is just add insult to injury. And Heretics, I mean, off to a good start here in the early game.
Yeah, it's about the lane prio to allow their jungler to step up and get this lead. And Sheo, and let's see what he can do with that lead at this point, because he hits at level 6 first. Pantheon level 6 is a little funkier, because J4, it's pretty straightforward. You go for the engage. If you find somebody, you can lock them down. Ooh, Sarah missing the chains right there. Humanoid walking away from them. But then the Pantheon ultimate, it can either be used anytime you see the J4 go in, or you can use it to just get around the map to places that you're not expected. As Linces will actually instead just kind of walk up directly here as Saren bounces back. Takes the Mimic, and I think Linces was just covering in case Sheo did look for a play. The ward was placed down. Even though he didn't get that invade off, he at least knew that Sheo was on the top half of the map.
Absolutely.
And he's going to get the Raptors this time.
This time, right? He's going to grab them. Still,
half a level behind Sheo as he continues to clear through his camps. It looks like we're in for a slower early game. Chains do connect this time.
Ooh. Good trade there. Humanoid actually gets some damage back and gets the LeBlanc clone out.
But you'll see the level difference now makes Humanoid really uncomfortable. Having that extra bit of HP, and this all comes back from the fact that Seren did set up a slow push towards him, denying Humanoid about half away the farm. And so, ulti top.
Nocto getting some big damage onto Trayson, but Trayson just pathmakers to safety and gets out of there.
But the goal from Nako is to just try and keep this top lane as, well, I guess oppressed is kind of the word that I was thinking of, where he just wants to deny him as much farm as possible. Now the threat of a dive is real, something that Trayson has to be cautious of. Maybe the proxy will start here.
Yeah, there's one slice, and he will proxy the wave behind the turret. Trayson will get as many of those as he can under the turret, as Linces and Sheo will see each other on the bottom side of the rift. And just wave as, he actually, Sheo is walking up. Nope, never mind. Yep, they just wave, walk away. Linces completes the back and will pick up the tunneler. So a little more in the inventory right now, as Sheo will actually look at the dragon.
Yeah, I don't think that Vitality can afford to contest this. Their comp is a little bit more scaling with both Ezreal and Azir. Azir's early spike is also delayed by the fact that he went early non-magic mantle to buy a little bit more magic resistance as a response to the LeBlanc. And so Heretics taking advantage of the early prior that they have in bot and mids. Very nice stuff from them.
And now it's going to be a trade of objectives. Dragon secured, and the grubs started off by Linces. Seren takes a chunk of damage from Humanoid as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming from downtown, and it lands onto Humanoid. Seren doesn't have the chains, but he's got the backup of Sheo. First blood into the Cataclysm.
Okay, so a bit of inspiration from G2 there. Flashbacks to when Caps calls to the arrow mid, and in exactly the same place from Ice as well. Ice throws it down from that tier 3 tower, connects onto Humanoid. He doesn't flash respond in time, meaning that they end up securing first blood. Well played there by Heretics.
Yeah, and it's more gold onto the J4, who was already ahead of Linces in the jungle clear. Carzzy jumping onto Ice. The tidal wave's coming out. Ice is able to sidestep it into the True Shot Barrage, but saves Flash, saves Cleanse, and gets out of there.
Okay, but the wave's in a good spot for Carzzy now, slow pushing towards them. Even though there is damage done to these minions, I think they should still go the way of Carzzy. So this amount of farm is going to be denied away from Ice. He's going to help close that gold gap just a little bit.
Seren looking for more chunk onto Humanoid. And bone plating, helping Humanoid stay safe and healthy in this lane. And Seren's actually close to half health, so he's got to be careful. LeBlanc, you kind of play as a poke champion, but Zira is able to answer it back in quick bursts. Kind of playing around your electrocute cooldowns, so they're not able to find as many of those as Linces has the Grand Starfall available. He's on vision. There's 2 wards in his jungle, spotting out exactly where he is, so Ice and Wei are very safe right now.
Absolutely.
Sheo's even coming down to hover.
11 minutes. We've had 1 kill, Kangas.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those ones.
Yeah.
Usually with J4 Pantheon, I expect.
Yeah, you do, but this is like the pros and cons of Europe. It's sometimes it do be like this, my friend. Sometimes it do be like this.
You know what? Sometimes a nice tranquil game of League of Legends is what we need after that last series.
There's no way you're still this positive.
Because I
need to instill some like pessimism in you.
Yeah?
I feel like you need to learn the British way of sarcasm and
negativity. Nah, man, you ain't getting this cowboy down. I just love League of Legends.
It's one of the things, every time I go to America, your customer service, everyone is so friendly. As a Brit, it makes me very uncomfortable.
Well, does it make you more comfortable to know that there's a dive happening bot side right now? Flash on the arrow from Flash. He throws up the tidal wave onto Seren, but he's still rooted up by the chains. Sheo with another kill as Wei survives the dive on the turret. He's tanking it up. Carzzy's trying to stay alive as Linces threw his body down with the Grand Starfall. Has the wave to play with. Seren goes into the passive, has the Mimic up as Humanoid's now coming down. Sheo's trying to get out of there with the Encore flash by Linces. Carzzy takes down Wei. Humanoid with the shovel onto Ice, but he pushes it right into Linces, who will fall in tow. Double kill to Carzzy. As Sheo and Seren still trying to get out, they get onto Humanoid instead, though, as Carzzy knocks back on the wrong side of the Cataclysm. Sheo with his 3rd kill, and Team Heretics pull off a crazy dive, but it might not be over. Carzzy still looking for it. He gets over the wall on the Seren. No, he's out of there. So Carzzy with the follow-up shutdown. Gold onto the Ezreal.
What is happening? That was 3 kills for 3?
All we have to do is complain that nothing happened in 11 minutes, and then a lot of stuff happened. You know what? You're onto something, Betty.
Okay, Kazi, you're on a ward. Kazi, you're on a ward. Shale, go base, bro. Just go. Let's call it quits. Everyone needs to go home. So the dive onto Vitality's bot lane starts off promising. Fleshy and Kazi separate themselves. Kazi, I think, does the right thing of just turning his attention onto Wei and clearing out the wave as quickly as possible. Now Heretics is divided. It's a 2 on one side and 2 on the other. The bot lane of Heretics can't get involved in this skirmish, so Vitality create a numbers advantage. I like the idea here from Sheo. The coordination is good, but Kazi, great target focus, connects the EQ, connects another Q onto Ice, gets himself a double kill, but now Humanoid's like, uh-oh, I don't know if we have the damage anymore. Sheo gets a heal back, I believe from the Sundered Sky, and then at this point you think, okay, the fight's over, but they interrupt. Seren's back.
Oh, speaking of Seren right now, big chunk of the
He's gonna get a big chunk. But look at Kazi. Like, he now gets 3-0-0. Trinity Force finished.
Yeah, that's a bit of an accelerated Ezreal right there.
Oh my goodness, that was
Q.
Well, that was 2 enhanced Qs.
And Shot Barrage.
My goodness, yeah. So Ezreal is now, again, what do we say?
What do am I supposed to know this one?
A problem.
A problem.
I thought I taught you this.
Did.
I set you up beautifully.
Yeah.
It's okay. We'll
No,
try
that's
next
on me.
time. It's all good.
I'm learning. I'm getting there.
It's okay. I mean, like, Medic probably wouldn't have got it either.
Learning
if that makes
your
you feel any
European
better.
ways. They're mysterious and an enigma. As Fleshy throws out the ultimate. Locked in the Cataclysm. Saren with the kill credit. Karzi. Arcane shifts over the wall. Tidal Wave was not enough for Fleshy to live, and Team Heretics find a peg right at the dragon.
You know, there is a point at which overkill probably needs to be used. That would be one of those situations.
Yeah.
Like Nami isn't that dangerous. You know what I mean? Like, they threw a lot to kill Fleshy. They wanted to get that kill on the board, and they will. I think
it's like when you go fishing with dynamite, you know? It's like you don't need that much firepower, brother.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the dynamite came through his ultimate when he slam dunked it.
Yep. But it does get them a pick, and it's going to get them a dragon, most likely. Linsis is hovering around, but Share Flag and Drags threatens Linsis away, and that is a secured second Drake for Team Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately it works out for Heretics. They bounce right back, get themselves a kill, get themselves the dragon, looking very comfy. Meanwhile, check in on top lane. That small CS lead has grown to 20. And because of all the plates that Knock-Knock is bringing, that tower's almost dead.
Yep.
He has single-handedly almost secured that tower. The TP is going to come back in. I mean, this wave isn't going to be enough to secure the tower, that's for sure. But now Knock-Knock knows he has a TP advantage, but there's no dragon to play for, so he's unlikely to use it.
Didn't need it. Had it available for the dragon, but now he can probably just use it to come back to lane if he wants to.
No, they're swapping it up. They're going to send the Azir up top. They want to have the TP advantage for Herald. So he can go to bot, he can catch that wave, he can start chipping away at that tower. That top tower, the damage is already done, right?
Also, it's all armor on Trayson as Linsis finds Saren, gets a big chunk onto him. Trayson has so much armor, no magic resist, so Humanoid will be able to do damage.
Good spot there.
Kazi throws out the Tidal Wave, lands onto Sheo, falls up with the Aqua Prism, but the arrow lands onto Linsis. He cannot follow up, so nobody goes down on either side, just a exchange of some ultimate cooldowns. As it's the arrow for the Tidal Wave, essentially, and the Herald's not even being claimed on either side, so
I think
let's
Vitality
contest each other.
Start this one off, though. They now have a ult advantage. Oh, I say that. Fleshy, Ice. Yeah, okay, maybe not as much of an advantage as I thought. Sheo still has his. The fight for the mid wave continues. And the Renekton's proxy. Yep, of course he is. 1.2k the goal lead now for Knock-Knocko as he continues to do his thing on the side lane. So I think Knock-Knocko's comms this game will be, guys, is Ash's flash up? Because if the answer is no, I think he becomes a man of focus.
He has one target he needs to deal with, and if he's able to get onto them. But right now, the target is a 1v2 as Knock-Knocko finds himself with both solo laners. He's in some trouble, all out and over the wall, under the turret. He's still trying to survive, but cannot. The turret shot will be enough. Vitality will trade their top laner for the Herald.
Yeah, I don't think he's getting out of that one. He doesn't bother wasting his flash. They give the kill over to Trayson. He's going to close that gold gap ever so slightly. The consequence of this is top wave was pushed heavily. The top tower was secured by Vitality. They also got a plate in the top lane. So a nice gold injection for Humanoid. He's going to be pretty happy with that. As you can see, he's now looking like a Rylai's second item, providing a little bit more utility to the team. Meanwhile, the bot wave is going to be pushed in. And notice again, they're keeping Humanoid into that matchup. Very likely, due to what you were saying earlier, his limited magic resistance means that Humanoid just feels like he's a better matchup into this Cassante.
And Trayson got even more armor. He got a cloth armor on top of what he already had. So he's definitely not indexing towards that matchup. He's going to go for a reset. We saw this happen before where the moment they saw the Azir, they swapped him back bot side, sent Saren top. Seems like they're going to do the same thing right now as both Saren and Trayson are going for their resets. And yeah, the LeBlanc's heading to the bottom side. Cassante's heading to the top side. This time around, though, no neutral objectives for 1:50. That's when the next dragon will come up. So not much to fight over. And the current game state slightly favors Heretics in the gold department, but pretty much all that's just Sheo. It's 2-item J4. He's been the benefactor of a lot of the kills for this team.
Okay, so as we kind of enter this neutral state, both teams are desperately trying to get as close to that second item finish as possible. Once they've got it, that dragon contest, obviously, as you were highlighting, going to be the most important thing. They haven't really leveraged Naknako's TP at all. So remember that Trayson TP'd to top, they had a TP advantage. Naknako wasn't really able to use it, in part because of his death. I mean, they got the Herald anyway. The game plan was probably we go Herald, you then TP. So I guess you could argue a bit of a mistake there from Naknako to even be that deep when the game plan should have been, you have TP advantage. Can you keep him bot lane and then just TP into us when we start Herald? But at the end of the day, they get the objective that they wanted. Saren goes for a bit of a trade as that bot tower becomes... Humanoid is eyeing up right now.
Yeah, even though Team Heretics have that slight gold lead, it still feels like Vitality are the ones hunting. Despite the fact that Sheo has a gold lead and he is on the J4, I've seen more kind of proactive looks here from Linsis, from Naknako. I mean, a lot of that is just Naknako being a thorn in the side lane. But even here, like, Karzi's able to push another wave mid, get a plate for himself. Dragon's coming up now in 25 seconds time as we see a reset from Fleshy. This is the last moment to really reset and spend your gold if you have any in your pocket, so Karzi will look to do the same. Dragon at 15, though. Karzi might not actually be up to contest if Heretics rip it right away.
What? Like he's won... Oh, he wants the pickaxe just before the fight. Okay.
Sure.
So he just wants that extra bit of damage. Makes sense. He's got now the upgraded Muramana. Fun fact, the way I always remember it is... Muramana means more mana.
Oh,
more mana.
Even more than the mana Mune.
Exactly. So,
which is... okay, we're going to get back to that route onto Linsis as he has the Aegis Assault trying to tank it out, but the arrow lands. Trayson gets the kill, and Team Heretics make quick work of Linsis in the jungle as Naknako has now joined up with the team, but the Dragon's already down. Team Heretics have a 5v4. Naknako is big, but he can't buy infinite space for the team. His health bar is going down, and Team Heretics will get the objective and walk away.
Yeah, I mean, the Pantheon did not get to move. The chain CC that went on to Linsis made it impossible for him to do much outside of throw up his shield to mitigate some of the damage that was coming through from Heretics. They put themselves on Soul Point and have been driving this game forward pretty much since the very start. There was a bit of a fumble where Karzi got a triple kill, but that really hasn't amounted to much. And Vitality, they're being kited. They're being kited extremely well. Naknako takes a chunk of his HP bar as Saren finds a nice trade. We go back into the replay though and watch Linsis. He's the one face checking. He takes a chunk of damage. Chain CC, 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 CC. Doesn't get to move at all. And with the jungler gone, no threat of a smite, even if Vitality's ready to fight, they just don't have anything. They don't have the resources. And again, we find ourselves in a situation where Ashe, Seraphine, it's just... It's annoying.
It's so oppressive. I mean, you got the Pantheon shield for like 1.5 seconds, whatever the total channel time of it is, and then he just dies immediately after. The tidal wave will come out here. Team Heretics not quite able to crack that outer turret in the mid lane, but they're close. But yeah, it's just so hard to actually deal with the amount of CC chain on Team Heretics' side. They've been playing a very clean game so far, and it's looking better than things were last time around. They ended, lock-in pretty well in terms of, the best of ones.
They made playoffs, which a lot of people didn't expect.
Yeah, but then they did. The big story for this team was that one roster change in the bot lane, Wei coming in for Stend. But then we have this quote from Hidan. We have the roster that we want, both short-term and long-term, and they were talking about the difference of, they want to commit to a long-term roster, but when there's clear issues that they're seeing, they need to patch those up. So a lot of people were confused to see a roster change for this, this team.
I mean, the only roster change as well Yeah. I mean, so far in this game, it's looking promising for sure. Let's see if they can close this one out, though. Often on Sheo rosters, and even last year, a lot of the conversation for Sheo was like, it feels like he is the lifeblood of Heretics. And back when he played on BDS, we saw that he was a little bit more of a quiet force, but he was super consistent. I think we got to see how much of an impact he has on a team last year, more so, when he was kind of surrounded by younger players. I mean, the conversation of him even being MVP came up just because of how impactful he was.
Wow.
But yeah, this year it's the Magic, the final week of the best of ones. They kind of did the run that Lost Ratones needed to do. They just needed to win all of their games to make it to playoffs, and that's exactly what they did. And
4 in a row.
Yeah, credit to them and making this roster change so far.
And Wei has been a great addition. One of the big things that we were talking about was like in laning phase, but I'd say out of laning phase, he's looked fantastic as well. And we even have, I believe that this is the highest first blood participation percentage in the league so far. Now it's only week 1, right? Like they played one series, not many games have been played, but still, like they wanted to upgrade the firepower of the bot lane for laning phase in particular. And if Wei's also able to kind of synergize with the team when it comes to these dragon setups, you know, he's the one that landed the first CC onto Linsis when he face checked there, and then everybody followed up on it. So, yeah, Team Heretics looking like a solid team right now. They're up in gold. They have the dragon control again as Fleshy just gets chunked out. Will survive with his life for now, but minute 15 till that Dragon Soul fight. Vitality are going to have to find a way to get in there. And it's just so difficult when you have LeBlanc, you have the Ashe Seraphine to deal with. Not many ways that they can approach if they don't have any vision down.
You know what I'm really looking forward to should Heretics win this game? Man, you can just say no. You don't have to. That's not a trick question. You can just say,
I thought this was another test.
No, it's not a test. I'm just saying. Do you know what I'll be really excited for if Heretics win this game?
No, I don't, Vedius. What would they be really excited
The
for?
analysts having to justify how they thought that Vitality had a better comp.
Ooh, that's a good. Wait, didn't you also?
No, actually, I'm pretty sure I said Heretics, I think, had the superior comp. Didn't I say that?
You did say you're a contrarian.
Yeah.
So I think that really summarized the point that you were
I
trying
like to
to
play
make.
both sides, as I would say.
Always come out on top.
One could say that I like to ignite flames to antagonize or rage bait, perhaps.
I think rage bait is the accurate description for that
Ooh,
one. As Knock finds himself without a lot of backup. There's Saren and Sheo nearby. Linsis is hovering. Dominus popped early for Knock as he was worried about the all-in, but that means no Dominus now for the Dragon fight. It hasn't spawned yet. Karzi just does 0 damage to Sheo.
That was quite funny.
Yeah.
Karzi he landed every single Q and Trayson took 0 damage.
And there's the arrow onto Karzi. Instant cleanse. Arcane Shift over the wall, teleporting flank ward for Saren as the LeBlanc has an angle right now. And remember, Knock no Dominus available. So not even halfway off cooldown. So Team Heretics have a big window of strength. Saren jumps over, but he goes right back into Knock goes waiting. Arms the Renekton, shredding through the LeBlanc and pushing Saren back. Completely turned the dynamics of this fight as Vitality now just don't hit the Dragon. Sheo's hovering in there, but his team's not on it either. Trayson has now tagged in for Knock, but he's also low on health. So now Team Heretics need to find their angle. Do they go for the Dragon? Do they go for the Knock flank? They're losing both sides, but they almost take down Linsis as the Pantheon chunked all the way down. Has the ultimate available still, could look for a reset, but instead it's a flash from Wei, lands the Encore on the 1, but the True Shot Barrage, huge chunk out of Saren. Meanwhile, the 1v1, Knock takes it, Trayson shut down, Sheo's out of there, Linsis stuck around for the Dragon, and Vitality get the objective in the fight.
My goodness, in the war of attrition, it is Vitality that come out on top. I think Trayson made a mistake, choosing to isolate Knock and say, let's play the 1v1, because the fight was so long, Knock's ult came back. It came back. So in the isolated 1v1, Knock had the edge. I mean, when you pop that ulti from Trayson, yes, you do more damage, but you reduce those resistances. You make it easier for him to kill you. And so Naka walks away with the solo kill, and the moment Traysen's gone, then the front line disappears. So keep your eyes on Traysen. He's already at 50% HP, so he throws out the ultimate, and he's saying, you know what, this is fine. Misses a couple skill shots, gets the shield, poke continues to come down, but now the dominance is going to come back up soon. Naka's running away. It becomes isolated. He thinks he's got the win here. He's buying time, and there's the dominance. Now he knows that he's going to win out, flashes in, gets the kill. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, with him gone, that's the go signal. The poke that's landing from Kazi and Humanoid was enough to get Seren very low. Ice was being chipped apart, but it's fascinating that in this war of like back and forth, like the thing is, you might be wondering, why doesn't Sheo just commit to the fight? Who does he commit on to? Because you've got the jump away from the Ezreal, you've got the dash away from the Azir, you've got the ulti with the Azir as well. Like, it's not that easy for him to just pick a target and engage, which is why you've been seeing them focus a lot on the Nami, especially.
Yeah, Fleshy has been chunked, but not died in a lot of those attempts, and he still has flash and heal available, so he's been playing it pretty well, and the other targets, like you had highlighted, have so much mobility. But to me, it's just still the Nako show. It comes down to that so often. He's able to win the one going on the side. Now Team Heretics are going for the Baron.
Oh, damn.
Humanoid's on the bottom wave, shoving that in. Has a teleport, will start to channel it now. Nako chunked by Seren, under half health, has the dominance available as the tidal wave will not connect. Pops the dominance. Team Heretics look to turn, but Nako's just dancing around them. Seren has to flash away as Traysen Pathmaker's back to safety. The arrow goes wide. Humanoid not touched up by that one as the true shot barrage from Karzi does big damage to the backline. Team Heretics chunked low, but the Baron is still aggroed. Vitality are in the pit. Linces can look for the Baron steal as Sheo goes into the Guardian Angel. Vitality push out Team Heretics. Get the Baron, kill Sheo, Karzi on a rampage, and Vitality walk away with the bomb.
My goodness, it feels as though both teams are hitting each other, but Vitality's HP bars are largely staying the same, whereas Heretics just keeps going down. Baron secured for Vitality, and they're looking good. No.
Does this count as a curse?
I don't think it counts as a curse.
Oh, flash from Ice over Humanoid Shuffle's able to outplay that one. True Shot Barrage will land. Oh, Humanoid goes down. Seren had the damage for it. Team Heretics. Smooth moves from Ice right there.
So you may not know this, but Humanoid has a bit of a reputation.
Yeah.
Mainly for dying on side lanes.
Okay.
But sometimes he does just die.
Yes.
So a bit of an over-ambitious play there. And,
but imagine if it worked.
But imagine. That's what he was thinking. He was just like,
I'm sure he wasn't thinking, oh, he's going to flash this. He was probably thinking, oh, this is going to look
No,
sick.
actually, when he's typing team, got his flash.
True.
Anyway, let's look back at the fight. Nako takes a chunk of damage. He's trying to draw out what resources he can. Nice damage connecting onto Seren. The poke from Kazi is what you need to keep your eyes on as he connects it onto 3. Good chip damage initially. Seren's getting outranged by Humanoid, who continues to chip away at their HP bar. Nako and Lince is trying to tank aggro. Good stun onto Seren as well.
Humanoid.
And then Humanoid on the side, just using the soldiers to chip away. And these very long fights, they're just going the way of Vitality because their damage is landing.
Yeah, that was ideal positioning for Nazir. He's like, okay, the Cassante and the J4 are not looking at me, and I can just free fire on them. And look at that gold grab. It was in Heretics' control until it wasn't. And Vedius, what was that you were saying about which team composition you favored? Are we now
As
saying?
I said, Vitality's calm.
This is
yeah,
true.
That's what I
You
said.
did- I
That's
actually
the
think
actual
you-
quote.
you
yeah.
did say that
Yeah,
one.
I did say that. So.
Okay.
Yeah,
We're on the same
and
page
now the
now.
analysts are going to be really happy because the outcome of the game meant that they were right.
Yeah.
Assuming Vitality win, which they haven't done yet.
If I've learned anything about the few LEC games I've casted, it's that I have no idea who's going to win this game.
The game is not over till the Nexus falls, my friend.
Honestly, SK could show up and win this game. Anything could happen. Anything could happen here.
You know what? You're right. I believe it. With a steel chair from the side.
Get a leader in the game.
Ooh, Kazi,
Let's.
Okay.
Everyone goes out,
see,
not going to
now,
land.
Whose fault was that? Was that Fleshy using his ulti a little bit too eagerly? Or was that him paranoid that Kazi's going to kill himself? Was that, which one was that?
Maybe a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, as Humanoid will jump onto Saren, who TP'd to the top lane. So this was Dragon Soul, but Team Heretics clearly were not confident in their setup because they TP'd Saren up to get a turret instead.
So
Linces
they can't
will get
approach their own tower without getting chipped away at. Like the poke of Ezreal plus Azir, I mean, it's so annoying. Linces, have you just died?
He's got the Aegis Assault. The arrow will not land on the Pantheon. He'll get onto Fleshy instead, so Shale keeps going forward. Saren on a killing spree. Linces is down. Fleshy did survive Flash and heal, but that's a pick for Team Heretics.
Here's what I'll say. Curses aren't real.
No, here's what you'll say. Team Heretics' comp is really good.
I was tempted. No, but I won't say that. Curses aren't real. But Vedi possessing supernatural abilities, that I'm willing to believe.
Oh, okay.
That I'm
You're
willing
starting to
believe.
come around to it. This is your, like, the first 30 minutes in the movie where you're starting to, like, discover your powers. You're like, wait, what? I can do that?
Yeah. I mean, let's test it.
Did you ever get that $1 million earlier?
No.
Was the briefcase delivered? Oh.
Nice try, though.
That's a Sorry, €1 million.
There's
my American brain.
Surely from this position, there's no way Vitality can lose this game. Surely. I mean, let's put it to
do with you,
let's
man.
do
Like,
the test. Like,
yeah.
let's test it.
Okay, let's do it.
I don't think Vitality
It is
can lose.
impossible for Vitality to lose this game.
I think so.
Their chances of losing this game
is too much. There's not enough lockdown on the Azir and the Ezreal. It doesn't matter that Humanoid is 0-3. He has a death cap. Like, it just doesn't. Like, they can't. Heretics can't.
Vitality's chances of losing this game are faker than a politician on the campaign trail. It's impossible.
Sure. That doesn't really mean much here in the Europe.
No,
but
it's not a
I
common
get.
thing?
I am quite familiar with American politics, so I got that one.
A lot of promises made,
Yeah.
not kept. Team Heretics have the wave in the mid lane moving out. And again, Saren is playing a great game here, 3-1-6 on the LeBlanc. He jumped on the cards, he just jumped down!
Hang on.
Oh!
One champ's supposed to do that to the other champ, and I feel like that did not go the way that I thought it was going to. Kazi, he hit Saren with a steel chair. That's what he just did.
Usually when a LeBlanc jumps onto an 80 carry, that's bad news for the 80 carry.
Generally, but it turns out that that's not the case when it comes to Kazi. He is, Kazi's the guy that says, who's trapped in here with who? That's it, okay?
That's why Fleshy throws out the tidal wave so
that's
early.
why, you're right.
You never know what's going to happen with Kazi.
You're right, you're completely right. Yeah, that's true. But again, so far, things looking good for Vitality. Gold lead is monstrous, but we've said this too many times today. It doesn't really matter. You just need to look at the items, to be completely honest with you.
So let's do a quick inventory because Baron's up in 10 seconds, so we don't have a lot of time here. Currently, Saren does not have the death cap completed, so it's still working towards that third item. Humanoid went for an earlier death cap. So
Fourth item, yeah, for Saren.
Yeah, fourth item for Saren, yeah. Oh, so yes, if he is able to finish that, he's well ahead of Humanoid in that department.
But he's quite close to Void Staff. They're probably about the similar sort of gold in terms of completing both those items.
All right, now Team Heretics control the access point to the Baron. Vitality are trying to hit this wave. Ice is answering it in kind.
Bro, Nagnako bought an arm guard.
And a Negatron.
Does Renekton ult scale with AP? It does, right? I'm pretty sure
actually
it does.
am unsure.
I think it does. I'm pretty sure it scales with AP, and then it's also based off of your max health, I think.
Okay. A lot of champions have really odd AP scaling, just kind of hidden in their kit somewhere. But I think the bigger part is that you're going for the stasis. Nako's got the GA plus the Seeker's Arm Guard. This guy just always entertains with how he plays top lane as Saren gets stunned up here by Linces.
I mean, Saren, bless his heart, he is doing what you need to do on LeBlanc, right? Which is you sit in fog, you go over the wall, chunk someone out, dash back. That every time he goes over the wall, he comes back and he has horror stories to tell his team.
Don't go in there, guys.
Just don't, bro.
It's not safe.
It's not safe at all. The dark is scary and full of terrors.
Yeah, as we're going to see some resets from Team Heretics, but Vitality are not going to go right for the Baron.
I just had this image of a cartoon in my head of LeBlanc like, I'll go over and check what's happening. Yeah. Blinks back, bruises all over her face. No, it's bad.
It's like in Star Wars, it's like Han like charges and then he's just running back. Ah!
Yeah. Right, Dragon, here we go.
Okay.
Heretics. First on the Soul. They do have that one deep ward. right back here for a potential TP flank.
And we do have Saren again going in to the dark and scary night, as he's going to have to reset once again. Has the teleport available to jump back towards the dragon.
Sidestepping every skill shot right now. Can't sidestep that one. Ooh, good damage from Ice.
Yeah, trying to get that poke down. Trying to pepper the front line as much as he can. Teleport in from Saren. Will not have another opportunity to do that, as Knock-Knocko pressed TP to go 5 feet upwards. All right, Trayson controlling the banana brush. His Team Heretics still have access point on the river here. Focus onto the Dragon. True Shot Barrage will only hit onto Trayson as Knock-Knocko jumps onto Saren. That splash onto LeBlanc. The tidal wave will land. Knock-Knocko flashes, gets on the way. Knock-Knocko goes into the stasis as Vitality's frontliner is just 1v4 by an infinite space for Vitality. Guardian Angel pop. Team Heretics instant stun him out of it, but in comes Lensis to save his top laner's life. Job's done. Get your man out of there. Vitality control the dragon fight and earn themselves the soul.
Beautiful play by
Soul
Knock-Knocko.
point, actually. That's only their third.
They go 3-3. Knock-Knocko, I mean, it ends up being a trade of GAs because Sheo does a similar thing on the other side of the fight. He dives in, he commits his GA, he commits the ultimate saying, I know I'm going to die, but I've got to buy space for my team. Knock-Knocko finds a beautiful angle, flashes in, gets a ton of damage down. Sheo does something similar, but he pops almost immediately, whereas it feels like Knock-Knocko is this immovable wall that does so much damage as well. Look, they're all half HP, they know the fight can't continue. And then Linces comes in, providing that shield, helping his top laner get away to safety. But look at the picture-in-picture. You'll see the Heretics making a smart call. They're going to rush towards the Baron, try and take it before Vitality can react.
No all-out for the Cassante, no encore for the Seraphine, but they still have Cataclysm, they still have an Arrow. Vitality are going to have to find a way to get in here. The Arrow goes out, instant cleanse by Karzi, but Sarah jumped on top of him. The Baron is secured. Sheo picks that one up for Heretics as Linces jumps onto Trayson. Knock-Knocko, big chunk, but he stuns up Sarah. They got him! LeBlanc's out of there, Trayson's out of there, solo laner's down. Heretics get the Baron, but at what cost? In comes Linces with the Grand Starfall, double kill to Knock-Knocko. You get the objective, but you're gonna lose the game. Vitality with the ace.
The Alligator death roll was lethal on Saren as he got a foot too close to the angry Alligator, and Knock-Knocko shuts him down. 4 members alive, they'll set their sights on the Nexus.
The death timers are simply too long in a 40-minute game. Vitality just had to hold the line long enough. They don't need the Baron, they just need the team fight. GG, Vitality take game number 1.
Wow. Knock-Knocko, he made his impact in the team fights. You could really see what he was able to do. And credit to the rest of them, like a very interesting game that was very slow at the start. It was a lot about poke and very long drawn out fights. Not the craziest in terms of kills. I think Heretics did a lot of things right, but it did kind of feel as the game went on, Sheo really struggled to have an impact on that job.
Yeah, they were able to get the objective, but again, it's about the game. We have a sideline interview with Karzi and Shax.
We do. Job's not done, but Karzi, a game where it's not Knock-Knocko that carries the whole game, but it's actually kind of you. How did that happen?
I mean, it's just my Ezreal, you know?
Yeah.
I get this champ and I win.
It's true. I've seen it before, but are you now finally going to win the whole match?
I mean, game 2, game 3, let's see. I mean, we already had kind of harder draft this game, where we had no priors except for Necton, so hopefully, like, more playable draft next game.
Yes. Go yell at Pat. Bye, Karzi. Bye-bye. To a breakdown.
Thank you so much, Shox. As Karzi walks by me here, I wanted to break down Karzi's pretty phenomenal triple kill down he got in the bot lane. If you can get the clip up here. So it's really interesting scenario where if we play it, you can see that Team Heretics are going for a dive on this bot lane. And Fleshy ends up getting zoned away from Karzi. If you can pause right now. So Fleshy is quite cooked, right? He's going to get collapsed on by Sheo and Saren. He has no flash. And now Karzi can make 2 decisions. He could choose to try to help Fleshy, try to go on Saren and Sheo, or he could choose to go for Wei and Ice. And he sees that Wei is super chunked, so he eases forward, gets a huge chunk on him, cleanses, but that gets Ice chunked down as well and gets the tower charged. And now Team Heretics can't actually go for this dive, so with the backup of Vitality coming in, it allows now Carsey to play with the rest of the lineup to actually try to then make this fight happen. He gets some nice autos onto Sheo, he gets a really nice EQ onto Wei to take him down, and then Humanoid and Linz is here doing a lot of work, and Carsey is just landing the crucial Qs. So even though Humanoid ends up falling as well, Carsey was really the unsung hero of this team fight that allowed Vitality to get a lot of nice picks. And then if we can pause it here for 1 second, what's really cool here, this is like a cool little thing, is Carsey has no vision. This looks not that impressive from the spectator POV because we see everything, right? We see exactly where they're recalling, but from Carsey's POV, they could be right here. So if you play it now, you can see that Carsey wards the bush, and that's when he knows Jarvan can't be there. That means LeBlanc has to be somewhere in the area. He eases over, flashes to get the kill, and Fleshy's there to protect him, so Sheo can't take him down as well. Overall, just a fantastic show of mechanics and decision-making from Carsey. And we'll see what this series has in store for us as we head off to a quick break.
Brother, let me try. Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
Red Bull gives you wings.
started off by Linces. Saren takes a chunk of damage from Humanoid as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming from downtown, and it lands onto Humanoid. Saren doesn't have the chains, but he's got the backup of Sheo.
Ash champion, nice.
They can't play this shit. They got cooked.
By the Azir got. Oh, finish.
Fight now. I'm gonna jump Ash. Jaron no flash.
Thanos, if I have another draft of no mid bot pro with weaker jungle, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
I'm gonna put Vitality in the A tier.
A tier?
Alongside KC and Koi. I think I loved watching this Vitality play. Oh, I just want more games of them. They were by far the most entertaining.
Entertaining, yes.
Listen, Naknako is the best top laner in the league. And we've seen, now Naknako has seen like what Bin did. He's gonna analyze that. He's gonna try to replicate that. He's gonna have crazy counter picks. It's gonna be beautiful. I was really impressed by Humanoid and Carsey in Versus. I thought they leveled up beautifully. I was pretty iffy on the Humanoid signing in general, but I feel like it brought such a vibe to this team, and you could see it in their macro that improved a lot. I think for me, for sure, this team is making top 4, maybe even more.
Wow. Okay, so you're just a fan. All you're telling
I'm a believer.
All you're telling me is that you're a fan of Carsey and Humanoid because of their mic checks.
No. Their gameplay. Did you see like Humanoid split pushing, Humanoid Zoe? They just had so many good games. I mean, Carsey had a ton of banger games. Yes, they are inconsistent. They are inconsistency, the team. But we are in inconsistency, the league. So I think they can really thrive in our environment.
Yeah, but no way you put them A tier, because I would put them B. I would put them B tier.
A and B tier, it's pretty much the same thing.
It's interchangeable. Sure, you can put them at the bottom of A tier or however you want. I'm like, I
have hope in them. I have faith.
I mean, I have faith in them as well, you know. But like again, it's like my faith is either gonna like repay me with like, you know, a top 3 or a top 4 finish, or like, you know, barely make playoffs kind of finish, you know, because it's just like how it is. Because like again, Naknako is gonna be great and stuff, and he's gonna get inspiration from Ben. But I'm like,
I mean, they're gonna have their time now to practice, to level up. They should have. I hope they spent that time practicing and scrimming.
No way. I mean, sure. Let's move on.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't listen to anything those guys said because I am with Trouble Inc., an official co-streamer for Vitality. Tell me your thoughts on that crazy game.
I mean, you give Carsey Ezreal, you're just going to lose. I think this is what it is. You just slam Naknako on something that looks strong, and he takes a lot of the attention, but Carsey did all the heavy lifting.
It's funny because when I told you I was going to interview you after one of the games, you said, do you want streamer me or analyst me? So do both. What is streamer, you think?
Okay, we're just gonna 2-0, like Team Heretics should be a very easy series. And Vedi, watch what you're saying on the microphone, pretty please. Analyst Trouble, we need better drafts.
Okay, okay. That seems to be a theme. What's going on?
I feel like a lot of the times with Vitality, I feel like we're going for comfort from what I'm seeing. So like the Azir B1 is a comfort to Humanoid, and then we just put the Pantheon in it, which as a duo is not very strong, but like for them is like the confident best champions, right? So I feel like for our second series, or our second game rather, a lot of the B1s are going to be gone, and we're going to have a more cohesive composition, hopefully.
Oh yeah, does that mean that they will pull out another Jax or something of the like, or how much do you want to see that? Because I feel like I love seeing Naknako on Jax, even on Yasuo, I'm going to say it, but sometimes he goes too deep, right?
I feel like I got PTSD from both games.
Yeah.
The Jax and the Yasuo game both looked so
he's
strong
not
at the
been
beginning.
yet.
He's not been yet, but he's getting there. I actually talked to him and I was like, you versus Bin at MSI. He said, don't know if we're there yet. And I was like, oh, you mean because Bin might not make it there.
Oh.
Right? So he's keeping it humble. He's keeping it humble.
Okay, so paint me your dream draft for Vitality in this game too then, kind of.
Oh, okay, so I'm going to go with Gnar top.
Yeah.
Because Turkish Gnar always hits different. I'm going to go for OG. I was going to say Viego for Linces, but let's put him on something like a Trundle, because I'm a big fan of Trundle.
Okay.
Humanoid can play whatever he wants. He's the GOAT. And for Kazi and Fleshy, we'll go Kalista Miranda.
Oh, God, okay. Humanoid is still your GOAT? Do you think he's recovering?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think he's getting back his spark for sure.
I was a little bit disappointed. I wanted to see him Azir shuffle a little bit more. Like, he needs to get his spark back completely.
His play at Baron was insane.
That
where
was
he
true.
was tying the fight in half.
It's true. That's true. Okay, any hot takes for the next game?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a 23-minuter.
23-minute, easy peasy. Thank you so much. Have you been
Watch it,
enjoying
Betty,
being watch it, Betty? Have you been enjoying being a co-streamer for Vitality? I think it's kind of crazy.
I mean, I'm losing it half of the time. I feel like I need to ask for a raise right here because I'm almost having heart attacks. It's like winnable until it's not, and then it's winnable again, and then it's gone. And we've lost so many series that we were winning 1-0, and then we were winning the second game, and then we got reverse swept 1-2. But this is going to change this split.
Okay, you give me Janko's vibes, actually, in the way you support Vitality, and he's yeah, it's cool.
But he supported so many different teams.
That's true. He's a flip-flopper,
right.
just like Fetty.
That is true. That is completely true. Yeah. And as I love being technically correct, Trouble did say it's going to be a 23-minute. She didn't say who was going to win, though.
Ooh. No, she did say the fan.
The question was,
the co-streamer.
The question was, what any hot takes? And she said it's going to be a 23-minute. That's what she said.
Was that analyst Trouble answering that, or was that co-streamer Trouble?
It doesn't matter, because technically she never confirmed who was actually going to be winning the game in 23 minutes, which does mean that we potentially have a third game. And if Vitality lose in 23 minutes, just know who said that originally.
I'm pretty sure that everything that just came out of your mouth is exactly what she was hoping you wouldn't say when she was telling Vedius, watch your mouth.
Yeah. What can I say? What we proved that game, though, was that I cannot curse teams, okay?
But technically you cursed both.
No, not true.
I'm pretty sure.
I said with confidence, there's no way Vitality can lose this game.
You know what? That is true.
That's what I said.
That is true.
And then they did not lose that game. If anything, it just proves that I'm incredibly intelligent.
But are you not in the least point disappointed that you don't have superpowers?
No, I'm actually completely fine with that.
Really?
Because I'm so intelligent, it's good to know that I am just a mortal man.
So you'd be like the Tony Stark of the of the LEC
the
Avengers.
Tony Stark.
Yeah,
Exactly.
you just need your brain and that broadcast.
Okay, you're enabling this too much. I need normally Medic would have shut me down at this point or like hit me in the stomach.
Man,
yeah, no,
Betty.
that's not.
I'm
Again, we need more pessimism. We need you to
predict the draft right now because I know you can.
I definitely cannot.
No.
All right. Akali ban immediately normally leads to Orianna, but we knew that Orianna would get banned. So Orianna Azir is normally why you'd ban away Akali. Maybe they were just worried because of what Seren has brought out already. So, okay, the Rumble first pick. That should not really be a surprise. I should have been able to predict that one. I was too busy looking up at what they played yesterday.
Okay, you were distracted.
I was.
Yeah. You would have gotten it. Rumble for Nagnako. Carry of the team. And I like that the analyst made such a big point to show that Carzzy was also a big reason and the primary reason that they were able to get across the finish line in that last game. Nagnako, it was fun seeing him hold the line for so long, but it was Carzzy doing all the damage. Now Nagnako has something that can do a lot of damage himself in team fights as well, and it's going to be Lulu Answer on the side of Team Heretics.
I have been saying all year, teams need to pick Blitzcrank. I think it is...
You mentioned Pike earlier, too.
I mention it all the time. I think it's so good into Lulu, man. I genuinely think it's so good. She gets hooked in, she gets thrown in the air, and then she gets one shot.
Fleshy does play Hook Champions. I remember casting back in, like, Immortals Academy back in the day. And,
I mean, they're not going to do it.
Like
they're going to pick,
Thresh.
like, Corki Nami or... I mean, Nami's already gone. You can't pick Corki Nami.
You can't go Ezreal Karma. Ezreal's gone.
They can't do Ezreal Bard either. Haha, Fleshy, come on now.
They're going to go Yanara Melio.
No.
Well, it takes the Yanara from the Lulu. Melio.
No, I mean, those are all... The Yanara is a very sensible suggestion. You speak a lot of sense. But there's a difference between what makes sense and what I want.
Oh, true.
Oh, they can do Caitlyn Bard.
Blitz?
Damn it.
Oh.
Caitlyn Blitz is so good.
That would have been so cool.
Unlucky. Oh, well, we're going to get Bard. I mean, it's fine. There's a lot of
Bard.
roaming. Yeah, I mean, Bard's cool.
Most played champion on my account.
Yeah. I heard you have a 40% win rate on the chat.
Oh, you read that on the prompter because the producers looked it up to flame me.
No, I just knew that. I did my research.
You just look up the accounts or
Nah, Flowers told me, actually. He was like, don't let him play Bard.
No, Flowers got to witness an incredible Bard game of mine that I played on his stream.
Really?
Go check out his Twitch
Was
channel.
that when he was streaming bronze games?
It was viewer games.
Okay, that was actually I did a diss there. That was a clever diss that I just did.
If the producers could find that, just pull up the stats from that game alone.
Our stats don't cherry pick for casters. Sorry. We only cherry pick.
But I'm a guest caster.
Nah, sorry.
So they need to be nice to me, right?
No, absolutely
I'm here for
not.
another week.
No. Sion locked in for Heretics. Looks like we're just going to be getting something safe and stable to try and deal with the Rumble up on the top side of the Rift. Vi going to be removed as they look to pinch the pool for jungle options for Vitality. Lensus, though, he's already shown us Aatrox this split. He's shown us Nefiri. I think you could You could consider both into this matchup. I understand where the Vi ban comes through, though, given that Vi, Pantheon, Jarvan, and Xin are kind of the main 4 junglers that we're seeing all over the world.
I don't hate Nefiri here, as that would be... It's such a great tool to just avoid the Scion engages, the Scion decimating smashes. You can win the skirmishes with the Zinja once you're able to hit your items. And... Don't
they just ban Aphelios here?
It's kind of annoying in general. Yeah, I mean, the Inara ban makes a lot of sense. Aphelios would also as well, because you're just taking away these pairings with the Lulu, and at that point, I mean, like...
But Ice is... So Ice is a big Jinx player, and he's a big Zeri player. So he probably doesn't care that much. I wonder if he will do Jinx here, though. I'm assuming they're banning Aphelios anyway.
Yeah, I feel like Zeri into lane Caitlyn's tough. Aurora instead, so leaving the Aphelios up, basically handshaking that and saying, no, we want to take away one of these strong solo lane options.
Now, I have found out from our stats team, we've been given some, what seem to be fake stats.
This happened!
Game, but we can talk about that when we get into game, but that's really interesting. I'll need to get them double-checked on this information, because that seems very unrealistic.
It happened live?
Yeah, okay. Well, we can fact-check that. In any case, we're now moving into the second phase. Oh, Sivir! Okay, of all the options that I listed, this wasn't one of them. There we go. See, I knew I was smart.
Jinx instead of the Aphelios.
Yeah,
Look at that. The big brain Vedius.
Well, I mean,
can't predict the entire draft.
It's almost like players have tendencies. Yeah, I've cast Ice for a while now, and back in the... I mean, I think he came to Europe during the Jinx Aphelios meta. So pretty much all I knew him for at the time was Jinx and Aphelios. But since then, yeah, he's shown that Jinx and Aphelios are kind of his go-tos. But I think he just wants the extra range from the Jinx, which is a large part of why he's doing it. Very front to back on the side of Heretics. Makes a lot of sense. Vitality's is a little bit more chaotic is kind of how I describe comps like this. They don't have a true front line. It's difficult for them to face check. They're very reliant on Bar getting vision in advance and then not having that vision cleared out in order to contest objectives. They need something like... I mean, Galio would be good here. Okay, Victor's fine. The only reason why I said Galio would be good was because like they just have no real front line. I think Victor works because it's a long-range safe mage that scales well, and it kind of fits into the theme of strong team fighting. That's a funny Z hover.
I mean, imagine. Could you imagine?
I think it's more of a shout-out to their series yesterday, though.
Yeah.
That's the vibe I'm getting.
Really good here, man.
Okay.
Way.
So very, very front to back from Heretics. Like, you've got your control mid, you've got somewhat engaged coming through from your jungler with solid follow-up from the Lulu. You've got Jinx that basically just needs a wall, which she's going to get from both Xin and Sion. She's got lots of peel thanks to the Lulu. There's also the only real backline threat is Wukong. When he goes into the backline, if he can get there, knocks up, the Rumble ultimate comes down. A lot of AoE wombo combo stuff comes through from Vitality. They do still have a lot of range themselves from the Caitlyn, but the race will be which frontline dies first. Vitality have decided to go for multiple damage threats. So in theory, they can kill your front line faster than you can kill one of their carries, but obviously that's very determined on who gets ahead early, and if the tank gets ahead early, then obviously things get much harder for Vitality.
And also, anytime I see a Jinx, I always like to remind the viewers and myself, it just takes one. You get that one kill, you get the Jinx passive, you get excited, you can run away with a team fight, and when you don't have the dedicated frontline tank on Vitality, it gets much scarier to be the Wukong going in, scarier to be the Rumble going in, because you have a smaller health bar for that Jinx to chunk through, and that one reset can completely skew the team fight. So, Vitality versus Team Heretics, round 2. Right around the corner here. And yeah, Vitality, they looked solid. We heard Jack saying that he thinks that they're in his A tier. Is that where he put them? I believe it was A tier.
A tier, yeah.
The A tier team takes on Team Heretics. Let's see if they're able to sweep this one 2-0, or if we have a third game ahead of us, which would be the trend so far in the LEC Spring Split.
Absolutely. We've been getting a lot of full 3 games, except for when Koi got very angry and decided, yeah, enough of this.
Yep. They had a fire lit.
Hang on.
Yeah.
I'm hearing like heavenly music. Is this the new Demacia like Rift theme?
Yeah.
Oh.
You just outed yourself. You haven't been playing Summoner's Rift?
Not recently, no. I was in Brazil for a week.
We'll get some games in while I'm here. I'm on hotel Wi-Fi. It's been going great. I'm having a good time with it.
Someone asked the question, why would you pick Jinx into Rumble Bard? That's a great question. It's a very valid point. Low mobility AD carry, doesn't have any inbuilt dashes.
means that Bard can easily punish. Rumble Ultimate also makes things hard to play for Jinx. The main reason I think that they picked Jinx is comfort.
Yeah.
I think that Ice likes Jinx, and I think that they needed a hyper carry to pair alongside Lulu, and so they picked it. And it's also, in the laning phase, Jinx gets extra range when she swaps to her rocket form, which helps her contest the wave against Caitlyn, which is something that not many AD carries can do. Normally, one of the champions that you pick into a Caitlyn is stuff like Ashe.
Ooh, big chunk on the way right there. The electrocute bar.
Heal, though. Heal. The movement speed allowed way to sidestep the Q. But there you go. Reasons as to why you might pick Jinx into this comp. We'll see how effective Ice can be on the champ.
Also, answer number 2. Jinx notorious for getting a lot of pentakills. I hear Ice likes those.
Yeah, that's true. He does get quite a few pentakills, or at least he did last split. I think he's tied with Reckless for the most pentakills.
Really?
I forget exactly the... Yeah,
I would love if production could check that.
He's been in the league now. Like, he played on BDS for, I think, 2 years, and then he joined Heretics. So I think he's been here for about 3 years, and he got...
Talking about the heals used. Flash from Fleshy to get the Cosmic Bind into the wall. Way is out of there. First blood to Karzi as Ice ghosts away.
So that's bad for Heretics bot lane. Generally, Lulu and Jinx shouldn't really be dying to a Bard Caitlyn. But Fleshy. Flash Q connects the binding. You have to immediately flash his way, otherwise you're going to get rooted by the Caitlyn trap. And Linces now, thanks to his newfound prio that he's acquired in the bottom lane, says, hey, that looks like a tasty crab. Have that for dinner.
Yeah, and this was because also Wei didn't have the heal anymore. So I think that's kind of what sets up Fleshy to have this confidence.
Oh, nice flash.
Yeah.
Beautifully done there. And Karzi, the only downside for him is he has to commit his flash. He's now a little bit vulnerable. Sheo, though, in the mid lane area.
And be spotted by Linces, but instead Sheo just jumps straight in onto Humanoid. One becomes Lightning with the audacious charge, but Saren's too low in the health department to really back this up. So Humanoid's able to walk away, not having to burn flash.
Okay, so Ice is tied with Reckless and pentakills in the LEC.
At 6. Oh, flash audacious charge with the knockup on a Humanoid. He has to flash away, throws out the Q, and that's enough.
Okay, I mean, I wasn't expecting that. Humanoid wasn't expecting that. He still gets away to safety, though. Flashes traded between jungle and mids. So Sheo, he's eager to be active on the Rift, but he needs to get back to those camps, get that clear going. The problem for him is he got double crab. Lensis is now very accelerated. He got the bot crab, and then he gets the top crab because Seren was pushed underneath his tower, and he had to go back to base. So Sheo is a little bit sad right now. This is a camp down. Well, he's one that, actually. He's 2 camps down, isn't he? Because he didn't get a crab.
Yeah. And Linces is able to head towards the bottom camps and start picking those up because the Raptors will be spawning soon. It is warded, so there's a world that Sheo just tries and goes and contests that as well. I mean,
no,
it's kind of scary.
I think that would be way too ambitious. Your bot lane, you don't have flash on your Lulu. And also, I don't know how much control Seren really has over this mid wave. He's got pushed.
Wei can get shove on Victor early. Absolutely.
Yeah, he can, for sure. Because Victor just doesn't, like, until you get the upgraded E, you don't one-shot the wave. So you're just kind of awkwardly standing there, relying on your Q.
But we see Sheo went for the back instead. So no, they still ping it out that it is up. Linces will also go for the reset, picks up the Sheen and a longsword and is back onto the Rift. No invades, no contests at the Raptors. It's just both junglers heading back to their side. So that is advantage for Linces because he gets the double crabs, meaning that he is accelerated as the Wukong. Great place to be. Huge spike when you hit level 6. And then again, a Trinity Force. And Linces is going to be on his way there expeditiously.
Expeditiously? That's a new word.
Oh, the Europeans don't know that one?
Okay. I don't know if I would equate all Europeans.
Well, you're so smart, Vedius.
I thought about League of Legends specifically. Let's calm down.
Well, now we're
Geography, one of my weakest skills.
Geography?
Yeah, absolutely. I do not know where things are in the world.
Well, I said a word. That would
I know.
be linguistic.
You asked for a strength and weakness, and I gave you one. Well, technically you didn't ask. I volunteered a strength and weakness.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Smart about
Here's
League of
one my
Legends,
weaknesses.
weak about geography.
Legs. Not
Really?
the strongest legs, yeah.
Aren't you an avid gym goer?
I am. And I'm not ashamed of them. I'm
Okay.
just like, that's my weakness. Like, I could work them more.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Anyway, expeditiously.
Expeditiously.
Sounds
He's
very close to
6
expedition.
than Sheo. Yeah.
Is that what it means to be closer to something?
Expeditiously? It means speedily. Quickly.
Oh.
Yes. just like the sign, is expeditiously making it back to lane.
Interesting.
There we go.
Well, that is a fun word for the day.
And watch, somebody in Twitch is going to be like, well, actually.
Yeah, I mean,
it means with haste.
Oh, with haste. Oh, to expedite.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, I didn't actually know that. I'm saying yeah as if I knew. That does make a lot of sense, though. There we go.
There you go.
It's funny how words kind of connect.
Because, I mean, the way... Oh, hang on.
Okay, Saren hit by the Arcane Storm. Flesh coming in with the Magical Journey. No stun from the Cosmic Binding, so Saren's able to flash away. Lince is actually stopping the invade from Sheo. Has a Cyclone. Sheo does not have the ultimate, and Lince punishes the jungler for the invade. Actually, no, this is an invade from Lince straight in onto Sheo's jungle.
Yep. So remember that double crab that happened earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, Lince has got another one, which means that he was accelerated, gets level 6 first, moves into enemy red buff, and after the trade that just happened in mid, Saren's not going to get involved. Saren's going to go back to base. So Lince with full confidence says, I can invade you, I will take your red, I will take your raptors, and now Lince is a full level over Sheo.
See, that invade was so expeditious that I lost track of which side of the map we were on.
I get that. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Dragon, though, come on. We got to get on that. Lince, though, has camps to clear on top side, so he does not care about the Dragon right now.
Sheo has hit level 6, and he's straight there, so looks like this will be not contested. Team Heretics also have a slight shove in the mid lane, and bot wave pushing in. So with the control of the waves, Team Heretics will take the first neutral objective of the game here, as Lince is just going to work towards picking up that Trinity Force and maybe contest later. Ice gets excited off of the Dragon, so Fleshy has to portal away. And nice early pickup there for Sheo. Despite dying in his own jungle, he's still eyes on the prize and trying to get what he can on the map.
I think Lince was kind of two minds there. On the one hand, he could have just made a sprint towards bot. All of his bot side camps were respawning. So it wouldn't have been bad for him to go bot, contest the Dragon, then start clearing from bot to top.
Oh, knock.
Oh, hang on.
He just took 2 turret shots there.
And he doesn't care.
Yeah.
He got his play.
Grayson didn't have ult. It was because he used it to get back to lane. Like
You've got no mana. Yeah.
Ooh, Tempered Fate lands. Flash Binding on the way again! And Karzi gets the kill again. 2-0 on the Caitlyn. Fleshy setting these up beautifully.
Yeah, the Vitality bot lane is smurfing right now, and it is largely being driven by Fleshy. I guess this is like a new Rift Band deck. Aggro Bard is kind of what I'm getting the vibe of, you know? Like red-blue Aggro Bard, where he's just going all in all the time.
Well, funnily enough, the card...
Lince.
Okay, no, we'll get back to that. Lince use the Warrior Trickster to get away, and is fine. Sheo and Saren don't have enough lockdown to actually stop him. And his Gravity Field will just stop Saren's approach.
That is so annoying.
With the minion. And then he gets chunked. Oh, brutal. And he dodges the Maw. Nice.
Saren is sad. That's okay. You finally got the wave. Now your teammates have come to help. Are they really helping much, though?
I don't know. Wade just kind of took a laser and the Siphon Power. And now Sheo has Lince in his jungle again. Saren can't even hit this wave because he's going to try and back up his jungler. As the smite comes down, that's Lince smiting away the big one.
It was too early, unfortunately.
Oh, it was?
They have 45 HP, so Sheo ends up securing his own Raptors. But Lince now thinks he can get the grubs, and I think he can too. They've got push in mid, they've got push in top. Feel like I'm going into a song. Fleshy has roamed from bot to mid as well to help guarantee numbers advantage. And things are looking good for Vitality here in game 2.
Mm-hmm. And we can remix that and publish that as the LEC song for this year.
So,
yeah.
We work under a very high quality bar, please.
Naga will drop the equalizer down on the wave. Has Lince behind him, but can't quite lock down Trayson, so they're just going to walk the way forward as bot side. Another kill for Karzi. This time it's on to Ice, and a killing spree for the Caitlyn.
So someone asked at the beginning of the game from chat, why would you pick Jinx into Bard Rumble? And I think this is what they were talking about. When you don't have Flash.
They're very smart viewers.
I mean, Ice did Flash. Didn't help him. He got ulted by Fleshy. The trap comes down. And then you are sad.
Yeah.
So very well played by the Vitality bot lane. They are completely smurfing right now. Seems that Trouble's prediction of a 23-minute game is currently on track.
We are on pace. Let's get another look at that. Oh, yeah.
Oh. So they already got the flash out from... Oh, no, he flashed after.
Yeah.
Oh, that's even...
Okay, he's probably dead. Holy shit, Jinx no flame. They are so cooked.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
I love this team, man. Every time we listen in on their comms, you're going to get a laugh.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, again, so Kazi is fed, but important to remember at home, Fleshy deserves all the credit. Fleshy is doing all of the work right now. He very much deserves the recognition. Kazi is very much just getting the last hits and putting the traps down after Fleshy finds those bindings.
Now the question, because Trouble said 23-minute game, but the bigger one on my mind is, will Carzzy have a better stat line from this game than from last game?
I don't think so. I think it's really hard to outpace. Oh, you mean KDA? Maybe.
Well, just stat, in
but
general.
Damage per minute's really hard to beat on Ezreal.
True.
Right now, he's at a very high kill participation. Lince's solo kill. Yeah, he's adding numbers. That's true.
Number go up.
37.5% of the damage is rough, especially when Naknako is farming damage in top lane.
True. Fleshy landing another Cosmic Binding onto way right there as it looked like a potential die, but Sheo's nearby to dissuade the attempt. And another Binding from Fleshy. This guy is just sniping these left and right.
Which is crazy, because Kazi's playing the sniper. That's Caitlyn's whole motif.
True. Bard doesn't even, he's just got meeps.
Yeah.
Who gave that guy a weapon? Throws down the Tempered Fate and another Binding, perfectly timed. Carzzy's not in range to actually get the damage down, but it looked cool, Fleshy, and I'm giving you points for it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it got another plate for Carzzy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he couldn't put the trap down.
Oh, I missed that one.
Threatening it. But I mean, this tower's sure to fall. Like, there's no way. There's no reason for Carzzy to base. He can just stay here, keep hitting. Rumble ultimate pushing top wave as well. I mean, Vitality's just oppressive everywhere. 20 CS lead in mid, small CS lead in top, but the plate's giving him the advantage. Okay, Sheo looking for a gank.
Yeah, this is really the only thing that Team Heretics have going for them is a CC on the side to set up the gank for Sheo, as Naknako will flash, still follow from Sheo with a knock-up, flash from Trace, and they want to guarantee that one. Team Heretics needed something, and they at least get a gank onto the top laner.
Okay, so Heretics finally on the board, get themselves a kill. But playing towards top, it's not a reliable win condition. You need to find a way to get Ice back into the game, because Sion being strong is one thing, but I don't think it's the thing that will help you turn this game around.
And we have an item completed on Carzzy. We have an item completed on Humanoid. The carries are going to be doing damage, and Humanoid's actually the one that is able to go towards that bottom side. They lane swapped around, and he will pick up the turret. Carzzy wanted to back and spend the gold instead. So either way, gold to Vitality's side. It is a 3.7k gold lead at 14 minutes as the next dragon is the focus.
Ooh, so things you hate to see. Jinx here with the wave being frozen.
Also, Jinx backing when Dragon's starting up. I don't think they're going to contest at all.
All right, okay, I said frozen. It's being slow pushed. My apologies. Yeah, they can't contest. Sheo?
Sheo, he thought maybe he had an opportunity. Jumps in onto Carzzy. Flash over the wall from the Caitlyn. Gets to safety as they could not chain the CC onto the ADC.
My bad. Sorry, Heretics. I thought you couldn't contest. Turns out that you can. You can just press all your buttons. You can run at your opponent.
Yeah.
TP back to top from Tracing to stop Naknako from taking his tower. But now you're going to lose blue buff for it.
Yeah, I mean, Ice could look to join up, but it's scary with Humanoid right there, and that is blue buff secured. Linces with another invade and another steal on a buff.
Right now, Vitality are rolling Heretics. I mean, high standards for this team, given last split. I think a lot of people argued that they were in the conversation for top 4. When they were in the lower bracket, they played against KC, who ended up making it all the way to the finals, right? So it was kind of hard to judge how strong Vitality actually were.
Yeah.
Losing to KC, no shame in that. But again, high expectations
closer
for
than
them.
the GX match with KC after.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're looking for a different trajectory this split. Only top 6, remember, go to our playoffs this time around.
Yeah.
The single round World Best of 3.
It seems like the focus is still on to Naknako, who does not have the flash this time around, has a teleport coming in, help him out, and the magical journey to get to safety. Team Heretics did not have enough damage. TP from Humanoid, but it's a kill to Fleshy, saving his top laner's life, winning the bot lane for the team. What can this guy not do?
Wei did not have ultimate to help his jungler in that gank. And then Fleshy with another masterful play, protects his top laner and turns the play the favor of Vitality. 4.3k the gold lead. Fleshy now fishing mids.
Tempered Fate lands,
Traps.
and another magical journey over the wall. The Cosmic Binding not close enough to the wall, and now it's turned right back around. Way looking for the extra damage on the Fleshy. Sidesteps. Saren cannot find the kill.
Okay, Fleshy, you're kind of making fun of the... Oh, wow, a lot of stuff was thrown that way. But the bait and switch, you rotated back towards the middle lane, and he walks away safe. So well played again, Fleshy.
What do you do if you're Sheo here?
What do you do if you're Sheo? Oh, yeah.
This is like third time, fourth time up here?
You're right. I mean, he's not going bot lane, bro. Like, look at that.
Yeah.
That's not a place that you can gank. God, I mean, the bot lane of Heretics really just got stomped, didn't they?
Yeah.
I mean, this just didn't even do anything. Like he didn't even show up.
No.
They just did it by themselves.
This was farming. He had camps to clear.
Yeah, he solo killed Sheo in his jungle.
Yeah.
But yeah, so far this has been a fantastic game from the Vitality bot side.
And also a fantastic showing for Vitality and the way, okay, actually we'll get back to that way. Gonna get caught out here and just deleted from Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, that is a roasted yordle.
Yeah.
That was quick.
But I was gonna say that typically with Vitality, the easy player to talk about is Knock-Knocko. A lot of people having him, even I believe you yourself have had the conversation of like, is he the best top laner in Europe? After split number 1, and now the rest of the team stepping up as well. Knock-Knocko will flash forward, roasts down Ice, melting under the heat of the flame spitter as Sheo pressing guard to try and keep himself alive, but Cosmic Binding into the wall. Wild Growth will keep him up. He's trying to heal, but he cannot heal enough. Multiple kills for Vitality. They'll trade Knock-Knocko, but they'll take 2.
Pick after pick, Vitality continue to accelerate the game. And Heretics are just running out of options. I mean, sure, getting a trade kill back onto Knock-Knocko is nice, but look at the top lane. The mid wave continues to be pushed.
Fleshy. More. Another
Trap.
Tempered Fate, Trap on top of it, and the Cosmic Binding to boot. Carzzy is unstoppable. 5-0-1.
I mean, this combo is so nasty. We'll look back at the play. So the Herald gets dropped mids, Caitlyn ultimate into Rumble ultimate. Knock-Knocko says, sure, I'll flash this. 350 gold in the pocket. He's now trapped in enemy territory. So Vitality say, hey, maybe we can actually turn this into a play of our own. Good ulti onto Sheo to keep him alive for a little bit longer, but he's got no way of escaping, so he ends up falling short as well.
I believe he had Flash. He just didn't want to use it. I mean, with Crescent Guard and Wild Growth, maybe you think that you can still fight through it with the Sundered Sky, but either way, he goes down. It's a trade advantage for Vitality, who get more of a gold lead.
7.6k? Is that what I'm reading right?
7.8, 7.9 now. Okay, Fleshy is just soloing Ice.
Fleshy, this is bullying. This is just bullying.
He didn't even go the Chad build, by the way. This is like the actual support, like what a lot of pros go. I'm a fan of the Chad build. It might surprise you.
So is Dino Dracos. You two would get on.
You go the Deadmans, you go the Leandries, you go Battle Bard. Fleshy is playing good guy Bard.
Dracos calls it One Punch Bard.
One Punch Bard?
Yeah, so he does Deadman's RFC Lichbane.
Okay.
And he just runs around slapping people.
I mean, the RFC, that's old tech.
So it's Q into auto, and then you
that sounds fun.
Yeah, it's terrible, silly, but it is like Dino Dracos tech.
Dusk and Dawn Bard. Underexplored.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think it's explored actually quite accurately. Actually, I would say...
Well, you have like 2 procs in your W, so you press it, auto, wait 1.5 seconds, press it, auto.
I'm sure that sounds like a great Mayhem build, yeah. Sounds really good, sounds mega fun there.
Well, Knock-Knocko's gonna drop the equalizer because Team Heretics, they don't have a lot to do on the map. They're not gonna contest at this dragon. They want to look for a turret at least, but Knock-Knocko can just prevent the entire wave from doing any damage, and they don't even get that. So Team Heretics yet to crack a structure. They got the 1 early dragon, but they have not gotten any other purchase in this game, save from a couple of kills that have been traded in Vitality's favor.
Yeah, I mean, for Heretics to win this game, they need Ice to have a huge gold injection.
and they need to get a clean front-to-back fight that's 5v5, and Ice needs at least one.
Ice needs to live long enough to get that.
Yeah,
and
so
that's been happening on screen a lot.
So that's why it's quite difficult for Heretics to really do much in this game, because as
what else can they do?
Exhibit A.
Any other ideas? Temper Fate lands, but there's too many minions around, so you can't look for the binding afterwards. Karzi didn't want to go for the trap because Sheo was there, so Vitality not going to find another pick, but any other ideas, Vedius?
Okay, we'll go to plan B.
Okay. Let's go plan C. I'm going to assume plan A was not to be in this
You want to just skip straight to plan C?
B was the what you had said there.
Okay, I mean, so there's limited audience. You could just run over and take someone's keyboard, probably. You just do that. You asked for plan C, bro. Like, what do we...
Well, because plan A is don't lose lane this hard that Ice is this
No,
far
I mean,
behind.
we're past that point. If you're referring to the plans, okay, then you're already in this state. Here we go.
Well, maybe another plan is collapse on a
Humanoid kill on a side lane.
Yeah, all alone. Polymorph down, but they don't have a lot of damage. Okay, they're going to go under turret. It takes a village, but they got it. That's a shutdown. That's gold in the pocket of Saren.
The screaming was just so funny to me. It was like so unnecessary, but Sion was like, I am here.
Yeah.
They get a kill, and Humanoid, fortunately, stays true to his branding, dying in the side lane.
It's good to have a brand.
Yeah, it's good to be back, Humanoid. Good to see you here at the start of the split.
We missed you.
The downside is Heretics have committed 4 members to bot lane, which leaves Naknako alone top lane, and he will get a plate. There it is.
I got it. Nice.
Yeah. The problem for Vitality is there's not an easy objective for them to take. Baron might seem like an easy objective with the lead they have, but it is a little bit risky.
Temper Fate going a little wide. Wade's able to sidestep that one. Flashes away, so the Cosmic Binding has no angle, but still takes half his health from one ace in the hole. The magical journey interrupted, but only delayed, as Fleshy will get back to safety. The rest of the team giving him the way out as the equalizer goes down. Big chunk onto Ice's health bar. No one's going to fall on either side, but Team Heretics message sent. They got to back away from their jungle.
I thought they were going to drop that Rumble ultimate more diagonally.
Yeah.
So it was going to go straight through the path.
I was very excited for a moment, but
yeah, same.
Slowed him down.
But Naknako saw something that we clearly didn't. The Baron. Start? Thoughts, Vitality? I feel like you can. We're at 23 minutes and the game isn't over yet.
They can do anything they set their mind to, that is. First of all.
Whoa,
Second of all, they are in a good position to just take it, so. Have to concur. Sheo's on the red buff right now as Linsis hovering around, but he's spotted out. 2 levels advantage as the rest of the team collapses. Humanoid coming in, but he's slowed down by Ice with the zap. Naknako over the wall, and that is the buff secured. Sheo's trying to get out of there now as he's slowed down. They turn onto the Rumble, flashes away, polymorphed, but he's alive. And Vitality just still don't have enough damage to burst down these people when they land at the CC.
I really think Vitality could stop Baron. Are we gonna do it?
I mean, they can TP Naknako back. There is a ward on it. They have not swept it. They didn't drop a control ward. In fact, they don't. They have one in inventory of Fleshy, but he's kind of
where are the
Caitlyn
traps
right now. So it could come down to a miracle steal. I mean, if Sheo can somehow get in here, Naknako's gonna play bodyguard, try and prevent him. There's one harpoon that goes out. Sheo's now looking for the avenue in. Trace's taking a huge chunk of damage, has to flash. Equalizer onto 3, but nobody there to follow up, so Team Heretics, they delayed the Baron. Nobody goes down. Stressful moments there, because at any point, like, you're this far behind. If anybody from Team Heretics steps in the wrong way, if they get picked out, that game, it's just over. The game can just explode in a minute.
I feel like Caitlyn should have been a little bit more proactive with setting up traps. Part of the reason why Baron is so strong for Caitlyn teams is because of how hard it is for your enemy to approach. He kind of did something reactively when he saw some people fishing over the wall, but like, you just pretty much litter the whole entrance to the river and you make it really hard for them to get in. But Vitality back on the Baron anyway.
They're doing it again. Sheo's gonna have to find a different avenue in. Fleshy has the Tempered Fate. Cosmic Binding for the slow. The rocket goes in, and the Tempered Fate onto Sheo means that there's no steal attempt possible. Trayson goes in with the ultimate, has to back away afterwards, as this is a desperation engage from Sheo. Has the Wild Growth, and the Crescent Guard has to walk back, flashes to safety from the slows. Saren gets some damage onto Fleshy, but in comes Linsis with the flank. Saren, the ace in the hole, body blocked by Sheo, as Team Heretics have to find a way to get back to their base. The Baron picked up by Vitality, and they can walk this wave in mid.
They don't have much of a wave, though. It is very low HP. The dragon is alive. Sheo, looks like, yeah, his goal is to get the crab, not the dragon. I felt like that was a bit of an ambitious play. So Vitality will instead move their way back to secure 4th dragon of the game. Vitality will take what objectives they can. Mid-wave needs to be pushed, and it looks like, oh, Nako's trying to pick.
And it's Ice with Flash. Doesn't even have time to use it, I suppose, as another Cosmic Binding, and people are just falling left and right.
Okay, yeah, that's one way to win a game. Just get 2 kills, get dragon, win game. Yeah, okay, cool.
Vitality picked up their Fly Swatters, started swatting down the bugs. Ice falls, Sheo falls, and with this Baron buff, they can just keep pushing in. This has been a cakewalk of a game. 26 minutes, a little longer than Trouble had predicted, but what a dominating performance from Vitality across the Rift, specifically this bot lane, as these inhibitor turrets will fall.
Yeah, I mean, masterclass Bard performance from Fleshy. He has just run the Rift. Early game outplays in the 2 versus 2, landing some really nice ultis throughout the game to set up for picks. Now with double inhibitors secured, Vitality should just make their way up towards top. They can still leave 1 member in mid, and they just end the game.
And I gotta say, the voices in our head, Vedius, aka the producer Finn, was saying that for a moment there, Carzy was ahead of levels on Tracer.
Yeah.
That was, ooh.
I mean, that doesn't surprise me. No. Considering Carzy is 6-0-2 right now.
Now, if Fleshy ever gets
now, if Fleshy was ahead in XP, that would be a world record, I think.
Uncomfortably close to Sheo right now. But yeah, I mean, at this point, it's basically a formality here. With the Baron buff, you just walk in, you take these next turrets, probably take another inhibitor with it before it expires, as Team Heretics will have to mount a miracle defense. And it's going to be just that. As Vitality continue to poke down. Another wave coming in here. And Linsis is threatening a flank as well. So Vitality, it's really whenever they feel like it, they can throw the Wukong in. They have so much gold in their pocket that you just have to imagine they will by default win the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality at this rate don't even need to team fight. They can just hit whatever's in front of them. It will fall, it will die. TP now coming through from Nako as he rejoins his team, pushes in mid. The Baron will wear off, but it doesn't matter. The damage has been done. Super minions are already laying waste to the base of Heretics, and they will do their best to mount a defense to potentially give them a chance of turning this game around.
Temper Fate will go a little wide right there as Trayson has the unstoppable onslaught. Could look for an engage here. You're gonna have to find the right target. There's flash on a lot of members. The Sheo actually finds the insect there, but knocks Nako closer to Ice, who's now free firing. This could be the first reset. Ice gets excited, but it doesn't just run straight at Vitality. Instead, kites back. They want to clear out the wave. It's Trayson traded for Nako, top laner for top laner. They're gonna have to find another reset onto Ice to hold the line now. That seemed like a window for Team Heretics, but Vitality, they just run away instead, and now they can look at this next inhibitor, or rather Nexus turret. No Nexus turrets left, no defense for Team Heretics. They gotta defend this 4v4. They have the health bar advantage. It's really just Carzy that's trying to pepper down members of Team Heretics, and now they walk up, so Carzy can hit the Nexus. Linsis heavily chugged right there. Carzy still hitting it. As Humanoid can now walk up as well. Like Team Heretics, they gotta find a way to get onto this Caitlyn. Right now they haven't done it. Sheo jumps in on Humanoid. Carzy just almost one shot's away. Goes godlike to close out the series. GG, Vitality take it.
Impressive stuff from the Vitality bottom lane. They simply dominated Ice and Way straight up in the 2 versus 2. They found multiple duo kills. And their lead is pretty much what set up the success for the rest of the game. Linsis could make his invade because of the double crabs that he got off the back of his bot lane. The pressure that Humanoid had was super impressive. And yeah, I mean, while a lot of the conversation has been about Nako, the reality is that this team is just, there's a lot of pieces that are very scary for Vitality.
It's not just the top lane that's impressive. Carzy and Fleshy crushed that bot lane. Vote on your player of the series. Oh, man, I know this is one of those ones. Carzy's KDA was crazy, his damage was crazy, but Fleshy set him up for it, so it's tough to know who really deserves it at the end of the day, but I think I'm not disappointed either way. As long as it's one of those two.
The fans vote. The fans decide, so they can
But
decide.
I try and influence it, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Incept it into their brains.
Well, that's fair. Well, Vitality, they needed this win after their first loss to KC. This is a team that Humanoid.
What's he doing?
Sometimes he just likes to stare at the camera. You can it's just part of
charm.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I don't feel charmed.
That's okay.
Confused.
Yeah, he has that effect on people. You'll get used to it.
Oh,
Humanoid
intimidated.
and Vitality have looked good today, but you've heard enough from us, so let's toss it on over to PGL with Kazi and Linces.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Congrats also, Kangas, on your first week in the LEC. It was really nice to listen to you. And it was a really fun series to cast. I'm sure, Linces, was it fun to play?
Yes, very fun. I mean, game 1 was a bit boring from my side, I think, but game 2 was quite a stomp, so quick and easy.
Nice. So no worries this time, because we have seen a few times, especially in your last series, that you guys sometimes can't hang on to a lead. You throw. What's going on?
I mean, some throws have happened. I think some draft issues were also there. I think today was quite clean. I mean, I think game 1 was, as I said, a bit slow, but I think it couldn't have been otherwise. I think game 2, I mean, we just kind of stomped them. I think bot lane was really smurfing, so yeah.
Yeah, bot lane was smurfing, Karzi. Good job.
Flashy.
It was flash. I wanted to ask you, actually, because yesterday we saw, or 2 days ago, we saw his Bard as well. It was phenomenal. Do you think he's kind of underrated, Flashy?
I think his Bard is really insane. He still has some work to do on other champions, but I think his Bard is like really, really clean. I think might be the best even in LEC.
Ah, what do you think, Doc?
Same as Karma. As you could see, they were banning it always, you know? Like, they are really afraid.
They are.
No, I think he looks really impressive on
But
it.
he's just, I don't know, he wasn't helping him. He was just playing himself. He was trying to kill everyone.
Oh, I know, yeah, and he did a very good job, to be honest. Like, even the first couple of plays on towards the Lulu, like, he flashes, gets the initial stun after Wade took the wrong way to get out of the bottom lane, and then the follow-up after, was really, really strong as well. Like, I think even the first Bard ult that he used, I was shocked he even managed to get the stun. I didn't see the angle there, but he managed to hit it.
I mean, he played really, really well. Especially like he sees these angles even against Casey when he played Bard. He saw like a Q flash angle, which I don't really see, you know. And it was like max range. He just flashes into the wave, finds the stun and gives me free kill. So I'm really happy to play with his Bard.
Yeah, it looks really nice. I noticed that you guys talk very openly, both of you, about like the drafts, and it's something that we on the desk also talked about. I think it all stems from that Seraphine situation, right? So now we're always looking at it. I wonder how that works, because like, would someone in the coaching staff get mad if you keep flaming the draft on air, or what's the circumstance like?
I mean, we just need to keep them accountable, I think. We just need to keep them accountable. Nah, but I mean, of course, like the drafts were not the best before. I think today we had very good drafts. But also, it's not only the coaches, right? It's on players as well to recommend the champions that they want to play and recommend the right champions. For example, like the KC Game 3, you know, it's also on us that we don't have the best draft, you know, because we are the ones picking, so.
How did the Seraphine happen then?
I mean, basically, we had like some Seraphine and Scrims, right? And it was looking really good. But I think we just overcooked, you know? Like Marek was saying, Tiev is really good with Seraphine, but I think in his head he meant a Seraphine. And I don't know, it was just very confusing. I think he confused himself as well, and then the draft was just weird, you know?
Okay, I wonder if it's like, because you have a lot of strengths, and there's a lot of attention that goes towards Naknako generally. He's also been having a great time, but then you also have a Karzi in the bot lane. You have a Humanoid who probably, like in the first game, just wants his Azir. Do you think there's some egos at play here?
No.
No?
I mean, I think...
Just asking.
I think we're just a strong team in general, and I think in this team everyone can carry, kind of. I think that's one of the strengths we have. I mean, sometimes it's Naknako. I think today it was just purely bot lane, just skill gapping, right? So, yeah, I don't think there is any egos.
No egos on Vitality. We'll write it down.
I think the most impressive part for me is just how strong your guys' early game has been. Has the, like, with Humanoid coming in and kind of like, it feels like a very different atmosphere on the team. Have you guys found it easier then to like call things in the early game, to talk between yourselves, or what has been kind of the boost for you in that early stages?
Wanna speak?
No, you can take over. Like, you're the smart one. I'm just here for the funsies.
For the content.
I'm the content.
I mean, I think the meta overall is kind of bot-oriented, like due to the range champs, and I mean, whoever like gets ahead in the early game usually just gets to stack those dragons, and then it's very hard to play if you don't have the breaks. But I mean, I think Marek is just a very good laner as well, so it kind of helps with the prowess, with him just winning the lane. Today as well in the game 2, his laning was very good, and the bot lane was smurfing. So, yeah, I mean, I think early games are solid due to the laners playing well so far.
Nice. You're not just a content guy, you're also the Kia player of the series, Carzzy.
Wow.
Let's go!
Nice. I think that's my first MVP in like 4 years, probably.
Yeah, he's back. That's
Wow.
crazy. I was wondering, did you watch firsthand?
Yeah.
Do you get like, are you like, I assume you really want to be back there, right? Because it's been a long time, and I think we as European fans also really would like to see Carzzy internationally, but you know, did it motivate you?
I really want to go to MSI because it's in Korea, you know, but...
Yeah. You like Korea?
Yeah, I like Korea. It's nice. It's futuristic.
Sure. Great players also.
I mean, I just kind of want to play. I mean, I don't want to do it for the boys mainly, because me and Humanoids are like, we are the veterans.
Yeah.
We have seen everything, experienced everything, but these rookies haven't been to an international event yet. They haven't screamed the big guns, you know?
Yeah.
The big boys.
You
so
want them to
we
get a
wanna do it for
reality check?
them. Sorry?
You want them to get a reality check?
No, that's it. Like, they are already getting that in Europe. I just want them to experience it as well, you know?
That's crazy. Linsas, overall, though, I feel like Vitality is a team that we all love watching Vitality. Like, we all think you guys are so good, but it's like something always goes wrong. And I wonder if that's starting to be in your heads as well, because, I don't know, it was frustrating watching the series versus KC back in the playoffs and stuff like that. How far do you think you're off from really breaking through that ceiling that you're at now?
I mean, I think right now we are, I could easily say we are a clear top 4 team in Europe. I mean, it's on us to become better than KC and MK. I think G2 are probably just top 1, right? Looking how they played in first stand as well. But our goal is to go to MSI, this split. So, you know, it's on us to get better and fix the, for example, mid game, you know, and just get better, really.
How close do you think you are?
How close we are?
Yeah.
To
MSI, to being top 2, to...
I mean, we still have some work to do, but I think like the KC series showed that we can definitely like compete and win against those teams. So I think we are contending the top 3, and if we improve, we are going to be top 2.
Yeah.
And that's the goal for the playoffs.
Right. Do you agree that Naknako is the best top in EU?
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah. How are you as a jungler? How do you
you
rank
shaking
yourself,
your
you
head?
don't?
I don't think so.
No?
I
Who's
think
better?
Broken Blade is the goal.
Oh, is he? We'll see.
BB.
You're playing them in 2 weeks.
They will get stumped probably, but
You'll see.
but I think BB is still better.
And Linsas, how do you feel? How you rank? Like how you're improving?
As a team or?
As a jungler.
I mean, I think I'm doing pretty well so far this split. But we'll see. I mean, I don't try to compare myself, just improve every day, and I think I'm doing a good job. And I've been having like the good 2 series so far, so
Yeah. Okay, cool. Nice. Let's take a look at the schedule. I think you're playing G2 in 2 weeks, but I think you're playing MKOI maybe next week, if I looked correctly at the schedule. Navi first, and then MKOI on Monday. Exactly. Carzzy, what do you think about the Super Alvaro bot lane?
Some ego.
No, there is no guy. No, I think they are good. I mean, they are one of the better bot lanes in LEC. I think they're like behind Hansama and behind Kalist Buzio probably, or like matching with them with Kalist Buzio. And I mean, I like playing against them because it's always a learning experience. So I'm excited to face them once again. I think they are also really nice, humble people, you know, so I always enjoy playing them.
It's fun. And you're up versus Relech on Saturday.
Yeah.
Now, he's a guy we're also really hyped about. Are you excited to go up against his Aatrox, or are you guys going to ban it because you're scared?
I mean, I don't think we need to ban it. I think I've been doing pretty good on the Aatrox myself. But I think against him, it's quite an interesting matchup. I think he's more of a carry-oriented player. I think he played a lot of new picks in winter, right? So, but yeah, I think it will be an exciting jungle matchup.
Okay, cool. Carzzy, any final words?
Thank you for everything.
Are you leaving?
You know, a man of short words.
You're retiring?
No, I'm just very thankful for everyone working here. You.
Thank you. Yeah.
The crew, the LEC studio. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Thank you to everybody. And thank you to Vitality. And congratulations on their win. And we'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
He's new. Okay, we have a one going in the mid lane as leaders jumping in on the Poby and finds it! Mortal steal for first blood. Oh.
Look at the cast on the fellow. Yeah. Look wide. Yeah. On me. Double in 3. Wide dead. Kill center. Cock in the W, okay? No W.
I'm out.
Yeah, I can play. Head to the right. Look right. Center dead.
Ambessa, Ambessa.
We got Ambessa. We got no ult, I don't know ult.
Ambessa no flash.
We kill Ambessa, we kill Ambessa.
We win or no?
Yeah.
He's in trouble. Zombie full health far back, and he's gonna go down. Wonder picks it up, but it's a heavy cost. Na'Vi in a banger of a game will even this series. We're going to another game.
No. You good?
Yeah, yeah.
I think this game is alive.
On 50-50, guys. It's fine, guys. You have Relate in your team. He will win the 50-50.
Started off by Alinsis. Saren takes a chunk of damage from Humanoid as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming from downtown, and it lands onto Humanoid. Saren doesn't have the chains, but he's got the backup of Sheo.
Ash champion, nice.
They can't play this shit. They're getting cooked by the Azir god.
Oh, finish.
Fight now. I'm gonna jump Ash. Jarvan no flash.
Okay, go man. What I used that. Sanush, if I have another draft of no mid bot pro with weaker jungle, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Can't quite lock down Grayson, so they're just gonna walk the way forward as bot side. Another kill for Karzi. This time it's onto ice and a killing spree for the king.
You can take pictures, guys, like all good.